Welcome to Learn SQL, or Squeal as they say in the biz. This is a comprehensive course on SQL, the structured query language. Whether you're interested in working with Postgres, QL, MySQL, or Squilate, or any other SQL, say every database name wrong.
Squilate is actually really funny. I've never heard.
Squilate, that was off the dome. This course will teach you language you need to master them. So we're gonna build a payment app. It's gonna be a PayPal clone. We're gonna build in all of PayPal in one day. Call us GStack. So, anyways, we need to select from a different table, Prime.
All right, I can do this. I know how this
Okay.
works. So for those that don't know, select all the columns from this table. Boom. Submit. I'm not even going to look at it. Look, I got that. All right, are you ready for this one? I'll read the next one.
Okay.
Well, there's not a lot to read here because this is the exact same thing in this course. We're going to sign
That's
this
because you
one.
never pressed next, bro. I was
True.
waiting to see how long it took
True.
you before it.
Select single column. Databases are made up of tables, which are made up of fields, aka columns. It's just like an Excel spreadsheet where table equals sheet, field equals column. Bada bing, bada boom. Look at that.
Wait, so quick question. Does that mean we can run an entire
Roller
like
coaster?
$1 trillion? Oh, but I was also going to say like $1 trillion company completely out of the database. We don't need anything else. That's my understanding of how all successful businesses run is just out of Excel spreadsheets.
Yes. Well, unironically, levels.fyi did.
That's sick, bro.
$100 million valuation. They're serving data out of a Google Express or Google Sheets, not Excel. They call
Oh,
it
that's
Google.
awesome.
Yeah. Good job, them.
Google Excel.
Google Excel. It's not called that for liability reasons. There can be many records rows in this table that each represent a single user, but each row has the same column: ID, name, age, balance, is admin. I love flags, by the way. That's my favorite. I love good is fields. Those always make me happy.
That makes me sad. Lane, change this to a role-based column with a Postgres enum ASAP before we lose our minds.
All right. In the last, no, we do is fields around here. Okay, in this household, we do is fields.
Is even is odd on is age even?
Is AGI? Question mark.
Yeah.
In the last lesson, we used the star wildcard to get all the columns. To select a single column, we swap out the star for an individual one. In this assignment, select only the age column. All right.
Oh, I
no,
got that.
I don't even have from users. All right. I think that's what it is. Oh, don't forget that semicolon. Semicolon's very important in this language. Did I just freehand
It
that?
actually is.
Bro, I just trad coded that. No help. Do you see that? Trad coding, boys.
Select multiple columns. As you probably guessed, you can select all with star. You can also select single column by name. You can do a mix of those. You separate them by columns. Separate them by commas for columns. That's what I mean. Easy peasy. Select health, star damage, etc., etc., etc. Easy. Now we just write the same query, but with some commas and some other names. So
Okay.
age, name, and balance. In that order, Prime.
I wonder if you can do it. Oh, in that order. Okay, it does say that. My first thought was, can you just not run it in that order? But it said that order. So, okay, there we go. Dude,
It
we
also
are
really messes
cruising.
things up.
But a guy shoveling garbage off the street and into a truck. He kind of sighed and said, we're not so different, he and I. And over the years, I couldn't understand exactly what my manager meant. As backend developers,
Okay, I resized Lane. I resized and it just turned off the video.
one day I catch my manager staring out the window at a guy shoveling garbage off the street and into a truck. He kind of sighed and said, we're not so different, he and I. And over the years, I've come to understand exactly what my
Oh, I had to resize
Pog.
again. Okay.
Prime, what are you doing?
Really just
Don't
kinda
miss the joke
moving
at
digital
20.
garbage
Okay, there you
around.
go. That's good.
That's
good.
the whole job. And the best tool for moving digital garbage is SQL or SQL or Squeal.
Yes.
Squeal. So say you're a programmer at Google working on YouTube. Your job is to write code that shovels data from creators' devices.
So your job is
video,
to
a title,
destroy
a thumbnail,
YouTube Studio.
up into YouTube's cloud servers and stored in some database. Then, when users are bored at their sister's graduation, they log onto YouTube to find a meaningful distraction. Your job is to write code that shovels all that same video data back out of YouTube servers and down onto the user's devices. SQL, or structured query language, is just the language that we as programmers use to communicate with most relational databases.
True.
And it's so popular that databases are
So I have a
He's
quick
got a
question. I'm
point.
pausing this really quickly. I have a quick question, TJ.
Okay, I'm also pausing. Yes.
Arch users are known for not having any relationships. So how does it work with relational data like that?
I heard that Arch users made up NoSQL specifically due to their lack of relationships.
Okay. They only
Yeah.
do non-relational data.
Exactly, right.
Okay.
They're a no SQL family over there.
Okay, that makes sense.
Popular. The databases are broadly categorized into SQL databases and no SQL databases or no SQL databases, which really just means everything else. So, what is a database? Well, really, it's just a program, usually separate from your actual backend application server, that's built to store large amounts of data on disk. And importantly, to store it in a way that makes it fast to access
Oh, B
with
tree.
advanced
I
filtering
knew
and
that.
sorting options. You can kind of think of it
Called it,
like
called
a
it B-trees.
programmatically
B-trees.
accessed Microsoft Excel. Now, with Excel,
Prime,
you
I think your
move data
Boot.dev link
around
is broken, by
fairly
the way.
manually by pointing and
Really? It's supposed to be boot.dev slash prime ops. That's the one he told me to do.
That is the one he told us to do.
Okay, well, I wasn't aware that Lane was a liar. So let me just edit that one. Hold on one second. Here, we'll keep playing. We'll keep playing the course while I do the editing. I know this stuff.
Mhm.
I'm like a
We
dragging
do
and
know
genius.
this
dropping.
part.
A
This part,
relational database
we
works
know about Excel.
similarly, in that data is
If you're watching
organized
this
into
video, you know
tables
about
of rows
Excel.
and columns. But it's all managed in code, not manually with
So I
mouse
guess I'll do.
clicks. Your code automates the creates, reads, updates, and deletes within the database. The code that interacts directly with the database is, you guessed it, SQL. SQL is just a query language that we use to get data in and out of relational databases like MySQL, Postgres, or SQLite. It doesn't matter if your backend programming language is Go, Python, or TypeScript. If your database supports SQL, you can use SQL syntax to get data about a user named Bilbo out of your database. Select
Okay,
first
he's
name,
claiming
last
I did
name,
it wrong.
age from users
Yeah, that doesn't
where
surprise me
email
either. No.
equals bilbo@boot.dev.
Which would you most likely use to keep track of your personal taxes and budgets? A Google Excel spreadsheet? Well, technically, I would use Intuit. So this is very
Mm,
confusing to me. I actually don't know
that
the
makes
answer to this
sense.
one. I'm just gonna say I'm just gonna say this one because that makes
That
sense.
looks that's a good answer. Which would you most likely use to store student records for an online school? I'm gonna go a SQL database.
Okay,
Option 4.
that's a good. Hey, that's a good
I'm
answer.
risking it. I'm
That's a good
risking it,
answer.
but yep.
All right, which databases use SQL? SQL is just a query language. You typically use it to interact
Good.
with a specific database technology. For example, SQLite or SQLite, PostSQL,
School latte.
PostgreSQL, MySQL, CockroachDB, Oracle, etc. Although many different databases use the SQL language, most of them will have their own dialect. It's critical. Is that like Lisp?
Well, it is kind of confusing that all of them just decided like, hey, we're still gonna call it SQL, but also this doesn't run anywhere besides just for me.
I really, I really wish there was a better name for all this. I can't believe they all landed on the same, almost the identical language too. Like, how come there's not a lot of variation? They're just super close.
They are very close. They're very close. We'll probably get there, I'm sure.
It's critical to understand that not all databases are created equal. Just because one SQL compatible database does things a certain way doesn't mean every SQL compatible database will follow the exact same patterns. Where to use
Good point.
SQLite? In this course, we'll be using a SQLite. Specifically, SQLite is great for embedded projects, web browsers, and toy projects. It's lightweight but has limited functionality compared to the likes of PostgreSQL and MySQL, two of the more common production SQL technologies. True. We'll point out to you whether I've never used Oracle or seen an Oracle database.
Well, that's why we still have to take ads for stream.
Okay.
Got him.
How do I see an Oracle database then? That's what I want to know. If that's the
Who's
case,
got one? I'm ready. I'm ready. We're so ready, guys.
I would love it. All right. One way in which SQLite is a bit different is that it stores Boolean values as integers, 0 and 1, true and false. Our users has a table that is a Boolean, is admin column to store whether a user is an admin or not. Write a SQL query to check or to see how this Boolean field is actually represented in the results. Select all of the IDs, names, and is admin flags from users. All right, select ID, name, is admin from users. All right, we'll run that once just to look at it.
Oh my goodness. I typed
Nice.
elect. I was accidentally Calvinist on that one.
You did what? What?
Instead of I didn't type select, I typed elect and I ruined my streak, bro.
Oh, dude,
It
unstreaked. I'm waiting right
sucks.
now. All right, you got
I
to
need
read
to
the next
restart.
one.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, speed run. Hold on, I'm gonna do it really quickly.
Okay, yeah, let me go back to the beginning. I gotta start over at the beginning. Elect star. um okay, so well actually that's funny because we already made this joke about no squeal, but we're actually gonna talk about it a little bit. So basically no squeal databases, right? They don't use A structured query language. Believe it or not, that's what the no they put the no in no squeal. Each one typically has its own way of writing and executing queries. For example, MongoDB. Prime, you're a big fan.
Yeah.
Can we get you out on the record? Big fan.
I've Mongoed before.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Even
That makes you
professionally at a job. Think about that.
right, and that's how we ended up at Twitch.
That's
And
why I'm streaming full
Elasticsearch
time.
simply has a JSON API. While most relational databases are fairly similar,
Can we just
NoSQL
take a moment for a
databases.
quick second? I hate working with Elasticsearch when people build relationships, but it's not a relationship. I don't know if you've ever done
Like
that.
when it should have just been an actual relational table and simplified the situation a lot.
Instead, you're like, go grab all the fields that look like this. Okay, search for the one field. Now go grab all the other ones that look. It always sucks.
Go get all of the ones with this ID. Now go to join over to this one with the same thing.
I love joins. All
Yes.
right.
Yeah, so NoSQL databases, you get a lot more variety basically, okay? Interns, that's the main difference. Oh, this is my favorite part about the SQL databases is they actually have schemas. And my least favorite part about NoSQL databases is people can just do whatever they want.
Which is
And it's not
emotionally
fun.
painful.
It's not fun.
All right, I do have to
Oh,
take
hey.
one small detour. One of my
Okay, I
favorite
love it.
projects I ever did, and by the way, all trad coded, was called Undefined. I wanted to see how many things it would break. It didn't break anything, but I was working with a MongoDB, and I had to come up with an idea of like how do I know what's in the database? Because there was like
Yep.
200 different shape of events inside the database.
Oh,
So I built the
mhm.
program to generate the TypeScript for me.
Nice.
Yeah, which was
And it changed a lot still.
it changed constantly. Yeah, there we go. I say right here. It's just like I had it every single day. New events got added. Some events got removed. So I was like, I don't know what today is gonna hold. Here we go. It was
Nice.
very emotional for me.
Yeah, that's the part that I don't like about them. It's good if you don't have control over maybe what you're ingesting, but like if you're in control, you should figure out how to way to put a schema on it, guys. You'll thank us later. You'll thank
Yep.
us later. Yeah, and then obviously we talked about tables already, so that's in Squeal databases. Shall we watch a video?
And let's watch a video. 3 minutes and 54 seconds go.
Hell, why don't you use MongoDB? MongoDB is a web scale database. Look, maybe you've heard claims like this before, but let's talk about the real differences between SQL and NoSQL databases and look at some of the more popular technologies in both categories. So on the SQL side, we've got Postgres. Big favorite of mine. You've probably also heard of
Big
MySQL
fan.
and SQLite.
Big fan. Yep.
There's SQL Server, which is
SQLite, I love that
Microsoft's
too.
product. And I'll also mention CockroachDB, which is a pretty cool distributed SQL database. Now, there are hundreds of SQL compatible databases out there, but these are probably just some of the ones you've heard of. Now, MongoDB is probably the most well-known example of a NoSQL database. In fact, some people even use the terms synonymously, which I think is a big mistake. You've probably also heard of Redis, maybe
Huge mistake.
Elasticsearch.
Giant
Firebase
mistake.
is another really popular one. It's
You know, I
Firebase,
worked with
the
a
database. It's
NoSQL
kind of a
database at
backend as a
Epic.
service. And I'll also mention DynamoDB, which is Amazon's big data store. Now, the first thing you need to understand about the
one
difference
that took down
between a SQL
AWS.
database and a NoSQL
The good
database is that
One of my
SQL
favorites.
databases tend to be much more similar to each other. They're grouped together in this category because they all have something in common. They all use
True.
structured query language to be queried. But NoSQL databases, really the only thing that they have in common is that they don't use SQL. So they're all very different, and frankly, they're not even built necessarily to
already
solve the
means
same types of
not.
problems.
Come on.
For example, if I
Is-
asked a candidate in a
I'm gonna pause
backend,
it. Is
Okay, me too.
S3 a NoSQL database?
Only if you consider all file systems databases.
But it's not really a file system, right? Because it's just a key value. You can't like do nested files in it, can you? I don't think you can do nested files. Yeah, you can't be like,
You can
hey, here's
pretend
my
at least.
folder. No, you have to be like, here's my big key. Yeah, it's a blob storage, right? Wouldn't that be technically isn't that NoSQL?
Well, there's no SQL, so
SQL to get those
I was
values
gonna
out,
say,
baby.
I'm like, there is no SQL. That's
Bro's
true.
never heard of
But like, you can
prefixes,
do
true.
prefixes, right? So then it is
Okay.
like file system me.
Okay.
Right.
Can you do prefix to a prefix? Can I do deeply
Oh,
nested
join them
prefixes?
across each other. I'm sure someone is making a lot of money with that exact setup right now. I don't know how, but somebody is somewhere.
Somewhere. So okay. Anyways, let's keep on going. Sorry.
Actually, wait, that's a great question from chat. Is a 3-ring binder a NoSQL database? I like that, chat. Yes.
Yeah.
By Prime's definition, yes, because there's no SQL. That's all it takes for Prime.
Well, so,
Okay, well, Chat, there's
like
two schools of
blacklists
thought.
make things very confusing because it's just like it's everything that's not in the list. So it's no
True.
SQL. So true.
Yeah.
True.
Two
I hate
schools
to
of
tell you
thought.
this.
Yeah.
Facebook, no SQL database. Think about that for a second.
They're using SQL though.
Yeah, but not when you use Facebook. When you use Facebook, you use non-SQL to look up stuff. Think about it.
Just play the video.
All
Play the
right, here we
video,
go.
bro.
Just
Can't
put
put
the
you
video
fat
in the
back,
bag,
bag.
bro.
Hey, we
Yeah.
used Postgres or MySQL to build this CRUD app, and they said either would work just fine. That would make sense. But if I asked a candidate if we should use Redis or DynamoDB for our caching layer, and they said, it doesn't really matter, then there's no way they're making it to the next round. Now, SQL databases tend to
True.
be more general purpose. Now, that's not always true, but at the end of the day, a SQL database is just a
Acronyms.
database that
Sick.
supports SQL. So you can have a more specialized SQL database, but most of the popular SQL databases are good for general
Maya.
purpose starting points for web applications. One exception might
Best
be
name.
SQLite, which is built for small use cases where you want to embed the database directly inside your application. And NoSQL databases, on the other hand, they tend to be very specialized. NoSQL databases are usually built for a specific purpose that a general purpose SQL database
Why does it say NoSQL for relationship mapping? What does that mean in this specific case?
Well, fortunately, this is a SQL course, so I'll defer to the next the next video when we do a NoSQL database.
handle as well.
Okay.
Again, one exception is probably MongoDB, which is a fairly general purpose database. It just happens to not use SQL. For example, Redis is mainly used for caching in-memory data for super low latency access. It's common for web apps to use Redis together with a SQL database, and they use Redis
eBay.
as sort of this caching layer.
I haven't been on there in a
Elasticsearch is
while.
another example of
You
a
must be
very
ahead of me.
specifically designed NoSQL database. It's
Oh, I
designed
am.
for dynamic search and aggregations. It powers things like the eBay search
Dude,
bar.
eBay.
It handles fuzzy text matching
Sick.
and
I was
ranking
thinking
of
future.
results.
I could tell
Another one is
exactly where he was
Firebase,
gonna go.
a Google-hosted product. It's really built
Isn't-
for real-time mobile apps.
Isn't
And the
Firebase
last one I'll mention
specifically
again
used
is
to leak all your data?
DynamoDB.
I thought that's
It's
what
built
it
to
was
store
for.
very large
key
amounts of
feature
data
was
at
to
scale.
make it to
The
the front of
trade-off is
Hacker
that you
News
kind of have to
by leaking
denormalize your
everything.
data, and you
Publicity.
can't write the same flexible queries
checks
that
out.
you would inside a normal SQL database when you use it. The main point here is that an SQL database is any database that you can interact with using SQL syntax, and a NoSQL database is just any database that doesn't have that. When you're deciding
So that
which
by
data
Prime's definition.
We should leak a bunch of fake user data via Firebase because it's just funny. Like we should just set up a fake endpoint and be like, oh no, oh, it's all fake.
My worry would be somehow you would actually upload on accident real data.
Real
Be
data.
like,
Yeah. That is a danger of leaking
LLM.
fake data.
put some stuff in for me. Make
Got
it make it look
select star.
realistic. Make it look realistic. Okay.
right, here we
database
go.
to use for your application, you really need to weigh the pros and cons for your very specific use case. For most simple CRUD-based web applications, something like Postgres is gonna work just fine. It's a general purpose
True.
database that can handle a good amount of scale. But as your application's
True.
data grows, or if you have a very niche specific use case, you can introduce other database technologies to your stack at that point.
Let's see. Each NoSQL database tends to use blank query languages. Different.
Oh, we
query
got that.
languages.
No problem. Easy peasy.
It's not even really. It's more like API access, right? You're up.
Can be. Blank compatible databases tend to be more similar in their functionality. SQL is more similar than NoSQL.
Ooh, that's hard.
Boom.
The double.
The
I don't-
double, I know the double one. That makes I was having a hard time filling the blanks in there.
Yeah. All right. I guess I'm up again. Here we go.
Oh, we're cooking now.
Now
Well, I'll
we're
read.
into
I
some-
didn't get to read last time. It was just another question.
All right. You want to read? You're up. Yeah.
I want to.
You're up. You're up.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're actually going to do some stuff with SQL. We're going to write like a little bit more things going on. Obviously, if you're following along this video, check out Postgres. That's my favorite one.
Yeah. Technically,
The top
anybody
one.
can follow along, even if you haven't paid, because technically all the courses are open and free.
That's true.
You just don't get experience. You don't get all the good stuff that goes with it.
I like how you said technically, but it's like it's just it doesn't seem like it's a technicality. Like
Well-
technically they're free.
People get really upset because they join up, then they start getting some experience, then they turn off the like experience slash tracking, and then they're
I
like, it's
gotcha.
not free. It's like, bro, you're literally taking the course and you're upset. Yeah, but it's not tracking it. Yeah, that's what they said.
That's true.
Brother.
That's true. They didn't include the loot boxes in the free version. Although Lane, just throwing it out
Lane,
there.
thinking about it, loot boxes, anybody? So
Loot
I get hooked.
boxes?
Yeah, XP addict. Absolutely. Okay.
Lane, very based take at the beginning. Personally, SQLite and Postgres are my favorites from the list. That's very similar. Those are the two that I turn to. Postgres, very powerful, open source production ready. Yes, agreed. SQLite also, I do feel Lane's giving SQLite a little bit too much shade.
Yeah.
You, Chad, for your guys' applications, you could run it off SQLite. All right. Like
Yeah.
3 to 5 users a month, mostly you. You'll be just fine. It's
Uh,
production ready.
About 99%, about 99.5% of all apps could easily run SQLite because there's just not enough traffic there.
Exactly. So you'd be surprised. Also, SQLite's actually pretty fast these days. But anyways, it's beside the point. Both are good. I like Postgres. We're probably going to get into it a little bit more later, anyways. But I like that it has a little bit better type system for the tables. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Like a little bit stronger types for the tables. That makes me happy. So
I like SQLite for testing. I love the fact that I
yeah, I
can
know you
have a
do.
database as a file and then just be like,
Mhm.
run this test. Like, did you behave properly? And it's just so fast and easily set up and well understood.
That part is very good. So take a light at how SQLite does not enforce type checking. That's one of the big downsides for me
Yep. Boo.
of SQLite. But if you're writing something on top of it, maybe you're drizzling a little drizzle on your SQLite as one tends to do in 2026, then
We don't
it's
read
less
code in
annoying.
2026, TJ. We don't know what we're drizzling on, okay?
Great point. Great point. A lot of people, you might be using Drizzle even if you don't know it. But if you're using something on top of how you're writing SQL, then you'll get a little bit of type checking from that anyway. So it'll tell you, bro, you can't put a string in where the int's supposed to go. That ain't right. But anyways, okay. So we're gonna run the code and take a look at the results. Don't submit Prime. Don't submit, dude. You'll lose your streak.
Okay,
Just
run the
run it.
code.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, I see two.
ID, integer, name, text, age, integer. Yep, we got those so far. So I start from users. Okay. On line 3, change the text string from Montgomery Burns to the integer 1 and run the code. Okay, I will do that on mine as well. 1. Run. It's chill.
All right.
Oh, we scooching, baby. We
I know.
scooching.
I'm trying to get it so that we don't.
Slide over, baby.
Oh no, no,
Ooh.
you quit sliding over.
Ooh. Ooh. That's not
That's
that's not okay.
come on, fellas. Come
Um
on, fellas.
Hats.
We're just over here.
Yeah, I like how you're barely on screen now, dude. We're about to Titanic here.
Go, TJ, go. All right, so everyone can see the results. Okay, we have these ones. So what was the thing here? Let's take a look at how we do this. Run the code. On line 3, change Montgomery Burns to 1.
So we changed it to 1, and it just let that happen anyways. Submit the code in the alter state, which record ID2 has name of 1. Yuck.
Yeah, I don't
SQLite just
like
lets you
that.
do that. That not what I like to see, but it's okay.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. So I can submit now with this bad code. Okay, there we go. Boom. Streak continued. All right. To create a new table in the database, use create table statement followed by the name of the table and the fields you want. Okay, so then here's an example.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Mhm.
each field the name is followed by a data type. We'll get to data types in a minute. It's also acceptable and common to break up the create table statement with some white space. Ooh, I love that.
True.
Really
Many
wish you could
such
have
cases.
that little comma at the end.
Oh,
I love trailer commas.
trailing comma would be life changing
It goes
if I ever wrote code by hand anymore.
oh my gosh. Turn that hat around, TJ.
Bro, we don't care about trailing commas here.
What's a comma? Let's begin building a table for a CashPal database. Create the people table with the following ID. Okay, there we go. So let's go like this. Let's create. Oh wow, we have autocomplete now. Did you see that? Create. How do I accept that?
Yeah, that's nice.
Tab.
That's nice.
Create table. Tab. Oh yes, and we're gonna go people. I always forget
Oh,
the.
I'm racing. I'm racing on mine.
Oh
Dude,
okay.
could you hear that thunder?
No.
Oh, dude. I got some sick thunderstorm going on at my house right now. It's awesome.
Nice.
It makes it feel really epic.
Oh,
You know
the
what I'm
problem is
saying?
I really want to press Control N for new. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah.
Or for
Yep. No, I know
for
what you're
next,
saying.
dude. I constantly. Let's see. Age is an
Mm.
integer, huh?
Vim, Boot.dev has Vim motions, guys. It's already built in.
So the real
Works
question
great.
is it int or integer?
Integer.
Well, it also
We can see on the
autocompletes
left
for
side.
int. Well, it also autocompletes for int, which
Oh,
makes
well,
me
we like to spell it out here. All of the AI companies like it when we use long names so they can get more tokens. So we follow them.
true because there's also bool and boolean. All right.
Boolean,
Use
boolean,
integer instead of int. I didn't read
boolean.
that. I didn't read that. Okay, here we go. Go. All right, we're good.
Oh, bro, we're
Dude,
crushing
I
it.
love creating tables. All right, here we go. You're up, baby.
In most relational databases, a single table isn't enough to hold all the data we need. That's a
Timeout.
good point.
I've been at jobs where it is. I actually was at a job with I think it was like 150 some columns in a single table.
Oh,
So many
I
is
mean,
fields.
now I kind of want to try. You know, so like now I kind of want to. I would kind of want to go back to just having one table for all the things. You
Honestly,
just put
one
you
table's
just
enough.
put JSON fields in. So you just write their posts. You got a users field, it has all the posts they've ever made. Boom, you just make a post JSON field, load it up when you need it.
Dude,
It's
that sounds
good.
good. Honestly, just
It's
one.
good.
Dude, that's good. That's really good.
All right, so now though we need to make several tables, or we're just gonna make one new one, but we need users, posts, comments, likes, etc. That makes sense.
Okay.
So we need a table that tracks the transactions between our cash value users, which is a crazy thing to call it here. I feel like because transaction is like it's a keyword,
Yeah, well, it's transactions. Okay.
right? No, I know. I'm but saying that I like that's confusing for me as a user. Wow, Prime.
Also,
How
recipient
many
is
times
actually
did it tell you to
impossible.
spell recipient ID?
It's actually an impossible word to spell. I just realized that that word can't
Oh,
exist.
I would be immediately changing that to rec ID and send ID or similar.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I like that. Recipient, yeah, because usually it's like sender and receiver. You know, it's
Right.
RX and TX, not whatever recipient.
Mm, mm,
Recipient.
mm. I also feel like
I love how we're just trashing his course right now.
well, I'm just saying that Lane this is what he wanted us to do. I'm pretty sure. He's not even going to post it to YouTube. If you guys are seeing this on YouTube, Lane didn't watch the whole video. Checkmate, Lane.
Yeah, checkmate
What are
lane.
you going to do now? I know. Also, can you put some new lines in your code?
Oh no.
Oh, oh shoot, he's in the chat right now. We're
Oh
screwed,
my
bro.
gosh. Oh
We're
no.
screwed, bro. Hashtag ad, more like hashtag bad. Am I right?
More like hashtag had. Got him.
I'm giving up the gym time for this. Lane, I'll walk for you, buddy. I'll walk for you.
Yep. Are you walking right now?
No, but I could be.
Oh, he
I
also got
can be.
banned. Look at that. Imagine trying to say something and getting banned from
Thank you. That's good. Nightshade, thank you.
Nightshade.
He's
That
not in he's not in chat.
he's
Saved.
not in chat. Get him out.
Saved. Altering tables. We often need to alter our database schema without deleting it and recreating it. True. True. Imagine if Twitter deleted its database each time it needed to add a new feature. That'd be a disaster. I think it's called X now. Your account and all your tweets would be wiped out on a daily basis. Instead, actually, for some of us, that would be helpful.
For some of your guys' employment in the future, probably a good plan.
Okay, so we can rename a
Instead,
table.
we use this. Yep.
Yeah, we can rename a table by doing alter table, just rename. That makes sense. Or if you want to rename a column, you can do it with rename column, the old column name to the new column name. And then you can add columns and drop them too, which is very
Dropping
cool
sounds
as
always
well.
scary to me.
It is scary. It's a destructive action. You cannot undo it. Chat, if you do that, it's gone forever.
Yeah.
It's gone forever. Oh,
Oh,
SQLite doesn't support adding multiple columns in a single alter table. So you got to do them in multiple different alter table options. Got it. We need to make some changes to the people table. At the moment, we have 6 columns shown as rows. Okay. Rename the table to users. Good. Because I was like, if he keeps it as people, I'm going to lose my mind. Also, can you make me a little smaller? I feel like I'm ginormous now.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Walking is odd. You're always like
I don't think we can do it. I don't think we can do it. I feel like it's really weird. So I'm
Can,
just gonna stop
can
actually.
you
I'll
can you
walk
do
log you
multiple
later.
rename? Can you do a rename column and a rename user or and
I
rename
think it's
table
saying
at the
you
same time?
I think it was just saying you can't do both at the same time. Oh,
Oh
well,
yeah,
you're saying
it's
alter. I think they have to all be separate in
yeah.
here. I
So
think alter table can only do one thing. So we
yeah.
need to alter people rename to users. That's number 1. And I like how now the rest of the time we need to alter table users. That's a trick right there because we changed it already.
He's trying to break my streak. He's trying to
He
break
was
my
trying,
streak.
bro. He was trying. He was
Yes, but he didn't
trying,
even
but it's
see
not going to
that.
happen.
He didn't see that I knew.
So what are we trying to do here? We need to
You
rename the
always one shot it.
tag column to username. Rename
Oh, I just
column.
lost.
Bro.
I must not have read the
What did you
instructions.
forget to do?
Rename to
You
users.
did not.
Oh, I did not rename the tag.
Oh, glad. Start it over. Chat.
I got to start at the beginning.
Let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to if we don't one shot this, it's honestly not even worth doing.
Honestly.
Alter table, users, add column, password, text. Sorry, I was still reading the whole time.
Look at this front
Oh, crushed it.
JS dev struggling
Crushed it.
with simple alter statements.
Okay, hey.
He actually got you on that one though. He actually got
Lane
you.
just left me on the altar. All right, let's keep on going.
Dang.
I don't know if that's
Your
a good
turn.
joke or not. It just felt fun to say. Being left on the altar. Just
Yeah.
I don't know why it's funny. A database migration is a change to the structure of a relational database. You can think of it like a commit in Git, but for your database schema. Well, Git commits can't be destructive, so that, yeah, I guess they can. You can no, you can't, because you can always reflog things back out. So you can't reflog. Every migration record, how the structure of your data evolves over the every migration records records. Sorry, I'm too much of a databaser right now. Every migration records how, you can't laugh at me as I read, how the structure of your data evolves over time. For example, when we previously used an alter table statement to add a new column, we were performing a migration. Migrations are essential for adapting your database to changing requirements, fixing mistakes, and rolling out new features. In a team setting, migrations ensure everyone applies the same changes in the same order. Good migrations are small, incremental, and ideally reversible changes to a database. As you can imagine, when working with a large database, making changes can be scary. We have to be careful.
Scary.
It is.
It's so scary running migrations in prod, guys. It's terrifying.
The streamer tool, which has no users but me, I still sweat. I'm like, here we go. We're about to migrate.
It does not feel good. It does not feel good.
It is the worst. We have to be careful when writing database migrations so we don't break any system that depends on old database schemas. All right, are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Like unit tests, most people suck at writing them, but they do like to talk about how important they are. Now, you're probably doing migrations wrong, or more likely, you're not even doing them. So let's talk about the right way to do them. Say that we have a users table with ID, username, and password columns.
Those are crazy
the database
passwords.
is currently
People
being
type
used
those?
in production, and now it's time to add a new feature. And that feature requires a birthday column for each user. The right way to do this isn't to just connect to the production DB with PSQL and run a quick add column query. The right way is to create a migration file. That add column query goes inside it.
Since when?
And our system should be configured to run our migrations whenever we deploy new code changes. Now, when we want to create a copy of the database, or we need to spin up a new local development environment, we can just run all of our migrations one after the other, and the schema, tables, columns, indexes, that kind of stuff, will always match. Now, this type of migration,
why wouldn't you
where
just
we're just
connect to
adding a
prod
new
for
column
test?
or a new table, tends to be really safe.
Good.
None of the currently running
a lot of
queries in
users.
production are going to care about this birthday column. So when we add it, those queries will still work. They'll just ignore the new column. See, a good migration needs to think about two things. One, the old, currently running version of the code, and two, the new version of the code that will run after the migration is complete. A lot of developers forget about the old version. They write a migration, they test their new code on the new schema, and then they just deploy it. But as the migration deploys, the app breaks for the couple of minutes when the old version is still running, but with the new schema. So for example, say we create a migration
for you guys,
that
that's
removes
safe,
a
though.
password
No
column
one's checking.
and adds a Google ID column. Maybe we're no longer storing user passwords because we only support sign in with Google. Now, if we run this migration, but the currently running version of the app runs a select password from users query, then user logins are going to be broken until the new version of the code that doesn't use that field is deployed. So you might think, well, great, let's just deploy the code first. But that doesn't work either because the new code depends on the new Google ID column that's in the migration. So the answer here is to do a multi-phased rollout. Step one, we run a migration that adds the new Google ID column, and this is safe. Step two, we deploy the new code that uses the Google ID column, but not the password column. Step three, we run a cleanup migration that just removes that unused password column. Okay, so creating and removing columns and tables is pretty straightforward, but what if we want to update an existing column? Well, generally speaking, the safest thing is to just not do that. At At least not directly. It's okay to like
True.
add an
True.
index to an
Unfortunately,
existing
true.
column for performance reasons, because that won't break any of the currently running queries. But
True.
what you don't want to do is rename an existing column that's being actively used in production. Instead, we should do another more complicated multi-phase rollout. Step 1, run a migration to create the new column.
Okay.
Step 2, copy the data over from the old column into the new column. Step 3, deploy the code that uses the new column, but not the old one. And step 4, this is very important, recopy the data from the old column to the new column to catch anything that was missed between the initial copy and the code deployment. And then step 5, just run a migration to remove the old column. Now, to be fair, this is kind of a lot of work. If your team just doesn't have the resources to do that, a cheat some companies will use when the migration gets really, really hairy is just to schedule some downtime. You can literally just turn off your application and tell your customers, hey, the whole site's going to be down for the next 30 minutes while we do a big update to our database. I want to be clear, this should only be a last resort, and you should only do it if
Is
the
that what
migration's
GitHub's been
super
doing?
hairy and you feel like the
They've done
time
a lot of
trade-off
database
isn't
updates.
worth it. Most good engineering organizations tend to avoid downtime at all costs.
Do you think GitHub uses Git as a database?
What do you mean?
Why not store all the information about what they're doing in Git?
Well, they do that for some stuff. They have like repos that are like isn't their DMCA repo a Git repo?
It is a Git repo.
Yeah, so they kind of do, yeah.
Okay. By the way, I never really thought about renaming columns in production because I'm just too afraid to do that. Like once I set a
Smart.
column, I would never rename it. It doesn't matter what.
Yeah.
Does not matter what it changed to. That
I like
column is forever known
Hey,
as.
Prem.
Is that?
While timing, I have been spot running Boot.dev 26 days in at
Smart.
LVL 96. And I'd finished with Git 2. Loved your and TG's courses the most.
Oh, thank you.
Crazy.
Let's say the CashPal backend runs SQL regularly. Select star from people. If we rename a table people to users in the migration but forget to update the code, this query will break because people table no longer exists. The right approach is to deploy the migration, rename the table, and then immediately deploy new code to use the query. Migrations must carefully coordinate with application changes to avoid outages. Which of the following statements about migrations is false? You can be fast and loose when writing migrations. A bad migration is easy to fix. Well, that seems false. Well-written migrations are reversible. That also, can that be false?
I mean, that one is it kind of depends. I think it's a single select though. One is much more false than the others.
Yes, okay. Yes, that one is much more false. Migrations are
Yep.
incremental changes made to a database. True. A good
Yep.
migration takes into account any system that relies on the existing schema. Okay, so it is one.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure there
Crushed
wasn't like a
it.
hidden worse one. All right, you're up.
Yeah, true. In up migration. Nice. You said I'm up, and now we're reading about up migrations. To manage migrations, we use a simple system based on up and down directions. This is pretty common. I've seen this at quite a few places. Although I also lately I've been kind of seeing people just go more for just up migrations because they're like, we never go down. Not as a joke. I'm saying like literally, they're just like, it doesn't make sense to write the reverse one. We never go backwards. We just write a new migration that reverses it if we have to do something like that. I think it's called up and down because it's like a schema.
Yes,
But anyways,
it's like a transaction.
So
they're kind of
I
like,
would say that's like this is popular, but I've also seen the only up direction.
yeah, Drizzle is like an
so-
up direction one only, right?
Yeah, it only generates, at least by default, when you ask it to generate stuff for you, it will generate the migration to go up to the next phase. Yeah. Up migration applies moving your schema forward. Think about it as incrementing the version up. I think at least that's how I always thought about it. And down is going back to the previous one. This allows you to safely move between versions, more or less. If you delete, there's no undeleting though, chat, just as I'm sure we'll talk about that, but just remember, you can't undelete the data. That doesn't work, right? So like if the up migration was delete a column, the down migration can't be put the data back. It'll just create the column. Add additional columns to the transaction table. We want to know whether a transaction was successfully completed between two users. We want our database to track the type of the transaction. So it looks like this: ID, recipient, sender, note, amount. And we want to add was successful and a transaction type. Easy. Easy.
All right, so we want to alter that table.
We sure do. Alter table transactions.
Now, I assume that we're still in SQLite mode where we can only do one thing at a time, right?
Oh, yeah.
Add column. I'm just going to guess here. Was successful. I love past tense verbs in column names.
Yes.
Add boolean. Yes.
I think I got mine. I'm gonna
All right.
oh, I crushed it. I
You did?
crushed it, bro. I crushed it. Yep. Mhm.
Nice. I'm still,
Oh, smart, smart. Copy pasta and get a little bit quicker. I
yeah.
like that.
I'm just,
For alter table, I'm more of a I actually kind of like it to be one line. I know earlier I was making fun of you for putting it on multiple lines, but I feel like that I think it looks nice that way.
it does look
You know what
really
I
nice
mean?
this way. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. No such table
Oh,
see, got hit. I got hit.
transations.
Transations, dude. I can't spell. I can't spell.
Classic.
I have 2 errors.
Bro, our streak. Okay, I think we need to up the intensity a little bit. Every time we miss one, we gotta gift a sub.
To who?
If I miss one, I'll gift you a sub, and if you gift one, you give me a sub. And it's kind of like a Ponzi scheme.
So Jeff Bezos wins is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, we'll just both lose money, and Bezos gets money today.
All right. So I have 2 gifted subs I need to give you. You have 1 to give me.
Oh, I was saying we'll start from right now because now
All
we
right,
know we're
start
being
from right now.
serious.
Start from right now. Okay, we're
Yeah.
serious now. I'm gonna lose to spelling mistakes every single time. I actually can't read. All right, my turn to read. Down migration. I feel like there's a joke somewhere with down Black Hawk Down, but I just can't figure it out. I just got done watching the movie on a flight, and it just is bouncing around my head. All right, the migration we applied ended up causing trouble in production. It's possible the app wasn't ready for the new columns. Oh, interesting. In situations like this, we need to roll back the changes safely using a down migration. Why down migrations matter? Down migrations allow us to undo changes introduced by any up migration, quickly recover from bugs or compatibility issues in production, keep our schema consistent across environments, local, staging, production. Well-written down migration should completely reverse the changes made in the up migration. In our case, that means removing the 2 columns we just added. All right, we got a little quick video. 3, 2, 1. Also, the first
Responsible
3 seconds
developer
of audio
because
doesn't
you
work for
write
me.
well-documented migrations for your database schema. But what happens when one of your migrations
Well, I
is
don't.
bad? Normal database
Personally.
migrations, the ones that you run to get your database into the correct state for your application, those are called up migrations. They take your database
up?
from the old,
Migrations.
out-of-date state into the new, proper working state. Now, to be fair, a lot of engineering organizations get away just fine without writing down migrations at all. They just move forward, and in the event of something going wrong with an
Oh,
up migration,
nice.
they just roll out another up migration that fixes it. And
Oh, look
this
at that. You
really
mentioned what
can
you were
work,
talking
especially if you're on a small team. But as team size and application complexity grows, you usually want some more safeguards in place. In particular, you probably want the ability to roll back a change when something goes wrong. Now, it's always easy to roll back code changes. Just go back to the last git commit and deploy that version. But databases are a little trickier. Say you deploy code that doesn't need a bio column anymore. So you run an up migration that drops that column. Then 10 minutes later, you realize there's
Because
a bug in
we're
the code.
only for
So
AI.
you need to go back
no
to the
bio
old version
needed.
of the application that
makes
requires that
sense.
bio
Prime
column.
on
You
Twitch
can't
and
just
sub
revert the code
on YT
anymore
for
because
the
now it's
Okay, you can't interrupt with TTS team. Okay, we're in the middle of a lesson here. Who did that?
Yeah,
Felicity?
Lane's teaching us.
going to break.
I honestly
because
didn't
the
hear most of
bio
what you were saying
column
because
is
I
gone.
still had
so
mine
that's where
running.
down migration.
Oh, I just realized
the idea
my-
is that each time you write an up migration, you also write a down migration that can be used to undo it. So if the up migration removes a bio column, the associated down migration re-adds it. If an up migration creates a notifications table, then its down migration removes it. The down migration should always be the inverse of the up migration. And it's really
I would have put the 2 Spider-Mans. Like, if you're going to do that, you got to put the 2 Spider-Mans, right? You can't just be putting that other. It just really ruined the moment, I feel like.
only used in the case of failure or a rollback. Now, it's very important to remember that while down migrations can fix the schema of a database so that the code will work, they usually aren't written in a way that will actually recover the lost data. In other words, we can add that bio column back, but all those user bios aren't going to be there anymore. They're just going to
True.
be blank. So the code will still work in the sense that the queries aren't going to throw errors, but the data won't be there. So to solve those problems, you need a backup strategy that you can go pull that old data from, but that's another topic.
All right. Complete the following migration. Drop the was successful column from the transaction table. Drop the transaction type from the transaction table. Okay, so we got to do a little alter table again. Oh, I'm not misspelling anything.
I'm crushing it this time. Alter table. I'm gonna start reading the wrong things. Drop. Column drop.
Okay, it is drop column, just to make sure.
We went over that in a previous lesson. I
I just
hope
wanted to
I
make
hope
sure I don't want to pay Jeff Bezos money.
yeah, well, that makes sense.
Okay.
Transactions drop column.
Oh man, maybe I misspelled transaction type. Oh, there's a
Got it. First try.
strong
First try.
possibility.
First try.
Okay, I got it first try. Not a big deal. I knew that. I got that so good. I knew exactly what I was doing.
Migration review. Let's look at a more realistic migration. Okay. The project table is being renamed to initiatives to better reflect how team plans and track long-term work. This is just separate from cache application that we were building, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. We want to record when each initiative officially launches. So when we do an up migration, we alter table projects, rename to initiatives, and then we add a new column launched at with a timestamp. Love me some timestamp columns. Down migration, we drop the column initiative and then we rename the projects. It did it in reverse. That looks good. I always like when it does it backwards. The pair migration is reversible and safe. That's true. Okay, in real world migration tools, we don't run raw SQL migration. We use tools that help. That is true. Usually I run something that does this for me automatically.
Mm-hmm.
Goose, I've never heard of Goose.
Yeah.
Flyway, Liquidbase, Alembic. Oh man.
I've heard of
Brings
Goose, but I've never heard of pretty much anything else other than Prisma.
Man, that brings me back to my Django days. That brings me back to my Django days.
It's pronounced
Mhm.
Django.
The Django? Man, Prisma Migrate. Where is Drizzle? Where is Drizzle on here?
Yeah.
Drizzle Studio, okay? Put that one in here. That's the one I like.
Pause.
Lane?
Lane.
Add it right now. I want to refresh this page and it show up there. Lane?
Thank you, JDMU. Yeah, refresh it right now. All right,
I
example
want
workflow.
to refresh the page and have it show up. So verily, according to the tool you use, write a migration file. Yep. Right. So it'll add columns to transaction up and down. That makes sense. And apply them with migrate up or like migrate, just like migrate might run all of them to get you to there. Yep. Version control, you check them in. Guys, keep the migrations. That's literally the point.
Yep.
Oh, Ecto, great point. Yeah, Ecto would be good. Why are
Ecto's
good
good.
migrations written in a reversible manner? They're not. I mean, that's a little based. That's actually how I do mine.
Also true.
That's kind of true because you should always roll back changes before applying new ones. That sounds like an LLM answer. Like it reasons with itself and gets to 3. I like that. I'm gonna go 2. Wait, I shouldn't have announced that because
I did it with you. No, we had to do it
Okay.
together on this one. If I
multiple
screwed up,
choice we're doing together. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, true. Okay.
same migration review, but now I get to do this
Yep.
one. Will database migrations often be coupled with application code updates? Yes.
I feel like yeah, it has to be.
Might be confusing if not.
That would be crazy. You're just changing your schema, but not any code. That'd be wild.
I would want to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
You got another big read. Go for it, baby.
Okay. SQL data types. Okay, this is where for SQL Latte, they've got a little less types than like what I like for some of the other ones, but that's fine.
Yeah.
We've got the important ones here. Null.
True.
That
Good one.
one, I guarantee you're going to get bit in the butt by that bad boy at some point.
Every day of my
integer.
life.
Yep. Integer. Real. I've always found as a mathematician that calling them real numbers is very funny because you're like, they are like integers aren't real now or something. Text, UTF-8 strings, blobs. That's like, yeah. I mean, personally, I've actually found for some stuff you can just put the images in the database, bro. It's actually
I
easier.
did that for my first startup. I put
Yeah,
the
yeah.
images in
It's
my
actually
MySQL
easier.
database.
Yeah. Boolean values are written in SQLite true or false, but the really ones are zeros. You'll find that a lot for SQLite. The things are just stored in like ones and zeros or some different way. That's fine.
You also find that for the C programming language.
That's true. I think that's where they got it from. So we'll let you write your queries using Boolean using true and false keywords, but it'll convert them to 0 or 1 under the hood. So how is true stored and presented in SQLite? True is stored as 1. That's easy.
Easy. All SQL databases support the same data types. False. Because there's
Big
JSON
false.
A and JSON B in Postgres.
Big false. Also, there's like a bunch of PG underscore types that you can have as well. Those are pretty obviously for Postgres only.
They even say it in their name. All right, go for it.
What type would you use to store a user's email address?
Blob.
I was trying to figure out if there was a your mama joke.
All right, I'm going to do text. Screw you. I'm just not even listening to your answer. All right,
Yeah, your turn.
table. You're working on CashPal's latest social media feature named CashPal Chatter, which, by the way, social media and Cash I don't like. Okay, I don't like the
I love
fact.
putting those together.
I don't like it.
I like my bank having a social media attack surface area.
Media posts that contain a picture of their latest purchase along with the text and some other information. You've been assigned to create a new post table. Write a SQL statement, and SQL statement, and it's and because he says SQL, which starts with an E.
Yeah,
It's an SQL
right.
statement. A
Right,
squeal
and
statement.
squeal?
Yeah,
No, that's not right.
that's wrong. Squeal
Wrong.
statement to create a new table named post, which should contain the following columns: ID, image, this one, this one, this one. Okay, cool. Use the data types to make the most. Oh, use the data types to make the most
So,
sense.
lot of typing in this one, lot of chances to mess
Lot of
up
chances.
create table here.
All right, I'm not gonna mess that up. And also, ID is unclear. I feel like ID should be a text, right? I'm using new UIDs, right? Or are we just using int?
Maybe just finish reading the assignment before
Oh,
you
well, I'm glad that I'm asking questions that are answered. Okay, that means that these are good questions.
That's
Okay,
good. You're leading the users on
yeah.
there. That's good. That's good. That's really good.
I assume author. It does not state. Oh, ID columns. Okay, all ID columns is sponsored. True.
Hashtag ad.
Hashtag true, idiot. And run. Oh my gosh, I forgot a semicolon.
Oh, and did you hit submit or did you hit
I
run?
hit submit. You're
Oh,
not allowed to hit run. Run is for
oh, no
cowards.
hitting run.
Of course
Okay.
not. Run is for cowards.
Okay. All right. All right.
All right.
Then
I owe
we'll
you one
start.
sub.
We're starting now. We're starting now. That's fine.
Oh, did you hit run and had an error?
I hit run. I've been for that one. I hit run because I typed a lot of stuff. I wanted to make sure I didn't forget a comma or something stupid.
No. Don't be a
Okay.
coward. I just can't believe I got had
Okay. That's
by a
fine. That's
semicolon.
fine.
That's
We're
gonna
good
get
then.
me.
We're good. Cash Foul Chatter is a huge hit. Wow, that's crazy. We just posted it and now it's ready to go like that. That's wild.
That
It's
is
already a
wild.
huge hit. We're crushing it. The
Thank you,
engineers at
Fortnite.
Cash Foul have decided that some changes need to be made to our post table. You've been asked to write an up migration. Oh, that's easy. No problem. We need to achieve the following rename a column. That ain't no thing. Posts.
All right, we're gonna rename a column to what? Okay. Oh, okay. Posts. Okay. Uh,
Add a new column. Okay, no problem. We're gonna add column that bad boy as well in a moment.
question: can you look up anything on the internet, or is it like you have
Oh,
to
I
pay
see.
attention?
I feel like you have to pay attention. I thought that everything we need to know has been in these wonderfully crafted lessons. I feel like.
True. Wonderfully crafted.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I am going to fail. It sounds like.
You got it. Just say exactly what you want to do. Alter table posts, rename column.
I know,
It
but
pretty much tells you.
it still feels scary.
Dude, we already are making our platform we're already dropping is sponsored. It was like
So
it was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to read
weeks
over
into
mine.
it.
Okay, I think I'm good. I'm good.
All right, I think I'm
I'm
good
clicking
too.
submit. Oh,
Oh, confetti.
confetti
All right,
boys.
confetti. All right. Null values. In SQL, a cell with a null value indicates that the value is missing. A null value is
Mhm.
very different from a zero value. When creating
Mhm.
a table, we can define whether or not a field can or cannot be null, and that's the kind of constraint. We will cover constraints in more detail soon. For now, let's focus on null values assignment. We didn't force any constraints on our table. When we created them, it has allowed null entries to make their way into our table. Oh no. Let's take a look at our transactions table to see what those null values look like.
Dang
Write
it.
a query to select all the fields on all records from the transaction table.
Already done.
Yeah, but did you spell it correctly? Submit.
I did. I was actually really nervous because I was like, this would be a sucky one to lose a sub on.
Dude, to lose a sub on a select star hurts. Okay.
Oh no. Wow, look at this table. It's garbage, dude.
I didn't even look at it.
What? You're supposed to look at it says observe. You didn't do it. That's a sub.
No, I got confetti and I moved on. Okay. I stopped reading once the confetti rains. All right. I'm just like
Once the
Fetty.
confetti's out, it's done. Well, it looks bad. The table has a lot of empty things. Okay, constraints. Constraint is a rule we create on a database that enforces some specific behavior. We're going to define a not null constraint, which also, this is a very important thing. If you are writing some squeal, you got to be putting not null and stuff, or you're going to have a bad day.
Bad
Okay.
day.
So we're actually doing a few of these in here: integer primary key, name text unique. We're going to get back to that later, and a title with not null. In
Mm.
other dialects of SQL, you can add constraint with an alter table, but SQLite does not support this feature. That's crazy. I
Well,
remember
dude,
running into this.
SQLite's all about the 10 commandments, right? Like once you create a table of rules, like that's it. That's the rules.
That's fair. I remember running into this a while ago, and then I think I got tilted about it because I was like, that's crazy. What do you mean I can't make it not null later or something?"
Yeah, that's
Okay.
should be smarter, dog.
Yep. Thankfully, all the tables we've created for cache file up to this point have been for testing purposes. We've been debated,
Wait,
Brian.
we've created a site with users just for testing purposes?
That's awesome. They're actually everyone's open clause from chat. Now that we have better understanding of constraints, let's rebuild our database with the proper constraints and tables. Also, pro tip, don't be afraid to do this when you're doing dev stuff. Don't have 45 migrations for your very first round of the code. Just feel free to just delete that crap and start again.
I
You'll
do
have a
that.
much
That is
better
the
time.
best thing to do is when you go to production, drop everything and
Yeah.
then retry it.
Wow, this is a new long one. Create table users. We've got a long one coming in here right now. In ID integer primary key. Prime. There's a lot. Also,
Sorry,
really, why does that have to
I was
be a
texting my
primary
son. He
key?
was texting me. Let me
No,
know.
I
That's
was
good,
thinking,
Dad.
where's the teachery key? That doesn't seem fair at all.
I don't like your joke. All right, let's rebuild our
I'm
database.
almost done.
All right. Do we need to drop the previous users table?
No, I think we're just creating it. Assignment is just to create it. Prime, I'm even going to give you a hint. This is a long one. Don't forget your semicolon. I don't want to sub so badly that I get it from a semicolon. Okay.
True, true. I just want to make sure I got these things down. Don't worry, don't worry. Now let's see. Just to make sure I got it. Not nulls. There's no commas. Okay, good, good. I hate commas except when they're useful. Age. All right. Country code. I mean, there's only one country code that matters. Got 'em, UK. Uh, password, text, not null. Don't you have to not worry about not null on a unique field? I almost
On a
forgot the
unique field?
semicolon. Yeah.
I don't know. Then can't one of them be null?
Yeah, but that's only one guy. He screwed it all up.
It just, yeah, that seems bad.
All right, I'm gonna do control enter because I want to see. Can you just like control enter? Oh, that ran it. It doesn't submit it. That kind of feels disappointing. There we go.
But I can't
Got
tell
it.
that it.
Yeah, I won. I got it. I
Okay,
got
I
confetti.
clicked. I clicked one.
Did you? Oh, TJ
I
failed. He doesn't even know. He didn't.
I
Even
think
see
I did.
confetti.
Well, I clicked. Lane told me to click a special button, and I don't know if it messed something up or not. But we're good.
Okay. Are you
It
sure?
shows my thing. It
Okay.
shows it.
Okay.
I got confetti, I think. How do I tell if
No,
for sure
there's
I
no
got it right?
confetti. I think.
Well, I got confetti.
Okay, then you got it
I
right.
think I might have messed it up on the first one. I don't know. But Lane told me to click a special treasure chest, and I don't know what happened.
Lane, we're in the middle of a heated competition right now. You can't do that. No,
Are
he's
you on
laughing at
primary
you.
keys now too?
If I'm not
I don't
mistaken,
know.
you have ADHD. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Anyways.
How do you know? I quit reading though. I actually completely forgot what we're talking about at this point. Primary key.
This is definitely yours. Yeah.
A key defines and protects relationships between tables. Ooh, I love that. Let's see. A
That's
primary
important.
key is a special column that uniquely identifies records within a table. Each table can have one and only one primary key. Your primary key will almost always be the ID column. It's very common to have a column named ID on each table in a database, and that ID is the primary key for the table. No two rows in that table can share an ID. You can have in Postgres, you can have a composite primary key, right?
Yes. I think you might be able to in SQLite as well.
I don't think so.
Really? You can add a unique constraint on multiple different things, which is more or less like the same, I think.
I
And then
don't.
an
Yeah, I don't
index.
know in a database if it is the same. I don't know how that algorithms work, but it sounds like it should be the same. All right. A primary key constraint can be explicitly specified on a column to ensure uniqueness, rejecting any inserts where you attempt to create duplicate IDs. Assignment: run the code. Notice that there is a bug. There is a violation of a primary key constraint on the ID column. Fix the data that is being inserted Okay, so you can't run the code. We just have to look and fix.
It literally says run the code.
I know, but we know. We created the users table. We know that the ID cannot be the same.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, yeah,
Boom,
that's fine too.
confettied. Yeah, you just come on. We know what we're doing around here.
I was already on the next one anyway. I'm ready for foreign keys.
You're classic skipper a header.
Foreign keys are what make relational databases relational. Whoa, that's crazy. Chat, you guys really better pay attention right now. Some of you could use some relationship advice.
True.
Foreign keys define the relationship between tables. Simply put, a foreign key is a field in one table that references another table's primary key. How do we create a foreign key in SQLite? Great question, chat. You use the word foreign key. That's a big tip in SQLite. So after we define the table fields, that's when we add a new constraint. Okay. So notice, Prime, if you can highlight it on your page so they can see it,
Yeah.
where the constraint part comes right there. That's after we define the fields. That's a nice spot to write down your constraints right there. In this example, an employee has a department ID, and the department ID must be, it must be an ID field from the department's table. Okay. This is important. This is literally the relationship in relational database. So what do we need to do? Our user table stores the country our users are from in a country code field. We need some additional data about countries like their name, but we don't want to bloat our users table with all that country data. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That checks out. The locations team. We have a whole team for locations. Wow.
This
I-
company is scaling.
I bet we have kombucha on tap as well. Then that's sick. They created a countries table and can link to a user to their country by setting a foreign key in the user's table. Creating a foreign key without the constraint means the name of the constraint is auto assigned. Oh, without naming it FK underscore departments for foreign key departments, it will just automatically make one. I think it's saying. Take a look at the code. There's an issue with the insert statements again. Fix up the data so no foreign key constraints are violated.
There's an issue with insert statements again. Fix up the data so no foreign key constraints are violated. You'll need to reference the setup in the up squeal table in the code editor. Okay. Countries. I see
Dang,
what
he
happened.
found it already.
Yeah.
He found it already. This guy's fast.
Oh, I'm fast. Okay.
This
just wanna
guy's
make sure.
fast.
Dude, what happened if he's debating me though? What happened if he's giving me the old LLM treatment, being like great insight, and then it's just wrong?
What an insightful change.
And just boom, wrong. Got him. I love
You really got
guessing.
into the heart of the matter.
All right, here we go. Schema. TJ's favorite word.
It is one of my favorites.
We've used the word schema a few times. Now let's talk about what the word means. A database schema describes how data is organized within it. I don't think I actually read that sentence correct, but I believe I got all the words that made enough sense.
I think
Data
it's
types.
good.
Yeah. Data types, table names, field names, constraints, and the relationship between all those entities are a part of the database's schema. There is no perfect way to architect a database schema, such as
But there are wrong ways.
there are
chat.
wrong ways, such as
There are wrong
is
ways.
admin. When designing a database schema, there typically isn't a correct solution. We do our best to choose a sane set of tables, fields, constraints, etc., etc. You're supposed to put 2 of them if you properly use that. That will accomplish our project's goals. Like many things in programming, different schema designs come with different trade-offs. How do we decide on a sane schema architecture? Let's use Cascal
Ask
as
the
an
LLM.
example.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
a good. Hey, you're getting to the heart of the matter right there. One very important decision that needs to be made is to decide which table will store a user's balance. As you can imagine, ensuring our data is accurate when dealing with money is super important. We want to
That
be
makes
able
sense.
to what data type do you use for money?
For me, I usually use Tiger Beetle.
That's a
I
good.
put the whole database in there.
Keep track of the user's current balance, see the historical balance at any point in the past, see a log of which transactions changed the balance over time. There are many ways to approach this problem. Our first attempt, let's try the simplest schema that fulfills our project needs. Assignment. The architect team. Oh, there's an architecture team. There's a team. Wow.
Sick.
That's
We
how you
definitely
know
have
you're
kombucha
getting
on
some
tap.
good architecture.
We're
right
so
there.
set, bro.
We
We're
are
so set.
So excited right now. At Cash
We're
Pal.
I like what level of pre-revenue are we at? We're at pre-revenue, pre-product. I don't think we're pre-idea though.
We haven't even hit our current table situation. Okay, we are
True.
pre-tables right now. The transactions table stores individual transactions, and we keep track of the current balance on the transaction record, the transaction record. If we want the current balance, we can just look at the most recent transaction.
Oh, okay. Sure. Sure,
All
sure,
right,
sure. I'll
sure.
buy that for this. Yeah.
Sure. Why not? I don't think anything can go wrong here. Create the
Mm.
transactions table with the following field constraints. Okay, we can do another create. I'm ready for this. Even though I have created transactions many times now.
Yeah, but we didn't use the words primary key afterwards. Quick
True.
question for you
Yeah.
or this. I mean, I'm not seeing any constraints on sender or recipient, right?
I
We're
was just
allowing
thinking,
those.
where's that not null? Like, really, where is that? You can just send money to nobody? How does that work?
I'm thinking it's because what if we delete somebody? We want to still be able to keep track that that transaction happened.
Yeah, but
Because
you
like
need some sort of
imagine
base information to be like this user existed, but now is gone.
well, right, but I'm saying like if you I don't know, it seems weird to me.
I don't know how we got ourselves into this situation, considering we still don't
Maybe
have a
we'll
product.
modify this table later. I don't know.
Just to make sure I got everything I need. There's no foreign keys or anything. We're not doing any sort of
That's what
foreign
I'm
keying.
saying. That's what I'm saying too.
I know. I'm trying to like, what's the trick, Lane? What's the trap? What's the M
No,
Night
this is
Shyamalan?
okay. This is okay. I'm sure it's good. I'm hitting submit on mine. Confetti.
All right, confettied.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Hey, give me some knocks.
Relational.
Wrong side. Yo, that was great knocks right
Yeah.
there.
We've been using this from relational quite a bit. It's time we actually go over what that means once again. I don't even need to make the joke. Chat, you already know the joke. A relational database is a type of database that stores data so it can be easily related to other data, which makes sense. That's the connecting lines over here. Chat, that's the connecting lines in the picture. Okay. For example, a user can have many tweets. I do have a lot of tweets. There's a relationship between a user and their tweet. In a relational database, the data is typically represented in tables.
Mm,
Yes, this is your Excel spreadsheet. Each table has columns or fields that hold attributes. Yep. And each row is called a record
a
or a
record.
record.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
record.
Typically, each record has a unique ID called the primary key. All right, that part all makes sense so far. We've seen this student courses thing. That's all great. This is easy peasy. So Sam has an ID of one. You can find Sam's courses by looking in the student courses. So this is how we store if Sam has multiple courses. We can't just keep on adding other columns. You don't want to do student has course 1, course 2, course 3, course 4, course 5, as like separate columns. Although I've seen it done. I've
I've been
seen
there. No one can take more than 5 courses. All
no
right.
one can take more than 5 courses at a time, so we hard code those into the student and we leave them there.
It's actually impossible.
And then someone takes 6 courses and it's GG.
And then it's alter table. 6 courses
Yep.
is impossible to.
So Sam, how many courses is Sam enrolled in? Well, we see Sam has ID 1. We go to student courses and see he's got 3. At least in my book, looks like he's got 3.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
All right. Confettied. All right, so now we just need to do this. How many students are in the ASP.NET MVC course?
I hope
Mercy on your soul,
0.
2. Well, it's ID 2. Looks like only Sam
Mhm.
is. Sam, that you ignorant slut. How did you do this?
Sam, 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 Sam.
All
You
right.
poor soul.
You are on assignment part 1 of 2 for this lesson. I probably didn't need to read
Mm.
that, but it was text on the
I
screen.
was like,
It's text on the screen, baby. Relational versus non-relational databases. The big difference between relational and non-relational databases is that non-relational databases nest their data. True. I've Elasticsearched before. Instead of keeping records on separate tables, they store records within other records. To oversimplify it, you can think of non-relational databases as giant JSON blobs. If a user can have multiple courses, you might just add
oh,
all the courses to the user record.
this is like just what I was talking about, basically.
Yeah, this is also a,
Mm-hmm.
a good way to store things
Mm-hmm.
if you used Mongo. This often results in duplicate data within the database. That's obviously less than ideal, but it does have some benefits that we'll talk about later in this course. Okay, okay. Nice. Yeah, I see this. I see this. You can have one title. Yeah, you have a post and comment. Instead, you have a post with the title and it's all in there. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yep. That makes sense.
All right. Blank databases often duplicate data, while blank databases do not. Non relational, relational.
Mhm.
Boom, got it.
Non-relational databases connect similar entities by using non-relational databases. I'm going to get tricked one of these times. I clicked the wrong one because I wasn't paying enough attention. Connect similar entities by using, I would say, keys or sometimes nested data. Mostly nested data. But
Non-relational
like it's a
databases
little
connect, yeah, by nested
so
data.
it's nested data in this case. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it
Yeah.
also still feels like, I mean, you still use keys. But
I
yeah, I see what they're saying.
I think
I see what they're
concurrency could
saying.
be good.
By Flubber is also another option. Okay, CRUD. CRUD's an acronym that stands for create, read, update, and delete. And you can tell programmers think highly of themselves. These four operations are the bread and butter of nearly every database you will create. That is really true.
Yeah.
They also map nicely with HTTP. True. Post, get, put, and delete. Very nice. We've created a table for you called CRUD. It's a toy table we're using for interview practice at CashPal.
Oh, I like
Dang, nice.
that.
We've already
Yeah.
got interview pipeline ready to go. This company is crushing it. Determine which SQL command can be used for a read operation and use it to read all the fields and all the records in the CRUD table.
All right. Select star from CRUD, semicolon.
That's what
Right?
I thought as well. That's what I'm that's what I'm hitting for submit.
Okay, that's
So
what I'm hitting.
we can
Yeah.
both do that then. I was like, that seems like a really complicated way to say select star. I was like, we already know how to do that.
Tables are pretty useless without data in them. In Squeal, we can add records to a table using an insert into statement. And when using an
Hmm.
insert statement, we must first apply the table we are inserting the record into, followed by the fields within that table we want to add values to. For example, insert into employees, the columns, the values. Yes. This
Yep.
one gets me. I always forget. I've forgot this one a few times. All
I
right. Because
sometimes do some spots of this backwards, I feel, for some reason, I don't know why, like switch the order of like where the fields need to go or something, but
yeah, this one's an easy one to screw up. Take a look at the create table statement in the setup code in the up squeal. What's up, squeal?
what's up, Squeal?
It's a great. I'm gonna start calling you squeal.
Nice. It's good.
Uh,
That's good.
a tab for the user's table structure and use that information to insert the following records into the table. All right, so we need to do this. I like how they give us all the
Wow,
names.
it's a
We don't
lot of
have.
typing. There's a lot of maybe this one we can call it even. Just have a feeling we're about to do something where we type this wrong.
All right.
I should probably copy paste these in, but it's kind of like a matter of personal pride
Yeah, yeah.
to not
I'm definitely
to
not
not
copy
copy paste it
pasting.
in. I
No,
feel
that
like that's a little bit cheating.
it ruins like part of the practice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think you're allowed to
Sammy
copy and paste in.
within your own test, of course.
Yes, because it's actually really hard not to screw this up.
I know I'm feeling a little nervous here because it's not only do I need to get the
Ooh,
columns right, but then I gotta get everything. I gotta get all the names is right as well.
I
I'm
gotta
triple
spell
checking
things
here.
right. I gotta spell things right. That's crazy.
Triple checking here. Oh, okay. All right. I think I'm ready. I'm hitting submit. Oh, confetti, boys.
Okay, I typically don't like to be so far behind, so I'm just gonna hit submit. Go, confetti. All right, nice.
Nice, nice. CRUD database life cycle. It's important to understand how data flows through a typical web application. This is true. This is like you send a request, it hits the server. That server's got to talk to your database. In this case, SQLite might be running on the same server, probably. But you're running Postgres, could be somewhere else. Don't forget if you're running this, to put them in the same data center, though, if you can, because otherwise you're just making life really slow for yourself.
True.
The front end processes some data. Oh, we already said all this. Okay, front end typically communicates with the database directly to add new records. Maybe if it's what's Firebase, what's the one where?
It's Firebase. That seems like a Firebase move.
uh,
Okay, front end typically communicates with the database directly. Oh, well, I mean, typically, there's a lot
false.
of Firebase. There's a lot of
There's a lot,
Firebase.
right? By volume or by
The create in CRUD maps to which squeal statement in the HTTP method. Select get. Wait, create. We want to do insert and post.
That's what I was thinking.
Yep. Oh, yeah, dude. I just earned a sharpshooter chest. Oh, I'm
Oh
getting,
my
dude, I'm
goodness.
getting like just rained on over here in
You
attributes.
you
I am
lucky dog,
powering
bro.
up over here.
Many dialects of Squeal support an auto increment feature. Very nice. When inserting records with auto increment, the database will make, believe it or not, the new thing automatically. That's what the auto is for, chat. In SQLite, an integer ID field that has the primary key constraint will auto increment by default. Thanks, Squeal Light. That's nice of you. This looks like JD's, I feel like, does it not? The header for IDs, the second big
Oh,
header.
it's not JD's.
No, no, it's not.
It
It's
must be
IDs.
GD's then. Gosh dang.
Depending on how your database is set up, you may be using traditional IDs or you may be using UUIDs. It doesn't automatically have a incrementing UUID, so we won't do that. Plus, if you were
Yep.
going to do that, you should be using V7. Okay. Anyways, using auto increment in SQLite,
Ryan
we're using
Winchester.
traditional IDs. So we're going to do integer primary key. That's easy, and it auto adds the field for us. So that's nice. So we no longer, when we write our insert into statements, we don't have to put the ID anymore.
Love it.
Great point. Why is there an apostrophe after ID in the header? Great point. ID apostrophe S Lane.
Well, it says IDs possess the following attributes.
This paragraph
It
is
belongs
the
to ID.
IDs. It
Yeah.
belongs to ID.
You wouldn't
It's
understand. It's
this.
relational. I get it. It's pretty complicated.
It
Uh,
owns this. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's English. So
all right, so now we just need to do name, age, country code.
Lane, did we have to have so many fields, man? You're just increasing the chances I give Prime a sub. I don't like that.
I know.
Oh, I spelled Lance wrong for a second.
I'm going to go with double
Close one.
quotes instead of single quotes. I like double
Okay.
quotes better.
All right. I'm not going to stop you.
Can you say 1 or can you say 0 instead of false? Is that valid?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You just
Oh,
want
it'll
me to
let you
screw
do
it up.
that. In fact, you can just use the string false. You should try it.
I am not going to try it. Nice try, idiot. Try to get me with that one.
I actually think you can do that, by the way. That seems like a SQLitism. Oh my goodness. I typed well, I'm not okay, you're already there. I typed auto increment like it was a keyword for the
Oh,
password. At
hit
first I didn't
tab.
put it in a string. Yeah. Well, I just was typing and I forgot to put it in quotes. And let me make sure. Okay.
I think that looks good.
Tifaroon? Yeah, why not? It's
Yeah, I'm
only
just
a
gonna say
sub.
submit. I confettied.
Mine's literally just stuck on running your code. That's not a good sign. Lane?
Copy or copy. Just cut, copy, refresh.
I can't cancel. Okay, nope. I got the confetti. I clicked cancel and it confettied. I'm gonna call that a W. Next, quick, next one.
I don't know about that
Next
one.
one.
Okay. Manual inserting every single record in a database would be extremely time-consuming task. Working with raw Squeal, as we are now, is not super common when designing backend systems. When working with Squeal within a software system like a backend web application, you'll typically have access to a programming language such as Go or Python. For example,
Mhm.
a backend server written in Go can use string concatenation to dynamically create Squeal statements. Also, bad idea. Use Squeal C, baby. And that's usually how it's done. I don't know. This looks super dangerous to me. Don't do this, Ryan.
He said, finish reading
Oh,
the
okay.
paragraph.
Okay. I think that's really dangerous. That's foreshadowing, TJ. And you didn't even let me
Oh,
okay, you didn't even
nice.
let me foreshadow. The
Nice.
example
Mhm.
above is an oversimplification of what really happens when you access a database using Go code. In essence, it's correct. String interpolation is how production systems access databases. That's actually true, by the way. We are just
Yeah,
string interpolating at the end of
that's
the day.
true. That's 100% true. Mhm.
That said, it must be done carefully to not be a security vulnerability. We'll talk more about that later. What was it in PHP the old days? MySQL real string reals? What was it? There was a way
I
you
thought
had
you
to,
could just call him old Bobby drop tables.
no, like back in the day, you actually had to like every single field you had to pass, you had to like clean your strings. Every time someone creates an account on Boot.dev, Alan or Lane has to manually add them to the database by hand, writing a query.
I want to put true so bad.
I want to put true so bad. It's false. All right.
Within backend systems, SQL queries are typically generated by code. I would say
Ooh,
that's
that's actually,
probably the
hold on.
that's what they're saying here though. The one on the left is generated by code. That's not handwritten. It's
Okay,
not
okay.
that
I
they
was about to say
literally put
that's artisanal. Like we're looking at that, that's artisanal right there.
I'm going to put generated by code.
Okay, true.
We can use a select statement to get a count of the records within a table. This can be very useful when we need to know how many records there are. It kind of looks like a function, so it's nice.
Dangerously looks like a function.
Yeah. The star in this case refers to the column name. Usually, I think most query planners disregard kind of what's inside of there for that kind of thing. So it
Yeah,
doesn't
because it
really
has to be an
matter.
aggregate, right? You have to group by, or you have to do some sort of aggregate
Right.
functions. You
It's
have to do
about
something
how many,
special.
like,
Yeah.
right. It's how many rows or records get returned, I think is the correct way to say it. Yeah. Here's the current state of our user table: David, Samantha, John, Ram, etc. Our business
Tifferoon.
strategy team at Cashflow wants to know how many users of the app we have. We can't use the ID number to calculate the count because user accounts can be deleted. We in the EU or something, bro? What's going on?
Good.
We're,
Hey,
we're,
good question, TJ.
we're letting users delete? Boo.
I can't remember if count is case sensitive or not. I don't think it is either. I don't think
No,
anything
nothing.
is. Yeah, I want to say
Nothing.
nothing is.
I haven't even been uppercasing most stuff because I'm worried that I'm gonna hit an extra shift or something and then
Yes.
and lose the entire game here, which would be really sad.
Employees is a very difficult word. All right, good. All
It's
right.
that's a super tough one to spell.
There's a lot of E's in there. All right.
A lot of E's.
All right, here we go. Submit. Wait, what? No such table employees?
Yes.
Oh, oh,
Bad at
users.
reading strikes again.
No, because it says it right here.
No, literally,
I
to read
know.
the assignment. Read
That is that really tickles my okay.
HTTP CRUD database lifecycle. Wait, didn't we already talk about this? Oh no, this is specifically for create now. Okay, so we get users, we can select them, we bring them back, we get some JSON obj. Unless you're using hypermedia,
Yeah. Or a proper
um,
serialization protocol.
extra good point as well. First the page loads, then we do a get request, then we select, etc. Oh, we talked about create. This is how we do read. Got it. I was like, that doesn't make sense. We're not creating it. This is just reading. This is the R in CRUD. The HTTP method that generally corresponds with SQL select is get. That's easy.
That's
You even
easy.
made a course about that on here.
I did. I know a couple of the verbs.
Which happens first? A select statement is executed, JSON response is sent, or a get request is made. We make the request first, guys. It's a request response model, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, the where clause. In order to keep learning about CRUD operations in Squeal, we need to learn to make the instructions we send to our database more specific. True, we don't always want all the users all the time. If we're unable to specify read, update, or delete making queries, it would be really bad. That's 1000% true. Say we had over 9,000 records. No way. We often want to look at user specific data without retrieving all the records. So we still do select, but now we do where to get the records that we want to retrieve. Select stays the same, chat. So if you can see right here, this is the interesting bit that's going on here. Okay, we can write pretty complicated stuff in this where section. Okay, this will select only the name field of any user within the users table where the power level field is greater than equal to 9,000. We need to know the username of all the users that have admin privileges. Oh, that's easy, chat. Here you go. Select username from users where, this is the new part. I know you can't see my screen. You know what? What if I switch this to virtual cam? Here we go. Boot.dev mobile. Where's my code, bro? Where's my code? Here we go. Select username from users where, I don't remember what the assignment was. Oh, where is admin is true. Where is admin equals true. But do I have to do is for Booleans? Does anyone remember? Either way. Okay, nice.
Why is
Nice.
my screen screwed up? Oh, TJ, you can't change your screen.
I can change my screen.
I know, but look at what it
This is,
does.
yeah, this was the only way chat could see me writing a query.
Okay.
So then we'll go
just
back to just me
FYI.
now. Here.
Just
See? Look
FYI,
at that.
I
Yep,
walked out
yep,
there and my
yep.
daughter was covering my door in soap. If you're wondering, she said it looked dirty. Got out a sponge filled with Dawn, cleaned my door.
Based.
All right, so what's the assignment here? We need to know the username of all users in our users table that have admin privileges. Okay, I could do that. So we can go like this. We need to know all the user names. Ho ho ho. From users where
Oh, look at he's
is
breaking out
admin
the
equals
multi-line
true.
queries.
Now here's the thing I can't. It's only a single equals. They don't technically specify what it is. We don't have
Yeah,
any examples
I
in
have
here.
single equals as well, so we can both click submit. I'm pretty sure it works.
You just try to say we can both click submit, knowing that I didn't have a semicolon, trying to bamboozle me.
I didn't read yours far enough.
We need to know the
I assumed
user.
you were going multi-line queries. You really knew what was going on.
Yeah, there you go. Got it. Where is admin equals true? Yeah.
I think you can do either way.
All right, nice. Finding null values. You can use a where clause to filter values by whether or not they are null. JavaScript null is, let's see, select star. Okay, is null. JavaScript not null. We can do that. Assignment. The way we store transactions at CashPal is interesting. We store, I've never heard someone say the word interesting for how they store stuff and it being a good outcome. Nice, TJ. I think you're muted, but
I
how's
heard
the
you.
wife?
No, I agree with you. Interesting is usually not how I want to hear my database tables described.
The
Yep.
user is the owner of the transaction, and a user ID is never null. But we also, I thought we had receiver and sender. Okay. Whenever the owner of the transaction receives money, the sender will not be null. It will be the user ID of the sender. The recipient will be null.
Wait, what? I'm reading this paragraph like 5 times. Lane, select
Yo,
all the rows and their columns from the transaction table where the owner of the transaction is receiving money.
all right, so let's see. Just whenever the owner of the
Receiving money.
transaction receives money, the sender ID will not be null. It'll be the user ID of the sender. The recipient ID will be null. So I think we can just select all the rows and their columns. I think you can just select star from transactions where what's it called? Where recipient ID is null is what he's saying.
Sure, but it wouldn't be isn't it easier to write? I would write it as where sender ID is not null, isn't well, I guess should we say
Actually,
both?
I mean to be the most correct, it would be
Yeah,
sender
and
it'd be sender ID
recipient ID
equals
is null.
user ID. Sender ID equals user ID and recipient ID equals null. Wait, is null, right? Wouldn't that be the most correct one?
I don't know. Wait, now I got more confused. Shoot.
Well, because the sender ID will not be null. It'll be the user ID of the sender.
I'm gonna read the transactions up squeal. Let's go over
Okay,
to
yeah.
that
Hey,
page and then we'll check.
let's go over there.
The owner is receiving money.
Oh,
So then
the user ID is the recipient ID in the send case. It's the initiator of it.
it's who is saying I want your money on CashPal.
Yeah, so I think it's just recipient
Got
ID
it.
is null, I think is what they're trying to say.
Got it. So select all the rows where the owner of the transaction is receiving money. So I think you're right. I think where recipient ID is
Isn't
null
yeah.
and sender ID is not null, right?
Yep. I don't think you have to do the end there. I think you just have to simply do is. Yeah, I'm sending it. I got it.
Okay, I'm gonna try mine where I said sender ID is not null and recipient ID is null.
That should be
Nice,
true.
mine also worked.
Yeah, that should be true. You just wanted extra work for the database, idiot.
Yeah, I since we're not burning any LLM tokens to do this work, I sort of feel like I don't want to write efficient code. I need to still burn a little bit of electricity
That's
for
true.
my day. Mhm.
If these
Yep.
rainforests don't burn themselves down, like
That's right. That's right. They just keep growing by themselves. That's so bad, bro.
so bad.
Who's
All right,
gonna use up all the water if not for me?
when a user does, dude, I gotta keep those golf courses clean or green. When a user deletes their account on Twitter or deletes a comment on YouTube video, that data needs to be removed from its respective database. Funny, 'cause
That
that's
is a lie. You
that
need
is-
to just flip is deleted to true.
there's no deleting here.
Deleted at timestamp.
A delete statement removes all records from a table that match the where clause. By the way, delete is the scariest. Okay.
Also, the insane thing about it is you write the delete part first and then the where at the end. It has to be the worst design of all time.
It really is. Because
Oh, whoops. I wrote delete from employees. That's fine, bro.
the worst part is if you do delete from employees semicolon where ID, like you somehow add a semicolon here, it will first be like, got it. And then it'll be like, by the way, that where statement doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, also it will be like some places will let you send it without a trailing semicolon and then just put one there for you. So if you just wrote delete from employees and then pressed enter to go to a new line, but enter was submit, oopsies. See you later.
Not a fan of delete.
Right?
Delete terrifies me. Delete is the scariest of all the commands. I actually, you know what? I don't even blame big data or these big data places, these get big data, for just saying deleted at and putting a timestamp on it or is
deleted at's good, dude. Deleted at is good.
Because it's actually scary. They're like, actually, we're not even going to delete. It's too scary
Also,
for us.
never actually want it deleted, basically. They always want it back later. They want to be able to say to undo. They want to be able to be like, actually, I didn't mean to click delete on that. Actually, I only deleted that because like,
I was angry at my
my friends were
girlfriend.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't want them to know that like I really like watching the Primogen, so I deleted that from my liked videos. But then I want to bring that back later.
All right, assignment. Samantha, one of our Cash Pal users, has opted to delete her account and stop using our app, which
We
makes us
tell her
sad.
no.
Yeah, sorry. Anyways, we need to remove her record from the database. Delete Samantha's record from the user database. All right. I wonder if you delete everything. Can you resubmit it? Now I'm so curious. Don't.
Oh yeah, you can test that as a run. I won't.
Okay.
It
Here we
doesn't
go.
count against you. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run it. I deleted everything. Now can I select star from users? Okay, it's still there. Okay. It does restore everything for you. Because it is very funny just to be delete everything.
Well, okay, I got
Yeah.
mine.
Okay. Delete from
Confetti.
this one. Where ID what is it called? It is ID equals 2. Submit. Bang, got him. Can I be right back again? I have to be right
Sure,
back.
play the video
I'll play the
Share
video.
100.
and then walk away like a
Share
good
100
React
of
streamer.
Very, very shameful. And
It's true. That's true. Okay, I'm gonna play the video because I just have to go pour the hot
Next
water
week, tomorrow.
into my tea.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Bye
you're
bye.
good.
Are usually the ones that are first
be
to
right back.
admit that their code base is a flaming pile of garbage. And frankly, they're surprised that anyone pays to use the app that they built. And because your team is only one bad commit away from potentially wiping
not
out all
wrong,
of your
though.
customers' data, a backup strategy is usually a good idea. So let's talk about a few different database backup strategies. The most common strategy is snapshots. They're taken regularly on some interval and stored on a separate server. A lot of companies I've worked for in the past just do daily snapshots. For example, every night at midnight, an automated task runs that copies all of the tables from the database into cold storage somewhere. Snapshot data doesn't necessarily need to be easy to access, like you don't need to be able to query it live, but it should of course be retrievable. In the event of a disaster,
Yeah,
we need a way to take the
Snapchats
data
go
from
away,
the
I'm pretty
snapshot
sure.
and restore it back into production. Now, there is a big problem here. If we're just taking a snapshot once daily and something bad happens, we're going to irreversibly lose all the data that happened between the last snapshot and when disaster actually struck. A simple way to
True.
mitigate this would be to do hourly snapshots instead of daily ones. But you still have the problem just on a scale of minutes instead of hours. Now, to be fair, for many small companies, snapshots at an hourly or daily rate are just fine. Hopefully, you never lose your production database, but if you do, you're only going to lose a couple of hours of data, and there's a good chance that only
For
a
most of
small
you guys,
number of
no one
users
even
will be
logged in.
impacted. But that does depend entirely on the type of data you're storing and what your risk tolerance as a company is. So let's talk about a much more robust option. Say you can't afford to lose any data. What you need is a system that logs all changes in real time to some sort of backup log. For example, when you insert a new record and you run that query, you also log that data to a secondary location in real time. And the difference is that it needs to be an append-only log. That way, delete and update operations don't actually remove any data from it. It should log the new state of the record, like the new value or the fact that the record was deleted, but it shouldn't delete the old state entirely. The good news is that if you're using an industry standard managed database, most of them actually have point-in-time recovery systems like this already built in, so you don't need to build it from scratch. You just need to make sure that
True.
it's enabled and you're paying for it. And finally, the most important thing is that if you never test your backups, they might as well not exist. It's super
Great
common
point, Lane.
for an engineering team
Great
to
point.
think they have a good backup system, but then disaster strikes and they go to the backups only to find that half of the tables have never been backed up, or the
Yep.
backups have silently been failing for the last 3 months. So
Yeah, that's
regularly
good.
test your backups and make sure that your recovery strategy actually works before you need it to.
Chat, you know a good one that can happen? If you're doing backups, maybe you only keep 5 backups. Snapshot. It's got 5 snapshots. Prod's been running too long, overwrites the 5 snapshots. Don't let that be you, okay? Don't let that be you. Think of a better way. Think of a better way to keep some stuff going on. We learned about snapshots.
Oh, nice. Snapshots. I know a thing or two about snapshots.
Also, great point from Lane in this one was if you're not testing your snapshots, they may as well not exist. You gotta check and make sure your backup strategy actually works every once in a while before you actually need it to work.
That's a good point.
That's good advice. That's
You
good
do not
advice
want to
right there.
discover your backups were trash
No.
at the worst
Nope.
possible time. Oh my gosh. There is nothing worse than very scary. Very, very scary.
Yeah,
You
all
said
of these
blank have automated backups taken in production. Sometimes never, almost never. For production, I would just assume you should always have backups.
yeah. Yeah.
I guess there's some things that you can't have backups for, or the backups have to be stored in a very there's like I know there's some so I'll just go with almost always.
That's it. That's the right answer, believe it or not.
Yeah, okay. Just because there is like a little bit of confusion when it comes to like backing up personal identifiable information, like how you do
Mhm.
it, how it's stored. There's some stuff out there. Thanks,
Yeah.
Europe.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
I really like option number 3 on this one.
All right, let's
That's
see.
kind of gonna be the future, I feel.
A soft delete is where you mark a row as deleted instead of actually removing the data. Delete some of the data, but it's not actually removed from the database for 30 days. Delete some of the data by asking your database in a nice, soothing voice, usually with a please. That actually is probably the right answer. I'm going to go with the
Well, now
first one.
it's like I just ask my MCP to do it and I say, "Please." I think that is a soft delete then, right?
Yeah.
Like that actually works. That actually works now. You can just ask it to, "Can you delete the records with people named Samantha from
Yeah.
users? Thanks. Bye. Go."
No mistakes.
No mistakes. Please keep it secure.
I like ASMR deleting. Please delete
Yeah.
the records.
Please. It's like, "Oh, I definitely will." Now I'm listening. I'm listening very intently.
All right.
Update query. Oh, you sure?
Yeah, no, why
Go
don't you
for it.
go? You can go.
Okay, okay. Whenever you update your profile picture or change your password online, you're changing data in a field, on a table, in a database.
True.
Imagine if every time you accidentally messed up a tweet on Twitter, you had to delete the entire tweet, post a new one instead of just editing it. Well, that's you can edit it now, Lane.
And
You can.
also, they actually do create an entire new post when you edit it.
That's actually a good point though. That's a solid point. Even though you can edit it, it does actually still just create a new one. But that actually makes sense because you do want to link if you link someone to the old post, you do want to actually show them the old post. You don't want to let someone update it underneath of them. That
Also,
would
you don't
actually
want
be
someone
bad.
being like, "Hey, here's a cool statement." Then like 1,000 people like it, then they just turn it into something horrible, and then they're like, "Got
Yes.
them. Everybody likes this.
Yeah.
They're horrible
Although
people."
I think that did happen for some like early on and when this feature was around at first and they like direct linked and embedded a tweet inside of like some news article and the guy changed it like screw you New York Times or something like that and it just was embedded in the article.
That's good.
Oh,
I
which
re-support
that was
no
funny.
audit trail of tweets.
Yeah. Now it's worth it. It's good. It's worth it. Okay, the update statement in SQL allows us to update the fields of a record. You can even update many records depending on how we write the statement. Because we're just going to use the where clause again. Hopefully, chat you're
Also
seeing.
scary. Where is the update is scary.
Update's also scary, yes. But you're going to see a lot of ideas here are going to get repeated. Like where we get to use it in a lot of different spots, which is nice. So update.
Where are they going to get
specify
repeated?
at the end usually,
Did you
but
see what I did
sometimes in the
there?
middle.
Where
I saw.
are they going to get repeated? Oh, that was so good.
Where did you do it? Oh, okay. Update statement specifies the table that needs to be updated, followed by the fields and their new values. Thanks. By using the set keyword. Is trash on this call? Lastly, a where clause indicates the records to update. Yeah. So update employees, that's the table. Then we say set for what we're going to set. And then where is sort of where we filter down to what we're going to do. Easy. We need to update Lane's record with the user table. So that is admin set to true for Lane. Easy peasy. Update users.
I really do
set.
wish where was 2 equals because setting is 1 equals. Just throwing it out there.
But what do you mean? Wait, say that again?
Set is 1 equal.
Yeah.
But so is where. I like where being an equality check. And I know in some of these older languages, okay, these older fellas, they like to they sometimes used equals in funny ways. And so for me, I just like the idea that an equal sign equals setting.
Doesn't it seem easier to just remember always that there's 1 equal?
Not in my head. For whenever I do an equality check, I want, like when I want the output of a statement. I think of a Boolean logic with 2 equals. Anyways, doesn't really matter. Just don't forget to update the employees.
I already did. Update employees. Do it, Prime.
Why don't you do it, baby? Come on.
Nope. I did users, and I'm still winning by one sub right now, so that's good.
To true, where ID equals 9. Confetti.
Nice.
Babe.
Crushed it, bro.
Dude,
Crushed
you
it.
don't even know. Object
Oh,
relational
uh-oh.
mappings, ORMs. You could just skip this section called the devil. And object
We
relational
use
mapping.
drizzle.
Well, that's technically a SQL statement builder. It's not an ORM.
It is kind of.
No, it's literally a SQL statement builder. How we use it, at least. I'm sure they may have ORM features, but I don't know of it.
I just ask you, could you open a new tab and just quickly search drizzle for me?
All right, drizzle. Drizzle is a
Wow,
form of
Google
light,
does not know
steady
you.
precipitation consisting of tiny water droplets. Okay, TJ,
Scroll down a little.
I don't know what you're actually. Let's see. Drizzle. Uh, is drizzle
Wait,
an
hey,
ORM or SQL statement builder?
don't.
Drizzle is primarily classified as an
Well, that's
object
fine.
relational mapper, but it is uniquely designed to function as a thin, type-safe SQL query builder.
Hey, what's the link on that? Can you click on that link for me? The link that it uses as a citation. I'm just wondering what drizzle. What does that say? Does it say
I know, but it
drizzle
says it's
SQL?
classified as one, but it's designed to function as something
Go to
different.
their website. Go to their website and see what the URL is.
All right, here we go.
No, that's
Drizzle
not.
ORM. All right, here we go.
It's literally orm.drizzle.
ORM.drizzle.team. Well, I think of it as a SQL. I think of it as a
If
statement
you
builder.
go to
Often I think
orm,
of ORMs as like you say users dot, and you do everything off of a users, whereas this one you just pass in the table you want to operate on.
yeah, well, I'm saying ORM for you to ship. That's literally the tagline at the front of their page.
All right, fair. I'll give it to you. Whatever. You're stupid. All
Okay.
right. Anyways, object relational mapping, let's see, or an ORM for short, is a tool that allows you to perform CRUD operations on a database using a traditional programming language. These typically come in the form of a library or framework that you would use in your backend code. The primary benefit of an ORM provides is that it maps your database records to an in-memory object. For example, in Go, we might have a struct that we use in our code. This thing right here.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
This struct definition conveniently represents a database table called users, and an instance of the struct represents a row in the table. True.
It does map nicely to that
Yeah,
style. Yep.
there we go.
Hmm.
DB create user. All right. Using straight squeal, we typically need to write more code to handle things a bit more manually. Bam, 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 bam. That looks good.
Yep. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Uh, I really dislike the provided SQL library in Go. It feels very painful to use. Every time I've
Oh
ever
yeah.
used it, I was like, "Oh, this is uncomfortable."
I don't
No,
think I've really used it very much. I don't know.
you just go straight to Squeal C or Squeal X.
Yeah, usually something with squeal C and go. Yeah.
Okay. Should you use an ORM? Let's find out. That depends. An ORM typically trades control for simplicity. Using straight squeal, you can take full advantage of the power of the squeal language. Using an ORM, you're limited to by whatever functionality the ORM has. If you run into issues with a specific query, it can be harder to debug with an ORM because you have to dig through the framework's code and documentation to figure out how the underlying queries are being generated. I recommend doing projects both ways so they can learn about the trade-offs. At the end of the day, when you are working on a team of or with on a team of on a team of developers, when you're working on a team of developers, when you're working with a team of developers,
True.
it will
True.
be on, I don't know what it means to work on a team of developers. Like, am I on top of them? Like,
They're
uh,
carrying you. Yeah.
dude, I'm carrying them. Okay, that's what it is. It will be a team decision. When you use an ORM, you write a lot of raw squeal, call functions. Yes, this one.
I will say a lot of the best ORMs, they have ways for you to drop into just writing straight SQL if you need to for something. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Right. So it's like sometimes it's a bit of a false dichotomy. I do agree. One thing to look out for if you're going to do ORMs is like, I'm not a big fan of like active record style. The ones that like, that's the one, that's what you're thinking of, Prime, when you're saying
That forces
ORM.
you into a class, and it just makes like
Yeah.
joins.
Well, and the class can secretly run extra SQL statements. So then you do,
Yes.
like db dot select users, and you get a list of users, and then you go like user dot posts dot count or something like that, and it's like, and you do that in a list or in a loop. I mean, that part's bad. That part
Yes.
is like
That's the
that's
exact
the
thing that I
one.
think of when I think of an ORM is something that wraps
Yeah,
and you don't know when a function does or does not actually execute the thing.
right.
Whereas it feels a little bit easier with Drizzle, it feels like I'm building a SQL statement.
Yeah, it is a I mean, like, we use it as basically just a query builder, and then you have a particular spot where you execute it, and then you can, like, look and see. But that's just one thing to note, like, if you're in, Ruby world or, like, there's quite a few Python ones too that
And
do,
PHP
like, all
Eloquent
this.
is more of a
Yep,
ORM.
PHP does
Yeah.
more of an active record style one as well. Yep. One advantage of an ORM is that it makes your code less verbose, easier to debug, gives you more control, or ensures faster queries. I would say makes your code less verbose, although that's not really the one that I like. The one I like is that it can use the same tooling stack that the rest of your language uses, right? So like
Yeah.
if you have type checking or linting or a bunch of other stuff like that, then it can, that's the part that is the advantage for me. If there was like type safe SQL, then I would think about not. I would just say like forget ORMs.
Some companies
But
that I know that do this type of stuff, what they do is they actually only provide an API for you to be able to do like get user by name, or they have a
right,
bunch of hard coded ones
yep,
because they
hmm
don't want you to say search over some table that doesn't have
yes,
specific indices. So they're like, no, you just can't
yep,
even. You don't even have the option. There's no RM. There's no SQL building. There's just the
right.
allowed functions.
Hey,
Yes, right. That's basically like a repository or like a store pattern, which also works nice at some of these companies, especially if you want to have the flexibility to like change how those things are actually stored underneath the hood. You just
Mhm.
provide the APIs you want, which is nice. Yep.
And there's just a couple set of queries that you can accidentally just by accident be building, and then it just turns out
Yep.
it takes down your production website because
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah.
missing
Whoopsies. Yep.
whoopsie poopsies.
hmm
Should you use an
Yep.
ORM? It depends on your project slash team always. When it comes to Drizzle, I'm pretty much always at this point because I just
I feel that way in TypeScript land. Yeah.
yeah, TypeScript land and then in SQL C is more kind of like what's called. It's more like the repository pattern because you
Yeah.
predefine your queries up front and then it builds itself.
I like that way as well.
Mine is more language dependent because Go you can't really like specify. I don't feel like it's verbose enough or it's powerful enough to be able to
Yep.
give you
hmm
a good experience. It would just be a
Yep.
crappy experience.
Yes.
For people that
User
don't
count.
know,
Oh, go
Squeal
ahead.
C is something where you say, like, hey, here's how I create my table. Here's the like, these are the SQL queries I want to run. So you write like select star from users, right? And then it will actually create a function called like get all users. And so you kind of have this
Tier
thing where you go through and
100.
you do it
Tier
yourself.
1.
Okay, user count. CashPal has a dashboard on its website that shows statistics on where users are located. One of UKA team members is concerned because the number of users located in the US looks pretty small.
Mm.
Uh-oh. Write
Uh-oh.
a squeal query that returns the count of every record from users table that has their country code equal to US. Easy, easy.
It doesn't technically say, oh, hold on. Oh, the count. Yes. All right. From users. Oh, I almost just screwed that one up.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, no, I think I'm good. Oh, but then I almost didn't write count like an absolute idiot. I almost
Oh.
wrote select star like a buffoon.
Did you catch that by reading yours or seeing my confetti and going, that's the way to do it?
I don't look at yours until I click submit.
That's a good answer. I can't
Yep.
see yours. So,
I can make it so you can see mine, but you didn't like it last time.
no, I don't like it. I
And it
don't like it
also
at
looked
all.
like I was on Boot Mobile.
True.
I had to make the screen so the text so big so it could fit in this box.
As they update country codes, using our previous query, we've noticed that some of the records were incorrectly saved with the country code of
Oh.
USA. I thought we had foreign keys here. Wouldn't that
No,
prevent?
we haven't made that yet. We haven't made
Mm.
that in our new version because we're
We don't
dumb
do
right
foreign
now, bro.
keys in the United States, buddy.
This is the USA.
Write a
This right
SQL
here is
statement to update.
USA.
That was a good joke. Let's see. Okay, we can do this. We can do that. Oh no, I didn't pay attention because I thought we'd have more time. Or I thought, okay, I should have paid attention. Or I
Oh,
hope
I
you.
almost I almost had a spelling error. Almost had a spelling error.
I just submitted. Got it. Okay. Woof, woof. I remembered.
Same. Confetti.
Confetti. As clause in SQL. Oh, as clause in SQL. Oh, we're going to be doing some new names here. Sometimes we need to structure the data we return from our queries in a specific way. An as clause allows us to alias a piece of data in our query. The alias only exists for the duration of the query. The following queries return the same data: employee ID as ID, employee name as name, employee ID, employee name. Yes. The difference is that the results from the aliased query would have column names ID and name instead of employee ID, employee name. True. We use aliases only when requested. True. Assignment. A user has asked us to find all the transactions on their account from their grandma. We thought it would be fun to rename note field to birthday message because we noticed all transactions from grandma are birthday messages. Return the amount and the note fields from the transactions table where the sender ID is 10, grandma, and the note field should be renamed to that. Okay, so we're gonna want to select a sender ID. Ooh, let's see. Return. Oh, hold on. Whoopsie, whoopsies, whoopsie, poopsies. We want the amount and the note as birthday message from transactions where sender ID equals 10. You know what? I feel good about that. Let's just submit it. We got it.
SQL functions. SQL is a programming language, and like nearly all programming languages, it supports functions. We can use functions and aliases to calculate new columns in a query. This is similar to how you might use formulas in Excel. That's all I need to know. The if function, it's like if Randall says if,
Yep.
works like a ternary. For example, car A greater than car B, car A is bigger, car B is bigger. That makes sense. Ternaries, question marks in JavaScript, if you didn't know that that's what that's called. If car A is greater than, yeah. So this is how we can use if and a directive alias to add a new calculated column to our result set.
Okay.
Order more in stock. Great. Nice. Okay. We need to take a look through Castral's transaction data and determine whether or not any of the transactions need to be audited. Return
Okay.
all the data from the transactions table and add an extra column at the end with the alias audit. Okay. And what are we doing? From transactions where, oh, just all of them. If was successful. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess it's just, okay. Okay. If was, can I test something? Can I check if it, can you just do if was successful? Since it's a Boolean, will that be
Oh
Boolean-ish?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
That's
know
a
what I'm saying?
yeah. I'll just do it with you. So if you're wrong, I'm wrong.
Well, I'm just saying we don't if it's just a game amongst friends, we can just say
No,
that.
this is
Yeah,
not a
that's
game
good.
amongst friends. Okay, this
Oh, it's
is
there's okay, all right.
all right. But I'm willing to go down with you on this one.
Okay, all right, we'll both die here. Yeah, well, I want to try if was successful. Oh, nice, it worked. Psych. Actually, no,
Oh
it
my
does work,
gosh!
but
It's
you did the
I
wrong
did
thing.
IFF. Oh no! Wait, what?
Oh, two subs. Select star if was successful. No action.
Oh, the
No.
audit field. I forgot to put the word audit in there. Oh,
As
man.
audit, bro. Chat, I'm up to 3 subs. Crazy.
All right, 3 subs for Teach. 3 subs for
Guys, nice.
Teach. All right, here we go.
Rio, let's go.
Dude,
Let's
I hate
go.
that. I hate that I joined into a competition where the primary mode is reading. I should have really thought about that.
As the ancient Sun Tzu says, know thine enemy.
That's true. True. Also, I believe who was it? Marcus Aurelius, know thyself.
Yes, true.
Dude,
Right. You should have
I should have
you should have
chosen
been
one of the
following
two.
that. Yes, exactly. We can check if values are between two numbers. Also, based, more languages need between. Don't you
Agreed.
feel like? I
Dude,
feel like that should be a thing that's more often.
doesn't Python allow you to do like
I
100
think
less than x less than 500?
that seems like something that Python would do, but like between different Python versions, in one it checks if true is less than 100, and in the next one it checks if it's between. So, okay, so the where doesn't always have to be used to specify specific IDs. We can also use it to narrow down our result set. So in this case, it's where the salary is between 30,000 and 60,000.
Love
It's
it.
nice. It reads so nicely. Like you're reading, it's like just squeal. It's beautiful. We need to see. So that's fine. We can also do not between those two things. That's easy. You can just not.
I
Not
am
it.
not a fan of that because I want like the opposite. I want not quantity between this.
You want to say where quantity is less than 20 or greater than 100.
Well, I want to
That you would
say
rather write it like that.
no. I want to say where not quantity between this thing because I like not
Captain
and
De
then put like
Morgan's
parentheses
law.
around it. Right? Yeah. I want to be able to say like I don't like not
Oh,
being
I
as part
see.
of English. I like it to be as part.
Oh, well, can you do both? You probably can do both, right? Won't it work both ways?
I don't know if you can do a where statement with a not like with a not outside of parentheses. I don't know if not is just a generic
Hmm.
flip of
Yeah,
boolean
maybe
types.
we'll find that out in the next chapter.
Okay.
We need to see how many young adults are using cash flow. You got to get the youth on your app. So true. Great
Don't have the
point.
youth, you don't have a future.
Great point.
All right.
That's why Salesforce teamed up with Mr. Beast.
All right. Query our employees
Query you
table to find all the
name,
name and age
age.
fields. Oh,
Nice,
oh.
got it. I went fast. I'm done.
Well, I typed in
Confetti.
age. I went like this, AGE, and that mapped usage, and I said enter. Tried to get me. It
Oh.
tried to get me. That was very
I
me.
have this thing where every time I type AG, I automatically fill it in with AGI because obviously that's all that's on my mind these days. Duh.
All right, we're age between 18 and 30. Now, I wonder if that's inclusive or exclusive. That's one thing I don't.
Well,
Let's see. It
it
says
worked for me, so
inclusively. It said inclusively, so I assume that's fine.
that's good. That's good. I would be a little worried if SQL wasn't inclusive.
True. But that is actually kind of confusing because between to me seems like it should be exclusive.
I can see that.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. That's fine. That's good to know. Good to know. It's easier, I think, to program that way, anyways.
It is. For between, I feel like it should be inclusive.
Yeah. All right,
Yep.
distinct. Sometimes we want to retrieve records from a table without getting back any duplicates. For example, we may want to know all the different companies our employees have worked at previously, but we don't want to see the same company multiple times in the report. Select distinct. Squeal offers us distinct keyword that removes duplicate records from the resulting query. Select distinct previous companies from employees. This only returns one row for each unique previous company value. Assignment. CashPal executives want to know which countries we have customers in. We store country code data as a column on the user's table. Run a distinct query to get all the unique country codes from the user's table. Notice I read everything
My guess is
because I did not want to get bamboozled by anything this time.
that's actually true. You're down a few subs because of that. I think both of us are gonna get saved by the syntax highlighting here. That distinct gets colored a different color when we type it correctly.
Yep. Yep.
Because there's a world where we definitely miss one of like the C. I could feel myself not typing that. I could feel it almost missing it
I
on
think I
that one.
did miss it to begin with, and I was confused there for a moment.
Mhm.
All right, you're up,
All right,
baby.
logical operators and
Mm.
guys, you know what this exactly means. You can put and in queries. That's good. You don't need to read every word for this one. They also have other comparison operators though. This is the one Prime likes. He's looking for equals equals. No,
No, but look at that. Not equals. You can do the you can do this thing. I don't know what's
I
the
like
name of this.
that one.
This is this what's the name of this operator?
Don't say it.
The tr-
I don't, not equals.
the diamond operator because the spaceship has an equal sign in between it, right?
Sorry, chat. Chat's not chat.
The G stack. He's found it. I don't
um,
even get the joke. All right.
it's fine. We're gonna move on.
All right. All right. The assignment. Can you please read it in full with no
Yeah.
with no assuming
I'll
I
read the
understand?
assignment in full. Of course, the legal restrictions in Canada have changed. The way
Hmm.
we have to handle Canadian miners' cash pal transactions is more strict. We need to find all of the users so we can see how many users this change affects. Write a query that retrieves all of the columns from the users table who are Canadian and are under the age of 18. Easy. We want to get all the columns. Okay, all the columns, Prime.
I know. Don't worry. I read
Okay.
that. All right.
Under the age of 18, do you think that's less than or equal to 18? Is
I
Lane gonna
did
do us
less than.
dirty like
I
that?
did a less than. No, because minor laws are for 17 and younger. So I would
Got it.
assume
Okay,
that
we'll do less than 18.
yeah, I got it. Boom.
Okay.
I would be
Lane,
pretty
you're a
upset if it
rascal.
was 18 and younger because I'd be like, first off, 18's not a minor, and second off,
Or
you said less than.
chat. This one's easy, chat. Or it's all you can also use or.
Oh, look, you can do this or and that or. Okay, cool.
Parentheses. They're powerful.
All right, this is just if statements. We already know how to do
Yep,
that.
we do.
All right, they have
Already see
changed.
how many.
Canadian laws have changed again. Oh no, users who are from the United States
No.
or Canada and are under 18. Okay, we can do that. Oh, but wait, hold on. Write a query that retrieves the count of every user renamed as just junior count that matches the conditions above.
Gotta read the whole thing.
I know. I almost didn't.
I know that was almost gonna be legendary for me. Oh, I'm not gonna say because I don't. I'll tell you afterwards. But almost had a close one.
Really? I believe I just got this.
I know. I just need to read again.
I know. That's what I'm doing.
Yep, I'm checking.
Oh,
I'm
I
checking. I'm checking.
almost did one. I
Oh,
almost did
you
one.
forgot junior count, bro. You almost forgot junior count.
Yeah.
All right, I'm getting mine.
Got it. Okay.
Oh
Oof.
my goodness. I wrote and less than 18 like an idiot. I didn't write age. It was off the screen because I was putting that put me down for one. I messed one
TJ
up.
lost
I
one,
messed one
everybody.
up.
Okay, there we go.
I
We're
messed
getting
one
caught
up.
back up. We're getting caught back up. All
I
right.
messed one up. Put one on my side chat.
All right. Loser. Okay, so what's the score? What's the
Yep.
score? It should be 3-2. I said SCO.
No, it's 3-1, I think, right?
Oh, 3-1. Oh yeah.
I hadn't lost any yet. I think the only ones we'd aired were on the same ones or before we started counting.
All right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay.
Yep.
We'll keep on going.
Oh, nice. Now we're getting into a good one though. This is nice. This is one
Yeah.
of my faves.
Yeah.
Instead of
In.
doing or and checking all those dumb things, we can just write in. Much nicer.
Much
Much
nicer.
nicer. Then you just put them in a little parentheses and put some commas in between them.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Simon, we want to know.
Assignment.
Oh yeah, you go. You read
Yep.
it all out.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We want to know which of our users are from the United States, Canada, or Mexico. Write a select statement that returns a name, age, and country code fields for every user that are US, CA, or MX. Oh, I almost did select star. I even after reading it out loud.
It happens. It does happen.
It does. Select name, age, country code from users where country code in US, CA, or MX. Where continent code equals NA. True, true, true. Oh, chat, do we need to go boot mobile mode? Do we need to go boot mobile? Quick, we're gonna go back to boot mobile code. Here we go. Select name, age, country code from users where country code in this. Submit that bad boy. Boom! Chat, my streak. I can't believe my streak got destroyed on the last one. I literally just typed this. Like, how dumb is typing this? And less than 18. Not okay.
Pretty good. Okay, I don't even remember what I'm doing. I'm just gonna hit submit. Okay, I had it all typely correct.
I think you were right on that one. Yeah, now we're on like.
Holy cow. Okay, like is pretty much just like checking if things are in there and you use the percent sign.
It's like regex for
Yeah.
babies.
It's
you know?
regex for babies. They should have at least
Mhm.
just done dot star. Just kept it simple.
Yeah, because what we needed is more regexes in our apps.
Well, percent sign is just dot star.
Right, but I don't think how many other search operators are there though? I don't think there's that many
There's
other
not,
ones,
none.
right?
It's just that way you don't
Isn't
have to
it
have a
just
new piece of
percent?
syntax. I just don't want another way to say dot star.
No, that's crazy.
Okay.
That's crazy to say we have one part of regex, but not other parts.
Oh, I'm sure trust me, I'm sure they have other parts of regex in here. Okay, brother.
Chat, does anybody know? Is there anything besides
Yeah, is there anything besides
percent?
it?
I thought it was just right. I know, but for like, I thought like just contained.
There's underscore for a
You
single char match too.
Oh, I didn't know that. I don't think
Nice.
I've ever used that.
So they have dot and dot star, but it's just underscore and percent sign.
Yeah, well, I
And
like
I'm sure
that it
you
looks
escaped
different
the
than
percent
regexes.
sign with a percent sign. So it's probably percent sign, percent sign.
Oh yeah, that one looks good.
Okay. Assignment. Our HR team is dealing with a ticket from one of our users, but they are having trouble pulling their record in the database. They're pretty sure the user's name starts with AL. Write a query that returns all the fields for the records with the name starts with that. Okay, select star. Wait, hold on. Let's see. Return a query that returns all fields. Okay, good. Select star from users. Oh my gosh. Trying to catch a table's ruined my typing ability. Where name
Broken fingers.
where name like capital AL that bam.
Nice. Crushed it.
There we go. Good. Dude, I can't trust you though. When you say those
Oh,
things,
nice. Look.
underscore.
Wow, chat. Nice job, chat. Or someone's following along and they're one chapter ahead of us.
Yep. HR has been able to narrow down the query further. They want a report of all users' data whose name is Al and are exactly 5 characters long. Oh, okay, nice. So
They're telling me they couldn't figure it out from the last one. Come on, HR, dude. What the heck?
hey, this is
You're
why
better
we pay
than
them the
this.
big bucks, okay?
You're better than this, bro.
Where name like AL123. That feels uncomfortable. I almost just hit submit without that semicolon.
That's funny. This is a trick question. It's PII. HR just fished us, bro. We are getting fired.
Dude, we've been had. All right, which
We've been
describes the
had.
values that match example 1. All right, example 1, select star from users where name like that or underscore percent sign. Values that start with or and have 3 characters. No. Values that start with or and are at least 3 characters in length. True. Values, right? Because percent sign can just simply mean 0 or more, I'm pretty sure.
Nothing can match nothing as well.
Yeah,
right?
okay, so it's 0 or more. So it is this one then.
Right. Start with or, yes, and are at least yes.
Okay.
which should not match example 2. Thing, sling, singing, bling. The only one that's different.
Good call.
I actually don't have to know. I don't have to look at example 2. I can just tell that that's not the right one. CashPal has announced 2 discount programs, like using promo code PRIME on this course, or
It's
for
Prime
this week only,
Ops.
Prime Ops for 40% off. But
Uh,
that code's going away soon, so you better hurry.
Ooh, I love the
Anyways,
enthusiasm. For those that are
all
watching this
user
on YouTube later, sucks to suck. It's only just.
well, it could be up in time. It could be up in time. We don't know. Yeah.
You think he's gonna get this? You think he's gonna let this go out raw without
Well,
some?
no, but that's a good point. That's a good point. This may never see the light of day, actually. Sorry, Lane.
This thing
If
will be
you're
as
watching this on
hard,
YouTube
as
right
hard to
now,
find
could
as
you
the G stack.
yeah, could you maybe leave a comment saying, "Wow, I love when Teach and Prime make these together. This was the best one yet." That'd be really helpful for us, actually. Okay, so all users over the age of 55 will qualify for a senior discount. Users from Canada qualify for a Canada Day discount. And users who qualify for either discount will get 10% off. Okay, so either of these will be true. Write a query that returns every user from the users table, including all columns, along with an additional column called discount percent.
Mm,
It should have an integer value of 10 or 0, depending on whether the user matches any conditions listed above.
I
Wait.
love this. This is a good one. I'm not screwing
Oh,
this
so we're
one up.
just we're selecting all of them. Gotcha.
Yeah,
We're
yeah, we're
not
selecting them
filtering it.
all.
Okay. I got you. We're putting together quite a few different pieces from this chapter.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there's some
Mhm.
things you better remember, bro.
Oh, I think mine's cooking right here. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Over the
I
age of
just assume
55,
I'm
work
correct.
under code,
Oh, I'm correct.
including all columns. Ooh, I almost forgot as.
Could have
Close,
had you.
close, close, close.
Close.
I got to take my time. Sometimes. We got him though. Limit. Oh,
Wait,
I
how
got
does
it.
it feel to lose to me in a speed test?
That's true. I should start writing while you're reading so I can be done before you finish.
All right, limit. Sometimes we don't want to retrieve every record from a table. True. Okay, all this is very,
Mhm.
very
Mhm.
true. Do we need to read this? Does everyone know how limit works? Okay, we can read this.
Limit limits them.
Yeah.
Based. Put it at the end.
I like to be limitless. For example, it's common to
Oh,
production
nice.
database to have millions of rows, and selecting all of them would crash your system. The limit keyword has entered the chat. The limit keyword can be used at the end of the select statement to reduce the number of records returned. The query above retrieves all the records from the products table where the name contains the word berry. If we ran this query on the Amazon database, it would almost certainly return a lot of records. The limit statement will only allows the database to return up to 50 records matching the query. This means that if there aren't that many records matching the query, the limit statement will not have an effect. Assignment. A lot of our users have been using CashPal to pay other users for lunch. Let's take a look at a sample of that data. Write a query that returns all rows and fields from the transactions tables.
Wow.
Any record where the note field has the word lunch in it, lunch all lowercase, the query should return at most 5 records. I'm very happy he's not making us do individual fields. I feel like that's just like a
It's yep.
just give me it
I'm
all.
I'm done.
Just give me it all.
Confetti.
I think you started writing early. Okay,
I started writing when we got to the assignment.
like after I got done reading everything.
No, I would nope.
Yeah, you went ahead.
I
Got
did.
him. All right.
Limit quiz. Limit 5 always returns exactly 5 records. False.
Yeah, idiot.
Why might you use a limit clause? I like to get as much data as possible. I wouldn't. That's so Sig. Hey, Lane, let's get a Sigma chat edit here.
Yeah.
System performance is an ops person problem. I also like the last one as well.
I feel like the
Lots of good
machine learning
options
one
in
should
that
be I'm a machine learning engineer. I just need all the data.
Yeah,
I need
exactly.
all of your data.
We get paid more the more tokens we use.
All right.
Order by. SQL also offers us the ability to sort the results of a query using order by.
Mm.
Is there something where you can say order but not order by? Or is it always a keyword is literally the 2 words?
It's always the 2 words that I know of.
That's wild. Order by is a keyword. That's pretty cool.
It is actually pretty cool.
It's like it's 2 words, but it's 1. However, order by does support descending order as well with the keyword descending. So you can do ASC for ascending or DSC for descending. Great.
And ascending is the default.
Yes, true. This query returns a name, price, quantity fields from the products table sorted by price in ascending order because it's not specified. You can do the reverse with descending order. Okay. What's our assignment? Write a query that lists all the records in the transaction table where amount between 10 and 80 order by
You are writing it. No,
amount.
I'm listening to you. I'm waiting for you to finish it. You got to keep
I
reading. It is your job to read. I'm waiting for you.
I'm done, bro. I'm done.
The results are
I'm already
sorted
done.
by amount in descending order. Okay, for those that are now listening and paying attention, you may start now. All right.
I thought you were gonna start typing while I was talking.
No, I would never do that because I want to
You-
hear all the
you lit-
assignments because I screw too many
Literally
things up.
reading the assignment is the query. It says select. It basically says select all the records and transactions where amount between 10 and 80, order by amount descending. It's literally.
I don't do that, okay? That is that sounds cheating.
Rhyme, if you really want to make people mad in the VOD too, just capitalize like the first letter.
Oh my
of,
gosh, I
of-
said order by descending. I forgot to put the word amount in
Oh!
there. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
That
order
hurts.
by
All right, 4-1. 4-1.
descending. Wait. Example one is sorted by. Oh, I see. It's not. It's saying just like from the table. I was like, there's no query. Which query
I'm already
potentially
done.
return data in
Why are you
example
taking
one?
so long?
It's your turn to read, bro. You didn't read anything.
I didn't know we were waiting on people to read. That's crazy.
Okay, well, I got it too. I'm fine. I'm on
Okay.
order by and limit now.
Okay, here we go. When using both order
Okay.
by and limit, the order by clause must come first. An HR employee got into the Git repository. Okay, I don't like that. This doesn't seem good.
That's good.
Unless
That's
it
good.
Git's our database, where we store all the queries and tried to update one himself. Fix the bug in the SQL query. Done.
Oh, I was trying to. I'm currently at 0 in the SQL count, but I wanted to make sure that didn't maintain to be the case because I'm trying to be honest about it. I think I fixed it. Nice, done. Security breach. Bad news. Cache file suffered its first security breach. One of the interns leaked a sensitive file that contained some user passwords. Oh my! Wait, why do we have a file with the user passwords?
There's a lot of questions we gotta ask.
Ed, we need to call Ed.
Yeah,
Get low
bring
level
HR
over here.
in. Where's HR?
Even worse, the user table has passwords stored as plain text. Luckily, we know which passwords were leaked, so we can warn those specific users.
I mean, I guess that's good.
We wouldn't know which passwords were leaked if we hashed them, so it's actually smarter that we know.
Think
I
about
can't
it
wait
a
for the
second.
latest video. The cache file situation is crazy. Ed's going to demolish us. Write a query on the user tables that returns the name and username for every user with a password equal to backend dev, we love Boot.dev, or Squeal rocks. Order the records so that the names are in alphabetical order.
Oh, they're
which I'm
really-
assuming is order by. Is that saying descending then, or ascending for alphabetical order? Which would be
Well, it doesn't say descending, so it's always assumed ascending. You're always assuming ascending.
query on the user table returning name and username where password is equal to backend dev, we love Boot.dev, or Squeal rocks. Nice. Confettied.
All right, I think I got the right thing, but I don't really know. Let's see. The names. Is username or name the one that they want to order by? I actually don't know. I'm going to just say name because it says names.
I think in this case, it actually would have worked either way. Looking at the solve, you would have gotten lucky. You would have gotten lucky. It would have returned the right results.
Okay, that's good. All right, what are aggregations? Aggregation is a single value that's derived from combining several other values. We performed an aggregation earlier when we used the count statement to count the number of records in the table. I added something in there. Let's see. Data stored in the database should generally be stored raw. When we
What is it? What does that link to?
I don't know.
It's to a blog post by Lane. I was
Okay.
like, what is he linking to?
I would have just linked a picture of just raw meat.
Yeah.
That seems more reasonable. I mean, that's also how NoSQL works. It just raw dogs it too.
It's true.
When we need to calculate some additional data from the raw data, we can use an aggregation. Take the following count aggregation as an example. I've seen this. We've done this before.
We know that one. Yep.
We know that one. This query returns the number of products that have quantity of 0. We could store a count of products in a separate database table and increment/decrement it whenever we make changes to the products table, but that would be redundant. Well, I mean, doesn't it depend on how much data you have? Isn't there like some reasons why you wouldn't want to actually calculate this?
Yeah, but At the scale that that Twitch chat's operating on, we pick simple over complex, you know?
True. Much simpler to store the products in a single place. We call this a single source of truth and run an aggregation when we need to derive additional information from the raw data. Assignment. The front end team is building a dashboard page in CashPal. We need to be able to provide them the number of successful transactions for a given user. Return the number of transactions where the user ID is 6. Oh, really? And was successful is true. Remember to use the star wildcard unless otherwise specified to pass the lesson. All right,
That's smart.
we're going to get this. Don't worry. I'm not screwing this up.
Oh, I'm stupid. I typed transactions. Or I typed users instead of transactions.
Oh, did you just get a red?
I got one wrong. I got one
All right,
wrong.
4-2.
But mark me for another one. Mark me for another one, Chad. It's
4-2. 4-2.
Stupid mistake.
You're supposed to hide that until after I do it, just in case I make the mistake too.
No,
didn't.
I looked over and saw that you already wrote transactions.
Yeah.
Cell phone, big time. Person keeping me from being successful? Myself. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Okay. The sum aggregation function returns the sum of a set of values. For example, the query below returns a single record containing a single field. The returned value is equal to the total salary being collected by all of the employees in the employees table. Sum salary
That's
employees.
tough, bro.
Dude, which
All
returns,
the salaries are making 2,483 together.
Yeah, you don't realize that's in Ethereum. Okay, they're making a butt ton over there. Okay,
In bitcoins.
We
Is
need to be
that the
able to
bitcoins?
yeah, that's Bitcoins, baby. We need to be able to calculate the current balance for a given user because we don't yet store the running balance on each individual transaction record. Write a query that returns the sum aggregation of the amounts for all of Bob's successful transactions. User is 9. Check the file 001 up SQL for more information about the table. Okay. Yeah, let me look at this field. What field are we talking about? That returns the sum aggregation of the amounts for all of Bob's successful transactions. Okay, where are you, Bob?
I don't want to get bit again.
I know.
I don't want to lose.
How
to
do
a
I know which
stupid
one Bob
mistake,
is?
man. Well, they told you user ID 9.
Oh, thank you. Write a query that returns the sum aggregation of the amounts of all of Bob's successful transactions. User ID is 9. Oh, interesting. Is that successful
Oh, I'm
transactions coming in? Dude, there's negative numbers.
stupid.
This is
Tier
very
200
confusing.
shut up code girl.
I'm so stupid. I got one wrong again, but I'm not going to say why.
Okay, that's
This
fine. That's
one-
fine. Write a query that returns the sum aggregation. Okay, so we're gonna go select sum amount from
Put another one for me.
transactions. Put another one. It's 4-3. I'm not as big of a loser as I once was. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm falling off, bro. I miss the old Teach. To
Dude,
get it in
old
one
Teach
shot,
was good,
Teach.
Teach.
They're not getting distracted by Code Girl, Teach.
Aggregation of the amounts of all of Bob's successful transactions. So that means we also have to look for was successful, huh?
Dang, that was what I didn't do.
Yeah. It's a tricky one. I still feel like you're triggering me, so now I have to relook just one more time, just because TJ, whenever you're like, "Oh, that was good," I'm like, "Okay, what's wrong?"
Oh, yeah, that's true. That makes sense. This case, that's not the case, but
Okay, well, I know you don't lie, so I'll
I
just,
mean, I think that will work.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought mine was gonna work too, though. So
to be fair, you did fail. All right, you're up, baby.
max. Believe it or not, this one's gonna do max of the things from a set of values. Use a max aggregation to return the age of our oldest cash flow user. We just use this like other aggregates. It's an important one, but this time I'm not going to forget part of the query. So use a max aggregation to return the age of our oldest cash value user, who is also an admin. Alias the returned age column to just be named age. Would you want to return everything, or am I just returning max aggregation? I think I'm
Don't
just
look
gonna.
at mine.
I think
Don't look at mine.
I'm not.
Okay.
All right, I got to check the up SQL as well, of course.
Yep, I did.
Well, I'm gonna give. I think I'm gonna just give this one a run. See what happens.
Yep.
Confetti. That's close. I needed that.
Got it. Okay, good. Yeah, because I think
Nice.
max age does not. The column's name is not.
It
age.
doesn't name it aged, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just names
Here,
it.
just for fun,
no-
can we
nothing?
just see what it actually says?
Yeah. Just do run. You don't have to submit.
It calls it age.
Oh,
Okay. Okay,
it calls
well,
it no. It calls it max age. No, if you
Oh,
do
sorry.
max of age,
Sorry, I forgot
then it
to
will
do
literally
max.
call it max age.
You're right. It calls it max age. Okay.
Yep.
Whew. All right, min. Guys, shockingly,
Min? Crazy.
hate to break this to you. Min Does exactly what you think it's going to do. All right. Use a min aggregation
Crazy.
to find only the age of our youngest CashPal user in the United States in the users table. The country code of the United States is US. Alias the returned age column to just be age.
Find only the age of our youngest. Okay. 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 Another confetti. We are so back, chat. I'm getting nervous, bro. I'm getting nervous.
I know. I feel like I'm going to miss something because parsing out the SQL statement from this, I'm back in like grade school word problems
Yeah,
again.
yeah. I know.
All right, I think I got it. I think I got it.
Okay.
I think I got it.
Mm,
Oh, it's taking a long
mm,
time.
mm.
Oh my gosh, this is the worst. Okay, failed to fetch. Okay, that's not my problem. That's not my problem.
That's you. That's you. That's that.
There
That
we go.
counts.
That does not count as me.
we, I think it was every time submit doesn't work.
All right, group by is the one that I'm a little bit nervous about because I feel like I'm going to screw something up here. This is where things get just a
Yep.
touch more tricky. All right, there are times we need to group data based on specific values. SQL offers the group by clause, also a singular keyword.
I know that makes. I like it though. It's cool. I think more programming languages need to be bold enough to have multi-word keywords. You know.
It does feel good. All right, SQL offers the group by clause, which can group rows that have similar values into summary rows. It returns one row for each group. The interesting part is that each group can have an aggregate function applied to it that operates only on the grouped data. Imagine that we have the following table. All right, there we go. Song, title, album ID. Nice. If we want to see how many
Mm-hmm.
songs are on each album, we could do something like this. Select album ID, count song ID as song count from songs grouped by album ID. This query retrieves
Nice.
the count of all songs on each album. Our record is returned per album, and they each have their own count. Beautiful.
That makes sense.
Yep. Let's get the balance of each user with successful transactions, all in a single query. Use the sum. By the way, I love that
It does have
Spanish.
an exclamation mark.
I love that Spanish starts with an exclamation point, like to let you know, like
True.
what's
Then you
coming
know
up.
ahead of time.
Yeah,
That's true. That's true. That does feel good.
it
That
does.
does. Yeah.
Use the sum aggregation with the group by clause. The row for each user should contain user ID and their balance, a sum of the amounts of their successful transactions called balance. All right, we got this. Let's go, baby cakes.
Oh, I think I got this big time.
Oh, I love how confident you are.
But I'm gonna read it again. Let's get the balance
You
of
don't
each
need to
user
read
with
it.
successful transactions, all in a single query. How does Lane know if I did it in a single query or not? Use the sum aggregation. You know what I mean?
You could be using like a virtual table that you do a select star and then select on top. I mean, you could be doing all sorts of stuff. He wouldn't know. He would not know nothing. Let me just make sure that that's actually the true here. Yeah,
I know that was the one that I was worried about as well. That's what really got me earlier, man.
Yeah.
I remembered this time.
The row for each user should contain user ID, which I have, and the balance good. And let's see, aggregation using the group by clause. Okay, so that means we need to group by user ID is my assumption. All right, let's go. Yay, I got it.
Nice.
I'm a little bit scared that some of the balances here are in the negatives. Are we also a credit place? Is that what Cash App really is?
Well,
Is
that's
just-
like, well, how else are you gonna get money out of your account?
But that's the balance. We called it balance. We didn't call
Oh,
it
I see what you're saying.
total.
Yeah, no, we're letting some people go negative. We're
Okay.
charging insane interest, 300%
27%
interest.
or some credit card
No,
number.
300. 300.
300. Nice. Just like we may want to find the minimum or maximum value within a data set, sometimes we need to know the average. Squeal offers us the average. Hey, you read. What am I doing here?
Similar to max, average calculates the average of all non-null values. It is awesome though that it ignores null values, because that would be so annoying if it just like crashed or something.
Man.
Yeah, every time. This query returns the average song length in the songs table. Our marketing team is trying to determine the best marketing channels to advertise through, but they need more information about our current users. They wish to know the average age of users in the United States. Return a single value representing the average age of all users where the country code is US. Okay.
Now, it doesn't tell us to rename the field, so I just assume average age is fine.
That's what I'm going for. That's what I was going to go for as well. Because I was worried about if I put as age, I'm gonna get it wrong because then it doesn't have age.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Okay, sick. Good.
Return a single value representing the average age of all users where the country code is US. Okay, I think I got this. All right, we got it. We got it.
Nice. Now we're getting into some fun ones.
All right,
Having?
having. I don't
This
think
is
I've really
nice.
ever
This is
used it.
nice.
I don't think I've ever used this one.
When we need to filter the results of a group by query even further, we can use the having clause. The having clause specifies a search condition for a group. So it's kind of like a where,
Yeah.
almost. The having clause is similar to the where clause, but it operates on groups after they've been grouped rather than before. Okay, so if we're looking at the query down here, having count ID greater than 5, that's going to say we're only going to do albums if they have more than 5 songs,
Nice.
which that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool that you can do that in one query. Wow, look at these checkboxes down here. It's a lot of checkboxes, Prime.
I love that there's checkboxes though. That makes
That's
it
good though. That is
really
good.
easy for me.
That's good. I mean, unfortunately, you can just click them without writing any code on the side, but
All right, but now you got to read it. Come on, I'm waiting for you.
a new page in the CashPal app allows users to see how much money they've sent on a specific kind of transaction and alerts them if that amount is fairly large. But we need this for Trash so he doesn't buy Pokemon cards
I
too
know.
much.
This is actually
Let's
called
write a query.
the trash
Yeah,
app.
yeah. Let's write a query that returns the total amount spent by each user on lunch when that balance is greater than 20. I mean $20. It's not so bad, but okay. All right. Return a sender ID, the person, spender person, and a balance.
Hmm. Well, we're getting into some interesting things here.
Oh, we are starting to cook. What are we gonna wear here?
We're about to get to
See this
joins, I feel
one.
like. We're getting real close to joins.
We are close. I think that's nope. We still have 2 chapters actually before that.
I kind of wish they didn't do the second checkbox because I called it without reading that one.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Don't return any rows. Oh, okay, okay. Feel like maybe we should for longer ones. Maybe we need to talk about what we're gonna do for each one. You know what I'm saying?
We can talk through our solution before we hit send.
Okay.
That
Just
way
while
we
we're
don't
writing.
influence each other. There's no
Yeah.
changing once you're ready.
Okay. 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 This query is not getting past code review. You know. Guys, come on. Wow, that's okay. I wonder. I think that will work.
Ooh.
Pretty sure I got mine. Pretty sure I've got mine.
Yeah, I'll see. Let's see. Ooh, I'm trying to remember where order by, if there's an order by that needs to happen, but we'll find out. I don't know where the thing, it should be at the bottom. Pretty sure you can just reference balance. All right.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Yeah, so
I have
the
that.
only one that I did, so I don't think my thing's gonna change. All right, I'm confident. I just did it
I
once.
think you can put having balance greater than 20.
So that's what I
That's
did.
what I
So
have.
I didn't do that because they did this right here. They had count ID as count,
Yep.
and then redid the count ID right
Oh
here.
shoot. Yep. It failed for me.
Okay, I was worried that because I originally put balance for the exact one. Okay, I confettied. It's 4-4.
Wow, nice. So then it does work if you do the sum, but not if you do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's because
Whatever.
actually it
I
must
thought
be
for sure
because
in having it would work as well, but it doesn't work as well there.
no, because I assume that it's still. Oh, it actually, you know what? Honestly, I have no idea why.
Or
Maybe
did I
the
do
as
something else
balance
wrong?
happens. As balance must happen a lot later. You probably didn't do anything
No,
wrong. You
was
could probably
successful
just
is
change
true.
that one thing and hit submit, baby.
Well, that's what I'm checking right now. My query is going I have was successful is true and sender ID is not null and note like lunch group by sender ID having some account greater than 20 order by balance and oh whoops I put descending so I actually got it wrong. I got chat mark me up
Two
for one.
wrong.
Mark me
Oh,
up for
it's
one there.
5-4. I took the lead.
Or am I getting 2 wrong for that for
I got
trying
two
to
wrong.
put the
I got two
okay.
wrong in that one time. Remember, I goofed up.
I didn't know if we were counting the one where I used balance as like defined it out, but that's okay. That's
Oh,
all right.
yeah,
That's all right.
of course.
I'll
If you-
take the double L on that one. There's still plenty of time. Plenty of time.
All right. It's fairly common for developers to get confused about the difference between having and where clauses. They're pretty similar after all. The difference is fairly simple, actually. At where condition applies to all data in the query before it's grouped. Having condition applies only to the grouped rows that are returned after having group by applied. This means that if you
Mm.
want to filter based on the result of the aggregation, you need to use having. If you want to filter on a value that's present in the raw data, you should use a simple where clause. Okay, back to your last one because you didn't seem salty, but I feel like
No,
you're a
it's
little
good.
bit disappointed getting 2 wrong. Did you click submit twice and having 2 wrong
Yeah, I
answers?
did.
Okay, then
All right,
yeah,
because I
then you got
put
2.
one where I put balance in the having. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's
All
good.
right. In the example, should you use a where or a having clause to filter down the specific class IDs? Let's see here. I would assume we're
I
going to do
mean,
it in the where because we're looking for specific classes, right?
but it doesn't. It just says
Because
it.
having should be class size, where should be class ID.
I mean, I feel like there would be times where you'd want to put it in either one. Like you could say, like, I only want this for things where
Well, it said class
oh, filter
IDs.
down to specific class IDs where. Yeah.
Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah. I
where.
see. I see. I see. I see. I see. Yep.
All right, you're up.
In the example, should you use a where or a having clause to filter down to classes of a particular size? Okay, well, that's the aggregate thing that has to go in
Yep.
having. That's easy peasy. Okay, sometimes we need to round some numbers, particularly when working with the results of an aggregation. We can use the round function to get the job done. The squeal round function allows you to specify both the value you wish to round and the precision to which you wish to round it to. If no precision, it'll give it to a whole value. Okay, so round and average some song length. Yep. This query returns the average song length from the songs table rounded to the nearest whole number. Great, I like that. If we do, it will round to that many decimal places. So if we do
Nice.
0, is that the same thing?
I would assume
0
so,
would
but
be
I
the
also
same thing,
worry
right?
about doing
Yeah,
that.
yeah. The same query, but rounded to a single decimal place. Got it. Fix the query so that it returns the average as a whole number. Okay. And then rename the result column to round age. Okay. That seems like it should be easy, which is what I thought before, but I'm going to hit submit anyways. Nice. We're
Yep,
so
nice.
back.
Okay, good.
Did not get too wrong on one. That's good.
That
That's
hurts when you
good.
do. I've done it too.
That hurts.
The
Yep.
Cash Pal marketing team was able to optimize their advertising with the help of the user data we pulled. However, they now want to query the average age of users for each country that the business operates in, not just the United States of America. Write a SQL statement that returns two columns, the country code and the average age of users for the records with the country code. The marketing team has asked that we round the average age to the nearest whole number and rename the column that contains the average age to average age. Last time we did not talk through our thought process, so let's do this and then let's make sure if it feels complex, then we should probably talk about it just like a moment.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right.
You can also talk about it, and then I'll just write my own and not really pay attention. All the ones that I've messed up so far are me literally just like I agreed with you, and then I still got it wrong. So I don't think it makes
I
a
agreed with you
difference.
both times.
Yeah.
This is actually really easy, I feel like. What's the age? Is it just age? It's just age. It's just using round. There we go. Oh, we don't do any of this, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out as well.
All
Two
right. It's
column.
just a group by.
That's what I was thinking as well. Yep, I'm in.
Oh, I almost pressed period because that feels like a good way to end these kind of sentences.
Ooh. Yeah, just it does feel like you're literally just talking.
All right, I'm a
Mhm.
little bit nervous, but this is very straightforward, I feel like. All right, we got it.
That one's good. That one's good. Mhm.
All right. Ooh, we're subquerying.
Oh, subqueries. All right, start of a new chapter. Sometimes a single query is not enough to retrieve the specific records we need. It's possible to run a query on the result set of another query, a query within a query. We call those queryception or subqueries. Subqueries can be very useful in a number of situations when trying to retrieve specific data that wouldn't be accessible by simply querying a single table. So you can get stuff from multiple tables, right? In this example here, I like to look at the inside one first. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Where it's like
Yes.
inside the parentheses, select ID from artists, where artist name like Rick. And then we have basically the list of artist IDs. So then we can check where artist ID in that list, right? You know how before we were doing just
Yep.
values, comma
Yep.
separated values. And then now we'll be able to return the rest of those.
That's
So
so
that's pretty
cool. By the way,
cool.
just programmatically, this is such a cool thing they do.
Yes.
Just thinking through
It
the problem.
composes so
Yeah,
nicely.
no, it's very cool.
The only syntax unique to a subquery is the parentheses surrounding the nested query. The in operator could be different, right? You could use equal if we only have a single value or something like that. Very
There
nice.
is one other thing he forgot. There's no
hmm
semicolon after the termination of the select statement.
Well, but it's not a statement because it doesn't have a semicolon.
I know.
It's an expression.
I know.
Selects are expressions until you put a semicolon at the end. Then they become statements,
Ooh,
right?
think about it.
One of Cash Pal's customer service reps needs us to pull all the transactions for a specific user. Trouble is they only know the user's name, not their ID. Use a subquery to return all the transaction details for the user with the name David.
Oh, David. All right. Ooh, we're kind of like
It's like
raw dog and a
we're like
join.
adjacent. We're adjacant to a join here.
I feel like we could technically probably just use a join to get this done.
This is like poor man's join right here. I feel like you're like, "Well, I haven't figured. I haven't learned that word yet, but that's okay
All
for
right.
this particular example." Oh, I think I'm cooking here.
Yep. I mean I love what you're saying.
What can we do? Yeah, I think that's fine.
You can enable Vim mode in settings. Ooh, that would make me so much more
You haven't been
efficient.
using Vim mode?
No, dude, I've been cruising
Oh,
without it.
bro, you're missing out.
Well, you forget
You're
that
missing out.
before I did this, before I used Vim, I used to be a master at this kind of stuff. Right? I used
Yeah,
to be hopping all around doing all that stuff. So I was really good at
that's
it.
good. That's good.
Yeah. But it was a long time ago. My NetBeans
Mhm.
days. NetBeans, baby.
The good old days.
Those are good. Those were good days.
All right, I think I got mine. You can talk through yours if you want, Prime.
All right, with the name David. So I assume it's just singular name David.
That's what I'm putting.
Yeah, so I did this. I did select star from transactions where user ID is in a subquery of select ID from users where David. I
Yeah,
think that's
I
right
got
because that
exactly
gets
the same.
all the users that have the name David. Then we get all the transactions in which have the user ID that is equivalent.
I guess if we thought there was only one, we could probably do where user ID equals, right? I'm gonna test that as well. Does that work? It also works.
Yeah,
Sick. Because
I
there's only
assume that's
one.
because there's only one. Yeah, I
Right.
got it. Phew. Subqueries make me. I've
Nice.
never personally subquery. That was my first. I've always just done join. I've never
Whoa, you guys just saw his first one ever live. That's
first
crazy.
subquery. Really.
Sometimes a single subquery is not enough to retrieve the specific records we need. It's possible to run a query on the result set of another query. Yep, a query within a well, oh, this is the thing we already read though. So that's I was like,
Yes.
that's
Yes.
okay. But so a subquery is a technique for speeding up your database. Can be, but not really. Is a temporary table? No, that's a CTE. Allows you to query the result set of a nested query. Yes, that's the direct
You
quote from the
just
other page.
you just read that. Good job.
I just read that, so I know that one for sure.
The example
The
will return
exam.
blank rows. The example will return potentially many.
Yep. Yep.
I think that's the only reasonable answer.
That is.
All right, certain
Certain
customers have been
go ahead.
using their personal CashPal accounts for business expenses. CashPal is trying to contact these customers so they can upsell business accounts. Ooh, this feels a little creepy, but okay, whatever. CashPal. Using a subquery, write a SQL statement that retrieves full user records for every user who matches the sender ID in a transaction with invoice or tax mentioned anywhere in the transaction note. Who is not an admin?
Wow. I need the checkbox version of this one, Lane.
I need a checkbox version immediately. What does the transaction look like?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one we got to dust it off a little bit. I'll talk through my
Yep.
idea here in a
Yeah,
second.
yeah. Okay. Mhm. Oh, interesting. Interesting.
I don't know how to do like a like and an in at the same time. Can't do it.
I don't think you can, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, this is good. Okay, I think I have mine. I'm gonna read over it, but you can talk through yours while you're solving if you want.
All right. So okay, I think I'm ready. I do think I'm ready. So I have the following: select star from users. Pretty straightforward. That's exactly what the top wants. Where ID, because I assume the ID is equivalent to the sender ID, right? So I say where ID in select sender ID from transactions where note like invoice or note like tax with little whatevers. And then I do an additional and admin equals false. You
That's
got
what
the
I
same
did.
thing? All right.
I did.
Good
I
luck,
did. I
sir.
did.
We
I already ran
got
mine
it.
and got
Ah,
confetti. Yep. I didn't want to in case you wanted to change anything as you were reading, I was figuring,
yeah.
I wasn't gonna I'll try and finish mine and then, you know what I mean? So, okay. So when working though on backend application, this doesn't come up often, but it's important to remember that SQL is indeed a full programming language. We usually use it to interact with data stored in tables, but it's quite flexible and powerful. For example, you can select information that's simply calculated. I don't even need a calculator app. You just use
Dang.
SQL.
That's gonna be
Dang,
so funny to
SQL
whip
Lite.
out when I'm on stream and I'm like, dude, I gotta do a quick calculation. Hold on.
Quick
Key
calculation. SQL
SQL.
Lite 3.
and jump in.
PSQL. Select 5 plus 10 as a sum. Finance has found out that people who've lived longer than 40 years need to start thinking about retirement. Write a query that returns all columns of the users who are more than 40 years old. Unfortunately, this table awkwardly stores age in days in the age in days field. Wait, what? Age
Nice.
in days. Okay. Nice. Use a subquery to convert 40 years to days and filter on that. Assume every year is 365 days.
Nice. I'm glad
Ace.
we don't have
Nice.
to do any sort of
Okay.
other assumption because that's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's funny though. It's good.
365.25, but there's also like a second drift that does happen.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
That would be just like Lane to to make it so that you actually had to get the calculation correct. We
Oh,
both get pwned.
you didn't know about that? It
Yeah.
doesn't tell us what to return, does it?
It does. Write a query that returns all columns of all the users who
Oh,
are more than
nice.
40 years old.
Age is great. All right, I think I have it.
And that's what I'm like. I'm trying to check to make sure I didn't miss anything else. Write a query that returns all columns of the user table who are more than 40 years old. 40 times 365, right? But you
Yep.
just select it.
Yep.
That's something. All right, that's
All right,
something.
here we
All right,
go.
I'm hitting submit. Whatever.
All right, I confettied.
Nice.
TJ, I
Quiz.
hope you know that if I don't get this question correct, I have won the challenge. You have 5, I have 4.
What do you mean? Well, there's still 3 more chapters after this.
There is? Oh, I didn't scroll. I was like, I guess we never did
We
joins
haven't even
or
done
anything.
joins, bro. We haven't even done joins.
Oh,
There's
I
still
thought
a
this
lot.
was the end, dude. I thought
There's still
this
a
was
lot
the
of
end.
time for you to make an error here.
All right, Squeal can only
Mhm.
operate on data stored in tables. False. We just learned
Nice.
that.
That's what I got too.
Right, let's do this. You ready?
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm gonna play the video now.
Thing you don't want to screw up when you're architecting your database is the relationships. One-to-one, one-to-many,
Don't
many-to-many.
screw up your
These relationships need to be accurate. If you get that
Life
right, almost any other
Mhm.
mistake is easily fixable. So
True.
let's start with one-to-one. Say we have a table that contains all the students that attend Boot.dev. Every student row has a unique ID and an enrolled at date. So 2 columns. Now, say we want to also store the student's name. We could make a new table called student names with a name column, and then add a foreign key column like student ID to link the records together between the tables. But honestly, that wouldn't make a lot of sense. 99% of the time, when you have a one-to-one relationship, like the relationship between a student entity and their name, you should just add a new column to the existing table. So now the
True.
student table
True.
has 3 columns: ID, created at, and name. A student
I've
can
made that
only ever
mistake
have
before.
one
Mhm.
name, so we store it directly on the table. Now, what about a one-to-many relationship? Well, a student needs payment methods, right? And sometimes one
They
fails,
do.
so we want them to be
Yes.
able to add
Need to
multiple
be
on
able to
file.
pay.
We could add new columns like credit card 1, credit card 2, credit card 3,
solution
and that would sort of work.
Based
But what
only up
happens
to
when we
3
want to
credit
add
cards. You
a
don't need more
fourth
than
payment
that.
method? We
Dave
would need
Ramsey
to
would
add
be
another
ticked.
new column. And what happens when a specific student only has 2 payment methods? Well, we end up with some null columns. And what if we need to add nicknames to the payment methods themselves? Do we duplicate all the columns?
We
Like
say
credit
no.
card
CC
1
one
name,
Yeah,
credit
yeah.
card 2 name.
Yes.
This approach gets really
Stop the video.
messy
This is the
and
end of the
honestly
course. Yes.
buggy pretty quickly. The correct approach is to recognize that a single student can have many credit cards, so we need a one-to-many relationship. We typically model that by using 2 tables, students and credit cards. The student table might have ID created at and name,
One
and the credit card table
huge
might have
table.
ID created at card name and name. Then we can link or relate a student to their cards by adding a foreign key to the many side of the relationship. In this case, we add a student ID column
Mhm,
to the credit
mhm.
cards table, and that ID
True.
should match the ID on the student table. So we can now have many credit card rows in the credit cards table that all point to the same single student ID.
Look
Now,
at
say we want to
Stoss's
add
ending.
a student's classes
It's
to the
perfect.
database as well. Now, you might think this is another one-to-many situation, but if we follow the same pattern as before, we'd actually end up with a copy of every class record for every student that's in that class. For example, let's say we've got 2 classes, Computer Science 101 and Business 105.
Oh,
If 30
nice.
students are enrolled in each and we've modeled it as a one-to-many relationship, then we'd have 30 student records and 60 class records.
Oh,
Most
it's
importantly,
a
if we change
lot
the
of
name of Computer
repeated
Science
stuff.
101 to CS 101, we need to update 30 different records to reflect the change accurately. And if
We
we
don't want
don't, we
that.
could have 15 students still in a class called Computer Science 101 and 15 students
I
in a
think I've
class
been to
called
that
CS
school.
101, even though it's the same class.
Wow,
So this
every
approach
syllabus
is
ever?
really prone to bugs. The right way to model it is as a many-to-many relationship, which we do by adding a third joining table. Many students can be in the same class, and a single student can take many classes. So
Guess
our
it makes sense that
schema
this
will
comes
look
first,
like
but I'm
this:
surprised we
a
don't have
students
like
table with columns
an
ID
initial
created at and
join
name,
thing here
and a
first.
classes table with columns ID created at and name. But we'll have 30 records in the users table and only 2 records now in the classes table. And the key difference is that now we have a students classes table with a student
I've made
ID
one of these
and a class
before.
ID. So to
Yep.
represent a student
Yep.
being in a class, we just add a record to the students classes table, and it represents the relationship between the two. Now we can add any student to any class, and we have a single source of truth for each student record and for each class record. If we want to update the name of a class, we only have to update it in one place. So the joining table just manages the relationships, which in this case represents enrollment.
Nice. One to one, one to many, many to many. Nice.
I know all those words, even in that order.
Which is an example of a one-to-one relationship.
This is a polycule.
I've seen that before in San Francisco.
Sorry, I pounded 2 eggs plus a peanut butter toast, but I didn't
That
have
was
milk.
fast. 4
I didn't have
minutes,
milk.
dude.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
quick. I was trying to think what's a good polycule joke I could make to make you do a spit take, but I couldn't get any in time.
I'm unstoppable.
Oh,
All right, which is an
yeah.
example of a one-to-one relationship? Users' transactions, a university's professors, a transactions note, a father's children. I assume 3.
Yeah. Because a transaction always has one and only one
Yeah.
note.
How would you model the relationship between a course and its name? That's like one-to-one,
One
right?
to one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, only has one name at a
It'd be
time.
bad if it was anything else.
One to many. When talking about the relationships between tables, a one to many relationship is probably the most commonly used relationship. That's tough. A one to many relationship occurs when a single record in one table is related to potentially many records in another table. The one to many relation only goes one way. That's true. A record in the second table cannot be related to multiple records. That would be many to many.
Yeah, that'd be confusing.
That's the whole point. Yeah. Examples of one to many relationship. Yep. A customer and their orders, right? They have 0, 1, or many orders. That makes sense. Or a user and their transactions. They have 0, 1, or many. Totally makes sense. You have a customers table, and then you have an orders table. The orders table has a customer ID. We already saw this with the foreign key linking back.
By the way, primary key and foreign key, one of those 2-word single words.
True. More even now that like I never really even thought about it until we were reading this, and I'm like, there's a lot of multi-word keywords in SQL. A lot of people just aren't brave enough to add them to their languages. That's fine.
Yeah, Rust could have done it.
Rust probably has it, bro.
If not, you can
it
just
turned-
make it.
Yeah. It turns out that when we originally designed the cache file database schema, we assumed that users would only have a single country they lived in. They were not accounting for digital nomads. With digital, I didn't even see that it said with digital nomads.
That was pretty good.
I didn't even read that. I didn't even read the rest of it. Oh man, that's funny. It turns out many users have dual citizenship. Instead of a single user table where each user has a single country code, do the following. Yep, remove the country code from the user's table. Okay, I'm going to do that. Boom. Create a new table called countries with 4 fields. Create table countries. Don't forget the semicolon.
We don't need the alter table because there is no.
Right. There's no up. This is the very beginning.
Okay,
here.
so we are writing our own up here. Nice.
Yep.
Countries.
Wait, user ID and integer foreign key. User ID. Interesting. User ID and integer foreign key to the. That's a surprise. I wasn't expecting
that can't be
doing that though. That's weird. An integer foreign key to the user's table ID field. Why would a country? That doesn't make sense. Am I crazy? This one just seems backwards.
Something's wrong here. A user ID and integer foreign key to the user's table ID field.
We're gonna do that in a second, maybe. We're gonna realize that this is dumb, and then do a many to many. Literally the next thing.
Okay. Let's just
I'm pretty sure.
I felt, also country code not being not null.
Yeah. Right. We know that this is dumb because we've written SQL before. You're gonna be exposed to the idea that you thought this was a good idea, I think, and then it's gonna be wrong. That's my guess.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do an integer. And then we do this thing, this constraint. We need to add a constraint. We'll call it foreign key. I know every time I see FK, I do not think foreign key.
Yeah, you don't have to write the constraint.
True,
It'll make up a name
it
for you.
does auto do one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, then we do the name of the thing. Yes, that's right. So I do
Yeah.
user ID, and then I do from users, and I get their ID. So I think that's
Yep.
correct.
I think I've got basically the same thing. I mean, I'm gonna click submit. I'm just gonna go for it. I'm not even gonna read more.
Yep, got
Nice
it, got
confetti.
it. All right, many to many. A many to many
Mm-hmm.
relationship occurs when multiple records in one table can be related to multiple records in another table. Example
Mm-hmm.
of many to many relationships: a product table and the suppliers table. Products may have 0 to many suppliers, and suppliers can have 0 to many products. A classes table and a students table. Students can take potentially many classes, and classes can have many students. Joining table. A joining table helps define many to many relationships between data in the database. As an example, when defining the relationship above between products and suppliers, we would have defined a joining table called product suppliers that contains the primary
Mm-hmm.
keys
Mm-hmm.
from the tables to be joined. Then, when we want to see if the supplier supplies a specific product, we can look at the joining table to see if the IDs share a row. Unique constraint across two fields. This is true. When
Mm-hmm.
enforcing specific schema constraints, we may need to enforce the unique constraint across two fields. So you can do unique, two names, foreign key. Oh, this is a lot to remember. TJ, this is gonna be
Oh, we're
difficult.
cooking
This
now.
is gonna be difficult.
When we go to the next page and I can't reference any of the syntax for this, we
I'm
might
gonna
be in a little trouble.
struggle. I'm gonna be
We might be a
struggling. All right.
little. We might be in a little bit of trouble.
I do
That's
think
okay.
that when you look at it as a single line, this is a little bit easier. Say foreign
I read it as
key.
a single line. I agree.
Yeah, it makes it a
Yep.
little bit easier. Makes it a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Let's see. This lets multiple rows share the same product ID or supplier ID, but it prevents any two rows from having both the same product and supplier ID. Very nice. And that's unique.
Yep.
Assignment. We have another issue with our current user to country relationship. In the current
We sure
schema,
do.
a user can have many countries associated with it, but there are duplicate records. If two users associate with the United States, we are creating two country records. So you were right. You were right on that
Yeah.
one. I just thought Lane was
Mhm.
being a complete moron. I was just like, this guy's an idiot.
Keep
Turns
that
out-
in, Lane.
Turns
Keep
out
that
Lane
in.
is a
He's
brilliant.
he's
He's a
gonna
brilliant
use-
man.
I thought Lane was, he's gonna bleep it out to make you look really like really mean. Beep! Oh man.
Here, Lane, I'll do this.
Yep.
There you go, Lane. Now you can use whatever you want to do right there.
I hope he voices it over. A really nice guy whom I love working with.
What a friend. So now we have our, let's see, use the joining table to deduplicate country data. Remove the user ID field. Yep. From countries. Okay. I assume you can just read those and go through them one at a time.
Yeah. Yep.
Because you're going to do that anyways. So, you know.
I'm gonna right. You can just read it out loud while you're working on it too. I don't think it doesn't affect me too much.
All right. Ooh, I'm very excited about this.
Yeah, we're starting to get into some real squealing here.
This is where I really like, because the last time I wrote squeal by hand was 50 or 20 years ago. I can't remember how long ago it was, but I got pretty good at it. And so I've already like having was already outside of the things I normally did. I did a lot of joins and stuff, but I never had to do having. Right, that was like a pretty unusual one. I never built dashboards.
Yeah, I mean, I think that does feel more of a dashboard thing, where it's like you've got 3 filter things and you click down to be like,
Yes.
oh, I only, yeah. Mm-hmm.
We got a user ID, integer. Probably want a unique. Yeah,
Look
unique.
at this guy. He's cooking.
We definitely want a unique. All right, just want to make sure I got that. Okay, it is. Then we want to do a foreign key. User ID references user's ID. Oh, yeah. Okay, there is a comma at the end of it. Country ID references country's ID.
Country.
I think that's right.
I think I got the same. I at least attempted to type the same thing. We'll see.
Yep. All right. I'm just hold on. I'm just double checking the commas because that's honestly where I think
Confetti,
I'm gonna.
boys. Confettis.
I'm gonna toss. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna toss the game only on commas. Like that's gonna be where I fall apart.
I know.
All right, database normalization
Is a method for structuring your database schema in a way that helps improve the data integrity and reduce data redundancy. All right,
we got
ready?
an 8-minute video on this one.
Lane, wow, nice.
This is educational. Let's go.
Definition of database normalization, but you can mostly just ignore it. Normalization is super important to understand. It seriously impacts the code that you write in the real world, but the technical category definitions are mostly just an academic exercise. That said, let's go over them in excruciating detail, and I'll give you the actual practical rule of thumb about how to use them at the very end. But first, what is normalization? Well, it's
Can
really
we pause for a second when you said "but first"? I thought we were going to
Sure.
get hit with an ad. I thought like, "But first, Ridge Wallet."
But first, subscribe to the Primeagen.
I was out there, but hey, but first, use code Prime.
just the practice of improving the structure or schema of a database so that it has less data redundancy, duplicate data, and more data integrity, which really just means correct data. So to put it simply, we want to store data in its simplest form with no copies, because copies can lead to bugs. For example,
True.
we might update one copy and forget to update the other copy, which gives us sort of this invalid state. Which one represents the truth? And normalization is a gradient. You can have a database that's more normalized or one that's less normalized. The more normalized the database is, the less duplicate data you have, and the more correct the data is likely to be. Now, academics have defined
teachers always
four
told me my
different
behavior
normal
wasn't
forms.
normalized.
First, second,
Yeah,
third,
yeah.
and
Pretty far along
voice
that
cog.
spectrum.
As we move up from first to second to third to BCNF, the database becomes more and more normalized. Now, each form is just a set of rules. If the data in the database follows the rules, then the database is in that normal form. The rules build on each other. So second normal form has all the rules from first normal form plus some extra. Third normal form has the rules of second normal form plus some extra. You get the idea. So anyways, let's start with first normal form. It just has two rules. First, every row must have a unique primary key, and two, there can be no nested tables. Now, rule number two is actually
What's
pretty
a nested
easy to
table?
follow in practice. Most database systems don't even let you nest
That's what I was
tables
gonna
within
say.
each
I think
other,
that's
with the
when you
exception of,
literally, have a
maybe
table in a
embedding some
column.
JSON. But to understand rule
With
number
JSON,
one, let's say we
usually.
have a users table with two columns,
Okay, that
first
makes
name
sense.
and age. And say we have a user in that table, Lane, who's 30. If another user signs up with the same name and age, Lane 30, we get a duplicate row. And this is what first normal form is supposed to prevent, because no
That makes
duplicate
sense.
rows are allowed. To fix it, we can just add a unique ID column as the primary key. We'll give the first row 1 and the second row
Okay,
ID
so
2.
if you're not
now,
first
these
normal
ID
form, you're
numbers
just
would be
creating chaos.
generated by the application, so
Yeah,
they
yeah,
can't be duplicated
you
no
gotta
matter
be
what the
using that
user's
in your
name or
database.
age is.
Yep.
Okay, so that's first normal form. Now on to second normal form. We still have to follow all the rules of first normal form, but there is one additional rule. All columns that are not part of the primary key must be dependent on the entire primary key, not just part of it. And a primary key is usually a single
Makes
ID
sense.
column, but you can have a table with a primary key that's a unique combination of 2 or 3 or more columns.
I don't know
For example, you
what
might
that
have
means.
a users classes table that maps users to the classes.
If you
they're
had
in.
like a
It has user
composite
ID
primary
column and a
key,
class ID
it needs
column.
to be
user
on
1
both
is in
of
class
them,
3,
like
user 2 is in
together.
class 4, user 1 is in class 5. Now, there's not much point here in adding a third ID column because the unique combination of user ID and class ID does the job just fine. You can't enroll in the same class twice. That doesn't really make sense. When we use the term primary key in a software engineering sense, we're usually referring to an ID column or maybe a specific combination of columns that we've created a primary key.
Oh, was it saying second normal form is that the primary key must, like, every part of it must be used? Is that what it's saying? Like, you
No,
can't have...
I thought it was saying that if you have if you had a composite primary key, you can't have it only depend on like the user ID, not the user ID and the class ID. That would be weird, right? Like let's say your composite ID was user ID and class ID, right? Then if you're going to add another column in that table, right? It needs to be sort of unique for both of those things. It would be weird if you had like that many to many join table and you put like the course name in there. But the course is only unique to the
I think
course.
I see what you're saying. Yes. Okay, so all the data must be unique to the primary key or dependent upon.
Exactly.
Is that what okay,
Right.
okay. I'm
Right,
at
'cause then-
330 right now.
And the entire thing. Yeah, I'm at the same spot.
Okay.
Columns that we've created a primary key around. But in an academic computer science normalization sense, primary key just means the smallest number of columns that can be used to uniquely identify a row in an
Okay.
actual
Your
data
definition
set.
makes
So
more
say
sense
we
now.
have a table with 3 columns: first name, last name, and first initial. And then we have Lane Small, first initial L, Lane Brewer, first initial L, and Alan Small, first initial A. Now, this table technically follows first normal form because there are no duplicate rows and no nested tables, but it doesn't follow second normal form's rules. None of the columns can be a primary key by themselves because none have completely unique values, but we can choose a pair that creates a unique combination, like first name and last name. Now, with that definition of a primary key in mind, let's read the rule again. All columns that are not part of the primary key, in this case, just first initial, must be dependent on the entire primary key, not just a part of it. The problem is that first initial is entirely dependent on just the first name column, which is a part of the primary key, not the whole primary key, so we've broken the rule. So to solve this, we can create a new table and move the first initial column there. It's a mapping table of first name to first initial. So we've got Lane, L, Alan, A. And on our first table, we just drop that first initial column. Now both tables follow the rules of second normal form. And if we need to look up a first initial by the user's name, we just use that second table to do so. Now we don't have a duplicate mapping of Lane to L. We only store that relationship once. Now this may seem like a really silly example. Why would you store an initial alongside a name? You could just calculate it when you need it. And it is kind of a simple example. But there are times in the real world where you will have a column that kind of depends on another column. And rather than storing it many, many times, you can extract it out into another table. Now on to third normal form. It follows all the rules of first and second normal form, but now adds one additional rule. All the columns not in the primary key must be dependent only on the primary key. Let's go back to the same example, but add a unique primary key column. ID. So we've got 1 Lane small
I got
L,
you.
2 Lane Brewer L, 3 Allen small A. Now you might think that this is the same problem as before, and it kind of is, but technically this table does follow second normal form because first initial is dependent on first name, and first name is not part of the primary key anymore because that's the new ID column. But fundamentally, we're still duplicating data. We know Lane maps to L, and we don't need to store that relationship twice. This table breaks third normal form because a column not in the primary key, first initial, is dependent on another column not in the primary key, first name. And again, we can solve this by moving the first name
I see why you do
first
this. Okay,
initial
I see why you do
mapping
this.
to a separate table. Okay, last normal form. Boyce Codd normal form.
Dude, I
It
need
adds
a
one
cool
final
thing
rule.
like this.
A column that is part of the
Where's
primary
Teach
key may
DV
not
normal
be
form?
dependent on a column that is not part of the primary key. It's important to note that Boyce Codd normal form, or BCNF, was invented after first, second, and third normal forms, once they realized that there was still a way for duplicate data to slip into tables, even if a table followed third normal form. For Boyce Codd normal form to matter, the database has to be in a very specific state. Say we have a table with 4 columns: release year, release date, sales, and name. And we fill it up with all of this data. In this table, we have several possible candidate primary keys. Name could be the primary key on its own, or it could be a combination of release year and sales. The date column could also be a candidate primary key on its own. If we choose the combination of release year and sales as our primary key, the problem is that release year is fully dependent on the release date column. So we have a column in the primary key that is dependent on a column that's not part of the primary
That would be
key.
weird.
That doesn't break second or third normal form, but it does create duplicate data, and Boyce Codd normal form fixes this edge case. Again, it says a column that's part of the primary key cannot be entirely dependent on a column that's not part of the primary key. Now, one way to fix this is to store year, month, and day in separate columns. But honestly, we could just get rid of the release year column entirely because we already have the more specific date column.
Right.
Okay, so these were the technical definitions, the academic definitions of first, second, third, and Boyce Codd normal forms. But
Can't wait
here's
for you
what
to
I
pull
want
out
you
Boyce
to
Codd normal
remember
form on
as
something
a
prime.
real-world
You're gonna sound so
software
smart, bro.
engineer, not
so
a
good.
computer science academic.
gonna
Unless
be
you have
so
a
smart.
really, really good reason, usually performance related, don't denormalize your data. Try to keep it as normalized as possible. And for the most part, we just want full normalization. Boyce Codd normal form, which when you ignore all of the other categories, we can talk about it much more simply. Just don't store redundant data. There should only be one way to represent the state that you're trying to represent in your database schema. Add unique primary key ID columns, and if you do that, you'll be just fine.
That makes sense. That makes
I
sense.
feel like I've done all those rules, just not knowing the names of all those rules. I've never known about these normal forms.
It feels like they're useful though to spell them out that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is data integrity? Refers to the accuracy and consistency of the data. For example, if a user's age is stored in a database rather than their birthday, that data becomes incorrect automatically with the passage of time. Do not store their age, chat. That
Yep.
is a recipe for a bad day. Okay. Don't do that. Computing things is so much better. It
Yep.
would be computers are so fast, guys. They're so fast. It's okay. They're so fast. You could just put the birth date in there and do the math. Okay.
Just put the
Um,
birthday in the bag, bay.
just put the put the birthday in the base. Okay.
So
That's
I
short for
assume it's
database.
raw, right? It should be
Yeah,
stored
yeah.
in raw form.
That's what I was saying. Raw.
I did spend 2 years convincing Netflix to put it not in the raw form to do some computing, but that was on some performance metrics. It was a
Yeah, well, that
nightmare to.
also feels like at Netflix scale, you get to have some different conversations about, hey,
Yes.
maybe computers aren't fast enough to
Tur-
do this.
yeah. All right. Pick the
All
best
right.
example of data redundancy. Two tables, both contain fields that store a Boolean value. Each table has an ID field as its primary key. A user's address is stored in two different tables. A country table and users table each contain fields called name. I would assume it's the user's address stored in two different
Yeah,
tables.
I got three. I got
Okay.
three.
The first one, I wasn't really
Don't do
quite sure
that.
what it means. I was just like, what are these?
Yeah, no, it's just
What?
literally something that has booleans in two tables.
I'm
Like they
like,
both have booleans.
are you trying to? I think he's trying to trick me here.
Yep.
Which form has the most duplicate data? 1N. 1NF.
Right. The least,
The least
the least of
normalized.
them. Yeah, the least normalized.
Which form encourages the most accurate and up to date information? BCNF.
I feel like that it's got to be the opposite
I,
one.
I
Yep.
would have said BCNF. Yeah. That's what I would have said.
The best coding for new frameworks.
In the context of normalization, the primary key is made up of blank columns, one to many. I'm going to do one to many. Yeah, I thought I was right.
To be compliant with first normal form, a database table simply needs to follow two rules. It must have a unique primary key, which feels insane. I can't even imagine getting to the point. I mean, I get how you would not think you need an ID if you haven't done SQL before, but like I'm like, oh, it didn't even occur to me now that you could even make tables without IDs. You know, it's like, what are you
Yeah.
even gonna do without IDs?
Yeah, I think I
Um,
did this probably by accident at one point when I was,
yes.
20, but that was a
Yeah.
long, long time ago.
All right, so it must have a unique primary key, and a cell can't have a nested table as its value, right? So I think the one where you would most run into this would be like I'm gonna put some JSON stuff
Yeah.
inside of a table, and then we just like because Postgres also lets you even like query the
Yeah, it has
JSON
JSON B.
thing itself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
JSON A.
which is pretty cool. All right, so example of not first normal form is a table with no ID
Fair,
and it has
fair.
two identical rows. So that's both of those are bad. Now we added IDs. Cool. It's chill that we have a user that's the same, but they have different IDs. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You should almost never design a table that doesn't adhere to one NF. Yes, that's what we were just saying. It's like that's crazy. Don't get there, guys.
I just want to
Don't
know
get there.
how, like, I can't even remember if I did it. Like, how does one arrive to that solution? I want to meet the table that was just like, yeah, we never put a way to look it
Well,
up.
you just make a table like this, and you just always look it up by name. You know, it's like you know what I'm saying. You make a
Yeah.
table on the right, like companies or like users, and you're like, well, that's fine. I just look up by the name where name equals this, right?
Yeah.
Instead of having an ID.
I think I'm too young, honestly, for that. I think there's a
Too
time
young.
in computing where they're just like, oh, we'll just put the company names in. That's like how we look it up because there's like 12 companies that's going to use this.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I'm
then,
saying like in college, it feels like that's a mistake you could make.
oh, I'm not even sure. Okay, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so we hired an internet cash file, trash, and
Trash can.
her first task,
Trash.
sorry. First task was design a new companies table. The table will store business clients' data. Unfortunately, they've committed the unforgivable sin. There's no primary key in this table. We could have entire duplicate rows. Add an ID field as the first column. Integer primary key. Boom.
TJ, you accidentally just said exactly what the example was.
I know. That's okay. I figured we were gonna get that. We're both gonna get that right, so that's okay.
All right, I just did ID integer. You're
Well, I'm
rushing
already
me.
on second normal
I
form.
know, but you're
I know.
rushing me, and I
That's
feel like
my
I'm gonna
only
get it wrong.
chance.
I know.
That's my only chance on these.
Bro,
I
it's
gotta,
easy.
I
Bro,
gotta
it's
catch
easy.
one
Bro, it's
back
easy.
up.
Press enter.
Bro, it's easy. Bro. Don't type two commas. Type two commas there. Type two commas.
Let's see. Okay, a table in second normal form follows all the rules of first normal form and one additional rule, which only applies to composite primary keys. All columns that are not part of the primary key are dependent on the entire primary key, and not just one of the columns in the primary key. Okay, fair. An example of
Hmm
first normal
hmm
form but not second normal form. In this table, the primary key is the combination of first and last name. The table does not adhere to second normal form because the first initial column is entirely dependent on the first name, rendering it redundant.
True.
Rendering it redundant.
You've been rendered
mm,
redundant.
mhm. Let's see. Example of second normal form. One way to convert the table to 2NF is to add a new table that maps the first name directly to the first initial. This removes duplicates. Yay! 2NF is usually a good idea. You should probably default to keeping your tables in second normal form. That said, there are good reasons to deviate from it, particularly for performance reasons. The reason being that when you have a query a second table to get an additional data, it can take a bit longer. My
Yep,
rule, my
that
rule
makes
of
sense.
thumb, my rule of thumb is optimize your data integrity and data deduplication first. If you have speed issues, denormalize accordingly. That's fair.
Yeah. Make it work first correctly, guys. And then if you find out your app's slow, first probably check did you write some really bad React code in the front end? And then second, you can check your database.
Then check if you did a really bad code on the back end,
Yeah.
serializing queries against your database. And then
Yeah.
third,
Check.
see if you've done some joins with some joins.
Yeah, or did you do an n+1 query is the
Yeah.
other one. And then you're allowed to check, maybe I should denormalize.
It's way down the list.
Way down the list. Way down the list, guys.
All right.
Way down the list. Yep.
Rewriting it in Rust might actually even happen first. Okay, another
True.
developer on our team has created a joining table for companies and users. Many to many relationships. Unfortunately, they did it a bit weird. They included meta information
Man.
about companies on the joining table. A good joining table simply has the IDs of the entities in the relationship. It manages the relationships and nothing else. Any information about the entities themselves belong on their respective tables. Move the columns that are out of place to the proper tables. Be sure to add it as the last column to the table you add it to. Okay. So I assume they're talking about
I'm ready.
number of employees would be one on a company. Oh, no, that's a good one. User company, sorry. Revenue, which is kind of a confusing one to do. Oh, I almost just removed too many
Oh, I saw that
columns.
comment. I was like, there's a chance, bro.
There's a
There's a
chance.
chance.
Oh my gosh,
There's a
imagine losing.
chance.
Dude, it's scary. This scares me so much now because if I lose to something like that, it hurts.
Third normal form. A table in third normal form follows all the rules of second normal form. And one additional rule. All columns that aren't part of the primary key are dependent solely on the primary key. Notice it's only slightly different from the second normal form. In second normal form, we can't have a column completely dependent, but this one is that we can't have it entirely dependent on anything that isn't the primary key. So that makes sense. First initial, shenanigans again. We don't need this. We don't need this in here. It's not dependent on the ID. It's only dependent on name. That's bad. In the example for third normal form, we got to make a new table, make it completely dependent on the key, which would be name in this case, right? So pretty much everything in the row should always only depend on exactly the primary key, nothing else. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Same suggestions as last time, which totally makes sense as well. The rollout of business counts is really causing some headaches for our development team. The company's table has been a disaster. Lane, this is a little too real, okay? All right.
Lane, is this from
Could
personal experience? Like, what is
can
this?
can we make this a little bit less painful for us to read? All right, that we're having a hard time getting through all of these with this kind of stuff. Our database architect pointed out that the idea behind the size field is redundant. Oh my, we have a database architect. No wonder why this is
Yeah,
bad,
that's a
bro.
problem.
If a company has more than 100 employees, we consider it large. Otherwise, we consider it small. Oh, salt my hammies, bro. Get that out of here. There's something we can calculate from the number of employees field rather than storing it separately. True. So remove the size column from the companies table by modifying the create table statement.
Okay.
Boom. Change the select statement to calculate a size field in the result set that works the same way. Return the other fields as normal.
I like this. Okay, we're getting some stuff here.
Mm-mm.
There's that employees word again.
Oh, that's going to be tough. In this case, it's actually right though.
In this case, I'm actually typing the right thing. Almost
Okay.
there.
I think I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right. I think I'm ready too.
Hopefully I typed everything good.
All right, let's go.
Confetti. Whew.
I
Okay,
didn't think you're
nice.
gonna get. I was curious if you're gonna hit the column rename as size. I wasn't
As
sure.
size. Still got to hit the as size. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's tricky. All right, we're on the BCNF. A table in
Oh yeah.
BCNF form created by Raymond F. Boyce and Edgar F. Codd follows all the rules of third normal form plus one additional rule. A column that's part of the primary key cannot be entirely dependent on a column that's not part of the primary key.
Mm-hmm.
This only comes into play when there are multiple possible primary key combinations that overlap. Another name for this is overlapping candidate keys. Only in rare cases does the table in third normal form not meet the requirements of Boyce-Codd normal form. Yes, and then the
Mm-hmm.
release here again because yeah,
Yep. Yeah, the example from the video. I was also thinking we need to have the teach prime normal form, which is everything that applies for the Boyce Cod normal form, but also no one ever says that the table is a disaster.
I like that. That's a good form.
So that's a new form. That's the one we're coining for today.
Yeah,
Nobody ever claims that's the teach prime normal form.
that's the TPNF. You know what
The
I mean?
TPNF.
Yeah.
It's well known. It's been well established in the field.
When can a table be in 3NF but not in BCNF? When Raymond F. Boyce and Edgar F. Codd decree it is so from on high. That's true.
Base?
It has multiple possible primary keys. I think that's it, right? Or the third one actually sounds even better.
Because it's a column that's part of a primary key cannot be entirely dependent on a column that's not part of that primary key. As a
Because
primary
the
key,
hard part is that the question says, when can a table? Well, the can says that it doesn't is, it just might be. So it has multiple possible primary keys. That I think that is right.
no, but I don't. It's what and in a possible primary key is dependent on a column outside of the primary key.
I mean, that's like the definition,
Column that's
right?
part of a primary key cannot be entirely dependent on a column that's not part of the primary key. I thought it's four. It has a primary key that depends on another column that's
Yeah,
not a primary
that's
key,
the
isn't it?
definition. Yeah, let's do it.
It's four, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
wrong.
Oh, well, we both got that wrong. Okay, let's
Okay,
try
okay.
three.
Okay, let's try three. One, two, three, go.
Yay! Got it.
All right,
Got
we're
it.
still at
Got it.
5-4. We're still at 5-4. It doesn't matter.
Save these. Normalization review, in my opinion, the exact definitions of first, second, third, and Boyce Cod normal form are not that important as a backend developer. True, of course, especially being able to spot the differences between third and BCNF. That's not even that
Yeah,
big
if
of a
you had a
deal.
questionnaire and you couldn't do it, you're
You-
okay. You're actually pretty cool.
That wouldn't even be honestly, so like sometimes it's good to get one
I
wrong,
want to hang out
just
with the
as, like,
people
a
that
way.
can't tell me the difference.
Great, exactly. Yeah, those are my kind of people. So, however, what is important is to understand the basic principles of data integrity and data redundancy. I think we got the basic principles down.
Use a primary key.
So here's the rules of thumb. Every table should always have a unique identifier. Yes, that is good. 90% of that time, that unique identifier will be a single column named ID. Also, that feels pretty true. Yep. Avoid duplicate data. Definitely. That is a nightmare scenario.
Yes.
Try debugging why it's not going. You're looking at one spot and the data just literally doesn't exist because it's on a different table. Not good.
That hurts.
Avoid storing data that's completely dependent on other data. Right. Yes, just compute it, guys. It'll be
Yes.
okay. It'll be okay to start with. Keep your schema as simple as you can. Yes, that's also good. Sometimes people want to make really complicated stuff. Don't do that. Just get the data you write it down in one spot. You'll be really happy, we promise. It's the same thing with React, guys. Don't put the state in a million places. That's also bad. You only want one. When you can have one state, that's better than two. Don't do it. So which should you optimize for first? Well, okay, speed though.
Speed's more fun.
Just ignore everything.
Let's see. When you don't need a composite
mhm.
key, what should the name of your primary keys column be? Skeleton key is so good.
Okay, that's actually sick though.
Yeah, it should be
User
skeleton
dot
key.
skeleton key. That's actually good.
So that's the answer. I assume it's ID.
Yeah.
Isn't I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Which is more important for your career in backend development? Memorizing the exact definitions of those letter things or internalizing simple rules of thumbs? Yes, we'll do the thumbs.
Yeah, I love thumbs.
Thumbs are good, dude.
Banking regulations. Someone added new columns to the cash value users table.
Relationships, but that's
Oh.
okay.
Bankings has regulations also. I just wanted to state that for anybody that's confused about how
It's
these
not
things work.
financial advice.
This is financial advice. Let's go.
Yeah.
Cash value users table that include information on the user's banking institution. Unfortunately, the developer had made these changes, had assumed that a user could only have a single banking institution. We know that a user can be a member of multiple banks. It was suspicious though. And banks can service.
True.
I'm kind of like a pretty monogamous bank kind of guy. Let's if you consider like
Does seem
each-
annoying to have multiple banks. Unless you count having multiple credit cards from different people or something.
no. Also, if you consider like E-Trade, because I think it technically also
Oh, true.
duplicates as like a
True,
bank
good point.
account or something like that.
Also, like Every single gambling website. Obviously, I have like several accounts on each of those. Those are all banks as well.
Because you're banking on it.
No, because they have to be because it's like it looks like I have a loan because I'm at minus $10,000. Don't gamble, guys. It's even worse than duplicating your data.
It's actually true. Given what you've learned about normalization and many-to-many relationships, do the following. Create a new table called banks that contains only bank-related columns that were incorrectly added to the users table and were prefixed with bank underscore. Be sure
Mm,
to remove the bank prefix when you create the table. We do not need it anymore.
true,
Create a
that makes
joining
sense.
table called user banks with user ID and bank ID and add any constraints. Oh, here it comes.
Oh no, from memory, bro. Oh, GG.
Yeah.
GG, bro. Just add 2 or 3 for me here, chat. Just put me at 2 or plus 2 or 3 from where I'm at for mistakes.
I know this is gonna
Oh
get
man.
tricky. Oh, and then there's so much editing of stuff in here too. Oh
No,
no.
we can't edit one up, I don't think, right? Oh, we have to.
Is it create a
N
new table? Oh.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna start
Oh yeah, I
following
think
I'm
you're right.
gonna
I think
start
we
doing
Meta
we don't we
notation.
don't edit these tables. You're right.
Oh boy. Okay. So for the ID, can I put skeleton key?
Oh, I love that. I did primate key. Primary
Primate. It just is different monkey species. Orangutan.
key.
Baboon.
Luckily, I can't spell orangutan. That word is impossible. That's like spelling hors
That's a
d'oeuvres.
good point. That's a good point.
Hors d'oeuvres also equally.
Hours devours.
I
Right?
can't.
Isn't that what it is? That's
It's
like what the
something. It's
letters
like
look like, I'm pretty sure.
there's a Brian Regan joke,
Yep.
right, where he goes hors d'oeuvres. I didn't even get the joke because of how funny it was. Only like 10 years later did I realize that how funny that joke was.
That's good. That's good.
All right, create a new
Okay, I gotta focus, dude. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose several subs on this.
Several. Okay, don't worry about altering the user table right now. Just FYI.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just reading.
I'm giving you tips as I read them if I see them.
Well, I'm saying, I mean, that's in the direction. It says, don't worry about altering
I
the
know, but
user's
I
table.
would mess that up. So I'm just
Okay.
letting you know. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Nice. Create a table named users banks. Okay, you got to create a table named users banks.
Thanks, bro.
Don't forget it's parentheses. Don't say users banks with. Okay, just as a quick heads up.
Were you doing that?
No. Definitely not. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I remember all of them. I just can't spell the word foreign. Honestly, dude, I'm so happy they have autocomplete. I cannot spell that
Yeah,
word.
that's important. That's important for
Okay.
us. Okay, I'm pretty sure we got it right here.
I'm pretty sure I got this one right.
The syntax highlighting is important for this too because yeah, users banks.
Okay, I think I got that correct.
Yep. I mean, I'm willing to press play on mine.
I am almost there.
I'm gonna do it so I can look at yours. Well, actually, let me just make sure I spelled like routing number and stuff correctly.
Those are easy to screw up.
Okay, well that's fine. Oh, good fatty boys, let's go.
All right. So I think I got it because I got unique user
Base
ID,
banks?
bank ID, foreign key, parenthesis, user ID,
Yeah,
parenthesis.
that's a tricky
references.
part.
Yeah, it's a tricky part. I remember that because
Mhm.
I was sitting there thinking, going, I remember parentheses where there shall not be parentheses in my head. It
Yeah.
must be here. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, confetti, let's go. That's good. That's good right there. People,
Yeah, that's
I
good.
can already
That's
tell
good.
chat cannot believe that this is happening right now. Oh, I'm ahead by 1 point.
You
Okay,
are ahead by 1 point.
I
which
fumbled
is,
some serious easy ones early in the game.
I knew I should not have. I shouldn't have risked it on the checking to see if you could use the renamed column from the select and having. That was a gamble not worth taking. Speaking
Yeah.
of gambling being bad, I mean.
And then only to fumble the bag on something easy right after
Oh
that.
my goodness, I know. Yeah, that part was. I just had descending at the bottom. I literally thought I read it as descending.
I know. Well, hey, I did the same
Yep.
thing just earlier. I
True,
also did
true.
two bad ones on the same problem.
True. All right, joins. Oh, we're getting to the exciting stuff. Second to last chapter here.
Yep.
Chapter. Joins are one of the most important features that Squeal offers. Joins allows us to make use of the relationships we've set up between our tables. How to win friends and influence people. It talks about joins in that one. In
True.
short, joins allow us to query multiple tables at the same time. An inner join. This is the one that I know.
Yeah,
That's the one
whenever
that
they
I
talk about
know.
other joins, I'm like, I don't even know what they're talking about.
That's the one that I'm really confident I can do this one for
There's also
sure.
cross joins, and I never understood the reason for that.
Oh, I don't think I wanna use that.
I don't think I
Um,
want that at all.
the simplest and most common type of join in Squeal is the inner join. By default, a join command is an inner join, but you should write it, okay? Don't just write join. Write inner join. It will make you feel better. An inner join returns all of the records in table A that have matching records in table B as demonstrated by the following Venn diagram. Oh, we're getting into Venn diagrams. Things are getting
Nice. If they would scoot
serious.
those little circles closer and
Yeah,
have anime enjoyers and arch users, it would almost be a perfect circle.
it would be a perfect circle. It's just like you outside of the
Yeah, it's
circle,
just
I feel like.
me. I'm on the outside of the
Yeah.
circle.
On. To perform a table join, we need to tell the database how to match up the rows from each table. The on clause specifies the columns from each table that should be compared. When the same column name exists in both tables, we have to specify which table each column comes from using the table name or an alias, followed by a dot before the column name.
That's right. You can throw an
So,
alias on a from statement too, right? Employees as
yep,
E, right?
yeah, as E. Yep. Select star from employees. In this case, then we're inner joining on departments. The on is the clause that says how to match them together. So it's department ID equals departments.id, which makes sense. The on clause ensures that the rows are matched based on these columns, creating a relationship between the two tables. The query above returns all the fields from both tables. That's the star. It's from both tables, by the way,
Yep.
because we've joined them. The inner keyword only affects the number of rows returns, not the number of columns, which is important to note. The inner join filters rows based on matching department ID and ID, while the select star ensures all columns from both tables are included, which like that makes sense because you want the whole kind of like
Yep.
combo row of those two
We call it
things.
the whole kit and caboodle where
The
I
whole
come
kit and
from.
caboodle. I think we had one of our, or maybe even two of our like data like warehouse solutions or whatever at Epic. I'm pretty sure one of them was called Caboodle for that exact reason, by the way.
The whole kit and
Um,
caboodle. I
the whole
love the
kit and
name of
caboodle.
caboodle.
Yep.
That's a great name.
Caboodle. All right. So why is this important? In many databases, the different tables might share the same column names, such as ID.
True.
That makes sense. Where we were already told, call it ID, not skeleton key. If you don't specify the table name or an alias for a column, the database won't know which column to use for the join. Right. You can't just write on ID equals ID. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Very
How is the
confusing.
database supposed to know? So our front end team is working on a profile page and they're unable to write simple SQL.
Yeah, these are like the old school front end engineers.
Oh, back when, yeah, back before they could just have AI write the SQL for them.
Yeah, by
And
old school, I
then
mean a year and a half ago.
we need 6 design meetings though first before we can move forward. And we'd like to display a user's country name instead of just the country's 2-letter code. That makes sense.
Yep.
Let's start by writing a simple join between the users table and countries table. We will expand on this query more in the next exercise. Okay. So write an inner join between users and countries in that order. So I'm assuming we're doing, yep, select star
Yep.
from users.
But you can't be saying what you're typing.
I'm just gonna say it out loud. Inner join
Inner join
countries
products.
on inner join countries on, and then it would say something completely not true. Wait, what the heck?
Yep.
On countries.id.
Stop saying it out loud.
I'm definitely it's fine, bro. It's fine.
I just don't trust you.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a reasonable feeling to have.
Yep.
I need to read these more. Select star from users, inner join countries on countries.id equals users.country code. Join on country code field. Oh, it says in there. Bummer. I've been writing country code the whole time, but I was hoping you were gonna do the ID.
I did type the word ID to begin with, but then I was like, I'm
No,
looking at all of these.
I need one, bro. I need one victory to get back. Dang, it was close. It was close. When working with multiple tables, you can specify which table a field exists on using a dot.
Yep.
For example, table name dot column name. Yep, we just did that. We had to use that already for this.
Yeah, we did.
Adjust the query to return the name and the age field from. Oh, I see. We're changing the select now.
Technically, I think you don't have to do the dot.
If they're unique, though,
Yeah,
right? But I think isn't
countries,
name
I
on
assume.
both though.
Oh yeah, but age is not. Which age could be?
True. We could be keeping track of how old the country is. Like America's going to be 250 years old. July
This year,
4.
the biquincentennial.
Dang, that sounds cool.
It does sound cool. Return a name from the let's see, hold on. Return the name from the country's field, but rename it to country name. Ooh, I almost misspelled countries. Now, I'm curious, does user.age return as age or does it return as I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, does it return
Yeah, I
as
know what you're saying.
user.name or
I
does
think it will just go name and age. Yeah.
I can't trust you now. Now I feel so
Well, it
like
doesn't say it didn't say to return it as anything in particular though for it, so I think it's fine.
okay, yeah,
But
okay, okay.
it does actually for real, for real. No cap.
I got it
You
wrong.
oh! You didn't read the whole assignment.
Oh, sort by marmalade. Oh my gosh. All right. Order by.
Yes, we distracted him with America.
Oh my gosh. I
We
got by
distracted him with
quincentennial.
America.
All right. Well, okay. We're 5-5. We're 5-5.
5-5.
I
Excellent.
really don't understand what a left join is.
Well, let me tell you, a left join will return every record from table A, regardless of whether or not any of those records have a match in table B. That's why
Will we
they're
just
all
call that a
filled out.
select from table A? That's one thing I've always been a little bit confused
But
about.
then if they have one that match, though, then you're going to get that data
Oh, the
from table
bonus
B.
data. The bonus data.
Right. It will also return any matching records from table B. So
Okay.
for the ones that are outside the Venn diagram, I think they're null by
Yeah,
default.
they
I guess
must
I
be
don't
null.
remember offhand, right? But I'm pretty sure they're null. Personally, not a fan of aliasing tables like this. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Oh, from EE. Oh, there's not even an as?
No, you can do it without the as, right?
Really? That doesn't seem right
Yeah.
at all.
Well, because
No,
from can only have one thing, I think, right? I'm pretty sure it will still let you.
okay,
I
yeah, that
usually write as though, I feel like.
I know I thought I wrote as.
I
Without the
write
as,
it
that
with
freaks
as.
me out. I feel like this is gonna
I'm just
fail.
saying in general, I don't like it anyways. I would rather just type out employees. Why is it so hard to write employees.name instead of it's just write e.name? It doesn't seem like that big of a win.
It doesn't feel that good.
But anyways, okay. So some developers do this to make their queries less verbose. That said, I personally hate it. Oh, based. Lane, good job. Good job, Lane. Single letter variables are harder to grok. I mean, we can try right now. We can go ask Grok if it knows what single letter
Yeah,
variables are, but I'm
that's
pretty sure it still knows.
here. Let me ask him. Hey, do
Yeah.
you think you could spot a single letter variable?
Shoot, I laugh.
Why are you laughing, dog? It's
Well,
like this.
I did the. There's a funny question to ask it. Could you spot a single letter
I know.
variable?
I tried to ask it the stupidest possible way.
I'm pretty sure we can still grok it, Lane.
Yeah, we could grok
Four
it.
agents, 4 agents for that question.
It was a very
Oh,
important question. Okay, I don't know if
it's
you
an
realize
important
that.
question.
Does it
Yeah,
still? Yeah, thought for
it
six
seems pretty
seconds.
easy. Seems pretty easy to grok, personally, Lane. I'll just throw it out there. The cache file needs a report on all transactions a user has made. Join the users and transactions table on user ID and transactions.user ID. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense why this is left join. We want to get users even who don't have transactions, right? If we did
Yes.
this without this, then we wouldn't get those users. So that's why we have to left join in this case.
All right, all right. So
Right? Okay.
we got a name in there. The sum of all their transaction amounts as sum. Oh, nice. Oh, this one's gonna be a hard one.
Oh, I'm cooking them. Inner join on countries.
No.
It must be transactions. Oh, we do actually have countries in there. That's funny.
Nice try, buddy. I also don't like doing count as count because I feel like I'm gonna cause some sort of like, you know how you
Oh,
have a
I know. I
variable.
don't like using count. Right? Yeah, count seems like a reserved keyword for me. I don't like that at all.
Yep. Very scary for me. Very, very scary.
From users. Okay. Yeah. Oh, what's funny is I almost out of habit. Well, actually, I did out of habit, but I noticed it before we went on. I just wrote inner join because that's what I always write instead of like we're on the left join lesson.
Yes.
And I just like, well, that's fine.
Okay, the one that I don't know if we've talked about with the group by, I assume I can
Yep.
still reference the table that was referenced in transactions. That's where I'm like, ooh, which one is this going to be? Am I going to get thrown down here? It's just a question. I don't know.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Yeah, I guess I don't know which one should go in there in the group by
Well, I mean, I know which one should
section.
go in because that's the one we got to group them by, right? Or do we? I guess you
Um,
could group them by the other one too. Oh man, I don't even know. Does the group by only? I assume I can just use user.id.
that's because that's what I didn't know if it was user.id. I don't know. I have to think about that one actually. We'll come back to that, I guess. I'll think about it. Let me write the rest of this. Be sure to order the data. Oh.
I am not making that mistake again.
Sum of all their transactions. Does sum coalesce to 0 automatically? Like,
That's what I don't know.
I'm assuming it does because we haven't checked that out yet. So I'm gonna assume that it does.
I've made the
Okay.
assumption.
Order by. Oh, I really want to do order by count, but I don't know if that's right. I mean, I'm kind of ready to give it a whirl though, I guess.
Yeah, the only thing, yeah, the be sure to return. I assume that just means do a left join. Yeah, I think I should do it. I think this is pretty much as good as I'm gonna get.
I'm gonna hit submit on mine. Oh, I got it wrong. What did I get wrong? What did I get wrong? Order by count descending. It's working. That part's
Oh my
working.
gosh, I know what I did. Oh, I know
Yeah,
at
I
least
know
one thing.
yours
I
because I
typed the
clicked
word
submit.
user instead of users.
I know, I saw that.
Ugh.
What did I miss here?
Okay, so we both got one wrong. So we both
I
tied.
both yeah, well, I haven't fixed mine yet. So I'm trying to figure out what did I
She's not going.
miss?
We tied on that bad boy.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I can't believe we got it wrong immediately. Some
I just can't
transactions,
believe I
not
got it wrong
amount
like
from
that.
users, left join transactions on transaction here. Well, wait. I actually don't know what part I missed because it looked like. Is it because I didn't write as name and I had users dot name here?
Yeah,
I'll
it
I'll
says to.
it's yeah. Well, when it showed it before here, I'll show you. I'll show you. Can you probably can't really read this
Oh,
that
don't worry.
good.
I can see that. Don't worry. Here we go.
Okay. Oh yeah. Like cuz I have name down here, but I didn't have this a second ago. I didn't
Yeah.
have that a second ago. So but I'm thinking I probably need to do that. The sum of all their sum transaction amount as count from users left join transactions on transaction user ID users.id group by. I mean, I feel like that should work.
Yeah, that looks good.
I'll be pretty sad if that's. Oh, I really don't want to get behind. No, what else is wrong?
Oh my gosh.
That's what I'm saying. Did you just debate me? Did you see
Oh.
something actually?
Oh no, I know exactly what went wrong. Dude, you're such an idiot. You can't read. Here, bring it back up. I'll help you. I'll help you. I'll help you.
What?
The sum of all their transactions as sum, the count of all their
Oh,
transactions as count.
I am so stupid, bro. I've had it right the whole time. I've had it right the whole
I am a
time.
genius. I
Dang
am
it.
winning. I'm winning. I'm winning.
Count. Dang it.
Can you believe that I read better
Transactions.
than TJ?
Can I just do count star as count? Is that fine?
I don't know. Hopefully.
Because that's one per row, right? Did you do something different besides that?
I'm not. Yeah,
The
I mean,
count of all their
I did. I
transactions.
did things. I did things.
From users left. Wait, now I need to just make. So then, wait. Order by sum field. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh, I'm
TJ,
really.
you lost. Here, I'm gonna start a new prediction. Who's gonna?
I got it wrong again. Oh no.
No. Oh,
Oh
you're
no,
two
chat.
behind, TJ.
Oh no. What am I doing wrong now? Wait. Be sure to group the data by the user's ID. Okay, group by.
Here, let me show.
Be
Let
sure
me
to
show them
order
all
data
up.
by sum in descending. Be sure to still return users records of users who have no transactions. Okay.
Yeah, I think I know what you did wrong.
Be sure do not alias the tables. I didn't do that either.
All right, so I think the thing
From
here, in my head, count. You're living dangerously with count. So I did count. I did it on transaction ID.
transactions.
Yeah, transactions ID. That's what I
Transaction dot
did.
ID.
Oh, let me just look at the rest of yours before you hit
Really?
enter.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I think we have all the rest are the same.
Okay. Interesting. Count. Oh, because these. Oh, I see. It should be 0 because this is null. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that when you do the join here, you want to make sure you're counting if we're going to count the transactions, then we want that to be from the table that's on the right. I've never had that as a thing because I never do left joins.
Yeah, left joins are they're fake.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Okay,
Also,
well, we'll
I
hit
love
submit
that
and
your
see.
table, TJ.
Nice.
Look, your table is see through.
Oh, because it's green? That's
Yeah.
really funny. Oh, I choked hard there. There may not be enough time for me to have a comeback
It's
here
gonna be
now.
hard for you to come back.
Am I down by? Oh, I'm huge.
You're down by 2. You're down by
I'm
2.
down by 2 now. Oh my goodness.
Actually,
Man,
hold on.
okay.
You got that third. Yeah. You because we
Yeah, I'm
both
down
you
by
got
2 because
wrong
we've got
3
the
in a
first
row,
one
right?
wrong. Yeah. I think so. Something like that.
Yes, and so I got I'm up 2 right now. But the problem is now I'm
I was
living
so
high.
excited to try a left join that I didn't even pay attention.
Fumbled the bag, really. All right.
Oh, that's bad. That's bad.
All right, right join. A right join is, as you may expect, the exact opposite of a left join. It returns all the records from table B, regardless of the matches, and all matching records between the two tables. Right join feels more confusing because usually I'm like select from users, and then you're still like getting the stuff from users. Whereas like you like
Yeah.
right join on this table and you get all the records from the other one. That just feels like you just did it
Don't do
backwards.
right join. You can
I feel
always write it as a left join,
it
I
feels
think.
like it feels like right join is just a poorly written left join. Are
Yeah,
we
yeah,
correct
yeah.
on that? We got Nightshade dude and we got
Yeah.
Winchester. They actually know. I feel like they know what they're doing. Right join bad. Okay, right join bad. Okay. That's correct. Okay. I thought I was like, dude, this feels wrong. Okay. We can retrieve the same records with the right join and a left join by grouping the table by a different field. No. Giving up and drawing Venn diagrams. That seems reasonable. Flipping the positions of the tables in
You
the join
actually
statement.
could, though. You could get the answer from doing that. I like.
Yeah. True. Changing the field the tables are joined on. I think it's supposed to be flipping the position of the tables in the join statement, but that's wrong, right? Like, I actually can't tell which one it is. I genuinely
I'm
have
pretty
no
sure
idea.
it's 3. I'm clicking
But
3.
that one's incorrect, right?
Why? No,
Because
you would flip.
the order of the order of the tables specified in the join don't need to be flipped. It's flipping the statement from the from and the left or the right
Well, they're
join.
saying flip between not on the join.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
would say
I think
from
it's
the join and the from, not because when I hear flip
okay.
the
Well, then
positioning
try
of the
4.
tables in the join statement. No, I'm not trying 4. It's 3. I know it's 3. It's just as confusing. Full join. I don't even know
Uh,
what the purpose of this one is.
it
Just
returns
give me all the
all
data.
records. The best scenario to use a full join, you need.
Every single
I
row
don't.
from the two tables, whether or not they're related. Yeah,
I
that.
guess.
It's either 2 or 4.
Wait a second.
No,
Full
it's
join
2.
every single row from 2 tables, whether or not they're related. I mean, that does seem right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that seems right.
All right, I'm going to go for it.
Okay.
I think on multiple choice, we both have to just do the same one and we just come to the agreement on it.
Sure, we just go at the same time. I
Unless
was
if I'm
gonna
like,
go.
you're wrong, it's this one, and you're like, you're wrong, it's this one.
Yeah,
Then
yeah,
we can go,
right,
okay.
yeah.
Oh my gosh, we
Oh,
got a joint
joins quiz. Okay.
The
Given
result.
tables and
Ooh, let's look at the
queries.
result. Okay, I guess we can. Oh, this is the one we can't talk to each other.
Okay, that's fine. Without looking at it, left join. Just because it's the first one, I'm just gonna. Just without looking at it. Should it?
Left joint first one.
I think I might be right. Let me look at this again. Transactions here. Transactions, huh? Yeah. Yeah.
All right, what'd you get?
No, it can't be left join because we're only getting it on the people that are actually users. Otherwise, we'd get transaction 4. So it's got to be inner, the
Yeah,
classic.
I already did it. Yeah, I already did
I
it.
thght he was going to trick us. I thought he was going to try and trick us.
I didn't
but
want to
he
say
didn't.
anything, so I was waiting for you.
I thought he was going to trick us. I thought he was going to trick us and go left, inner, right, or something crazy like that. Okay. Given the tables and query, which join type would produce this result? I hope it's inner join again. Lane, you got to throw a few more in like that where it's still inner join 3 times in a row. Really make us
Oh,
think.
I got it wrong.
Oh, okay. Wait, let me lock in. Okay, transactions and result. We're joining on transactions. User ID is transactions user ID. Okay.
Oh,
Transactions
I
1,
see why
3,
it's not that.
110.
Oh, I'm such an idiot.
Wait, are we getting all the rows here? There's a lot of
Ooh,
rows in
Lane,
here.
I think I'm right though. Lane, am I right?
Wait. Let me
Yeah,
read
finish
this
up,
a little bit more.
finish up yours because I think he.
Samantha John. Wait, all of the users got one. They are all in here, but 10 is not one. Where is username, password, is admin, ID? But then there's no. This must be left join.
All right, why do you think it's
Yeah,
that?
because we got a row for all of the users, and then we have repeated ones. We didn't like group by or anything. We didn't do anything extra. So then it's like we're going to get one row for each user with their transaction information if they have any, and then we're going to be nulled out for everyone who doesn't have one. And there's no transaction 4. Like, look, there's no transaction 4. Otherwise, we would have a null. Like, if we had full. Did you do full join or
Oh,
inner
I
join?
didn't see that. Yeah. Okay. See, I already knew which one.
Yes!
Okay. Yep.
Yes, we're closing the gap, chat. Yeah.
Yeah. I knew it was left joint. Okay. I didn't see that last one. I thought it had all of them. Okay. My bad. All right. I should have slowed down. My fault.
Given the tables and the query,
For me?
which join type?
Dude, I feel
Oh,
so
that's funny.
horrible right now.
Oh, uh-oh. Prime, don't let me come back from multiple choice, dude. But is this not just the situation we just talked about? I feel like now it's just We're gonna have yeah, okay. That's easy. Right join.
Okay, you got it?
Yep.
Okay, you're only one ahead. Dude, I can't believe I fumbled the bag so hard. So obvious. Oh,
Oh, neck and neck.
I know,
Ooh.
especially since we're getting close to the end. All right,
Yep.
joins may take some time to get used to, but the key to understanding them and using them effectively is practice multiple joins. To incorporate data from more than two tables, you can utilize multiple joins to execute more complex queries.
Hmm.
Ooh, my. This is okay. Let's look at this.
Oh my goodness. We're definitely gonna write something stupid here.
Yep. All right. Select star from employees, join left join departments on employees ID. This one, inner join regions. Oh my gosh. Oh no. And
Okay.
okay, just to be clear, left, just so we can both be on the same page, left
Yep.
join will return all the employees, regardless of their department status.
That's exactly correct.
Whereas right
Yep.
join does all the departments. Let's just make sure we're on the same page here.
Yes.
Okay.
That's true. That's
Honestly, I'm
true.
just mostly afraid of full join. Full join, I just feel like
Full
I,
join, we're not gonna see. We're not gonna see full join.
all right, here we go. Our front end team, dude, that front end team always is
The front
busting
end
their
team
balls.
always sending us requests. Come on, guys.
Our front end team is finalizing the profile page for CashPal. We need to write a query that returns all the users' data they need for an individual's user's profile. The query needs to return the following: the user ID, name, age, username, the user's country name, renamed to country name, and the sum of the successful transactions from the users renamed to balance. All right,
Okay. All right, here we go.
we got some join
Return
in to
only a
do.
single user record. Specifically. Okay.
I know.
We got this. Got this no problem. Got this no problem.
Oh man, I don't think I need to do that. I'm just gonna do it. I'm so nervous.
Well, things are getting serious right now.
This is serious.
I'm about to write what looks like probably the most junior level sequel of all time because I don't want to mess anything up.
I am there right
Ah!
now. Put me in the game, coach.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta put a little white space in this. I'm getting a little bit confused here.
Yeah, this one does require some white space for sure, for sure.
And don't forget it's users.
You wanna hey
It's-
Prime, I'll take my headphones off. You can talk chat through what you're thinking. I won't be
Okay,
able to
okay,
hear you.
take your
and then
headphones off.
yep,
Take
yep,
your
yep.
headphones
I'll
off.
just put mine back on when I'm ready.
All right. He probably can hear me right now. That's the worst part is he can hear everything that I'm saying. I'm just going to use the checkboxes as a big thing. So it's pretty obvious. The user's country name renamed its country name. So there we go. Countries.name. I know I don't need to, chat. I believe I don't need to, but I'm so wanting to win. I'm putting an as on everything. Chat, I can't see you. I cannot if I look at you, you're going to put the answers in my face. So I can't look at you. So countries.name as country name. Just to verify that all of them are right there. Cool. Country code equals that. Yeah. And it's country's name, right? Just to make sure. Yeah, country's name. Good. And then now I need to go to transactions here. So we got this bad boy. And so now we need to do the sum of the successful transactions from the user. All right. So that means we need to do sum. Okay. Hold on. This is, I'm getting nervous here. Transactions dot amount as balance from. Okay, so we're gonna start with users. Now we need to do an inner join. So this is where the things I get really confused on is how does a group by work in this situation? Because I gotta group by user ID, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because you have to group by user ID because you have to be able to use a group. I feel like you have to do a group by to get access to the sum, right? I feel like that's correct. I feel like it's correct. So I'm just going to do an inner join on countries country code equals users dot country code, right? I think that's right. Country code. Inner join. Sorry, I don't know what happened. Okay. It just came out, it just felt right. All right, so transactions, country code, and then there's country code here, right? Country code, good. Then we got transactions. So I think this is where we got to do the user ID and ID, right? So we just hit those two. We got to go inner join transactions on transactions.user ID equals users.id. All right, only return a single user record, specifically the one with ID 6. Okay, so that's going to be a where. They tried to get us. Ooh, how does that work? Where does the where go? Where does the where go? Do I put the where here? Actually, I don't even know. I would assume, in my head, the where comes before the join. Because it's like, hey, get all these users. Okay, reduce the users. Now we go to the other table. That seems like that. I mean, just logically speaking, I feel like I'm correct on that one. Also, I would say Lane, a little upset that this one is not a checkbox. The rest are checkboxes. This one is in fact not a checkbox. All right. We'll go back to looking at all these things because I'm pretty sure you can do it like that. See, that's one nice part is I can do this. I can make sure I have all of these things correct throughout here. That's really nice. That's like a little power tip. All right, the sum of the successful transactions and transactions dot was successful equals true. Man, I'm so nervous here. I'm so nervous. Okay, so then the last thing I feel like I have to do is I have to group by, right? I have to group by users.id. Pretty sure I'm correct on that one. That's going to allow me to do the aggregation across transactions. Honestly, I think I'm done. TJ's over there. He's hurting. Okay, bro is actually doing his own inner join. So just to make sure I'm correct, let's just uncheck all of these so I can just go through them all. All right, select user's ID as ID. Okay, got it. Select user's name as name. Select user's age as age. Select user's name as username. Okay, good. All right, countries. The user's country name renamed to country name. All right, there we go. We got country name here. Just you can grab that and just make sure. There we go. All right. Sum the transactions dot amount as balance. Oof, this is looking good. All right, there's that, and it's amount, right? It is amount. All right. From users where user ID equals 6 and transaction was successful equals true. From inner join on countries where country code equals user country code. Nice. Okay, here we go. Oh no. Okay, logical syntax error, inner. This is the thing that I was worried about, which is the where must not be specified here. It must be specified here. That sucks.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, I got it wrong once, and I'm about to potentially get it wrong twice.
You want me to try mine?
Yeah,
Want me to try mine first?
Yeah, you can try yours once.
Okay.
Just don't look at mine.
I'm super nervous.
I had
super
one.
nervous.
I think I had one super stupid mistake.
Oh, Oh no! Oh, it was a stupid. I'll show you in a second.
Yeah, I think I've made one.
No, mine was even dumber. Mine was even dumber.
I don't know if it could be as dumb as mine. Okay.
It was dumber. I promise, it was dumber. I'm upset. I looked over it 30 times before I put my headphones back on, but I was getting excited. Okay, go ahead, Prime.
All right, hold on. I guess
mine worked now. I got it right on my second one.
All right, I got mine on right. I did the where.
Dang it.
I didn't know where the where was supposed to go. Whether it was supposed to be. So in my head, you'd put the where first.
Yeah.
Because you're wanting to reduce the amount of users before you go off and search in other tables. And so I specified it that way. But it turns out the where goes after the inner joins.
I had a comma after balance. Not a joke. It was perfect. It was flawless. I'm so mad. I'm actually so mad, bro.
I'm still winning by one, dude.
That's so bad. Oh my goodness.
Yours was stupider.
Lane, where is my SQL syntax highlighting? Okay, bro. Put an error there for me. Put a little squiggly line for me. Okay. I'm getting old. I can't see those little commas anymore like I used to.
Yeah, I still feel bad. Like, how did you know the where goes after the inner joins?
Because that's what we did earlier.
Did we?
I'm pretty sure we did a where. I don't know. But like inner join goes with the from. So they got to be close together. That's how it decides where the from is, at least in my mind.
Okay. You ready? Here, you do the next one. You do the next one. I honestly,
okay.
Also, I'm happy they don't have a SQL syntax like LSP because I think we'd get a lot more right. So this, because I would have got my where.
Yeah.
Right?
No, yeah, we would have gotten them. Yeah, right. Cache file stores customer support requests in a support tickets table. Why? We don't need those. Just delete them. A recent bug caused a flood of account access tickets, hiding other important issues. Now that the bug is fixed, support wants to focus on users with multiple non-account access problems. Wow.
Okay.
Wow, we're getting serious. Write a SQL statement that includes an inner join. Oh, it tells us that it's an inner join.
I know.
Bro, make me figure that out, Lane.
Yeah, true.
Exclude any tickets that don't have account access as the issue type and only return records for users who have more than one support ticket of another type. Wow. More than one.
Okay. I know what to do here. I know what to do here.
As in greater than one.
Yes,
just so that we're on the same page. That's how we're reading that.
Okay. How about this one? I'll do greater than one with you.
Okay, all right.
Because it also up here says multiple. Right up there it says multiple.
It does.
So I assume
multiple.
That's what you guys. Okay. You got to take off your headset. You can't hear this one.
Oh, are we? Yeah, we're writing. Okay,
we're writing. We're writing. This is a serious one.
You're good.
Okay. So chat. I'm really hoping. I just hope he somehow forgets about having. Okay, that's what I need. I just need it. I need him to forget. I need to get some distance here, chat. Write a SQL statement that does this following: the user's name, the user's username. Okay, so let's just go select user's name as name. Dude, I'm still doing it. I'm still doing it because I'm just nervous. Okay. User's username. Let's see. And the count of support tickets attributed to that user labeled as support ticket count. And then we're going to go like this count. What's the table name? What's the table name? Support tickets count ID. Yeah, we'll go like this. Count ID as support ticket count. All right, we got this. We got this, fellas. By the way, something Tej did, which was always smart. He always put a little semicolon down at the bottom, so he just could never forget the semicolon. I saw him when he showed his code doing that once. That was very, very smart. So now that we have that, we now need to do this. We exclude any tickets that have account access as issue type. Okay, so we have issue type, issue type. So I'm gonna want to do this. I'm gonna want to do a from users where, or not where, did that last time, inner join support tickets dot, or support tickets on this one, support tickets dot. Let's find this out. Let's find this out. Chat, we're not afraid. User ID. That's the one we're looking for. I know we could just use ID in this one, but or I think it's actually still it's still ambiguous. So we got to just make sure we're careful here. Equals users dot ID. There we go. I'm not afraid to do a little bit of extra writing. You know what I mean? Where? Okay, so this is where things are going to get exciting here, right? We're going to want to hit them with a where. And the where has to be where the support tickets dot issue type does not equal. You remember, chat. You remember, chat. All right, so issue type does not equal account access. Okay, so I think I got that one. That one's not too bad. So this is where things get a little bit funny because we got to do the group by. We're going to group by support tickets. Oh, no, it's not that. We got to count this one. We got to group it by user ID. There we go. Let's just do that. User's ID. Very, very good. Very, very good. And then what we also need to do is we need to do a having this thing being greater than 1. So I think I did this correct. Let's just double check. User's name. By the way, Lane, checkboxes, Lane. User's name, double check, name, awesome. Don't want to screw that up. Very easy to mess that up. Users, make sure the word user that's used everywhere in here is that way. Okay, good. Users, username, okay, good. I always like to I always just copy pasta just to make sure. Support tickets, did I use that all correct? Yes, that's all used correctly. Nice. Okay. Support ticket ID, just to make sure it's ID. Okay, we have an ID. Yeah, dude, we're clearly, dude, I can only think of Bacchus Nora form. Bacal Floyd form. I can't remember what it is. Okay, anyway. Support tickets as support ticket count. There's that thing. From users, inner join support tickets on support tickets.user ID equals user ID, where support tickets.issue ID or issue type does not equal account access, group by those user IDs, having count greater than 1. Okay, I think that's it. I think I have it. I honestly believe I'm correct, but I almost screwed it up. I wanted to do one last check. So finally, sort the records by users with the most support tickets at the top. I almost screwed that up. Order by descending. Chat, that close. All right, let's just read this once more. Let's see, exclude any tickets that have an account access as the issue type and only return records for users who have more than one support ticket of another type. Finally, sort the records by users with the most records. Okay, I think this is it. My heart is pounding, chat. Oh my gosh. Okay, you know what? I have to believe in myself. Let's go, chat. Tell me I don't got that. Tell me I don't got that. Easy clap. First try. Let's go. Okay, we're feeling good. Feeling good.
I got one wrong.
I first tried it. Damn, you're too.
Oh, you even remembered the having and everything?
The having
nice,
was
that's
easy.
good. I couldn't remember if I was going back and forth the whole time about whether group by comes before or after having.
Oh my gosh, dude. I was sitting there thinking, okay, so
did you talk to chat?
No. I opened up chat.
Okay.
So I knew order by does work that way. Because in order by, you can reference the alias.
I had order by at the end. I was saying group by or having.
Oh, yeah. You always do having after the group by because that's the thing. It's group by this and sort it with that.
Yeah, right. It makes sense. I mean, I was just going, I just guessed wrong which one it was. I couldn't remember.
Okay.
Dang, I'm down by 2 now? That sucks, bro. I should be.
But we are on the performance. We're on the last chapter. So this is like where things can go terribly wrong. There's still
10 levels. There's still 10 levels here. So
yeah, there's a lot of syntax going on. Hey, how about you read this one for me? Here we go. Oh, hold on. Is there a prediction? Because TJ, you were the next person to fail. Is there a choose outcome? Oh, we got to choose an outcome, dude. TJ, The people's choice. The people's look at this.
I'm choking, dude.
Look, the
They're-
people were
they
choosing
believe
you.
in me. They believe in me.
All right, hold
They
on.
believe in me.
All right, let's do one more. Let's see. We'll do one more prediction, and then we'll go like this. Start prediction. Who will fail next? Except for I'll say no fail, because at this point it really comes down to and then a tie, right? Because we can also just not fail at this point.
It's true. True. It's true. It's true.
All right, so I have a buffer of 2.
Okay.
I have 2
You do.
screw ups.
You do. You do. An index is an in-memory structure that ensures that queries we run on a database are performant. That is to say, they run quickly. If you can remember back to the data structure courses, most database indexes are just binary trees or B trees, as mentioned earlier by Prime. The binary tree can be stored in
binary
RAM.
trees are not B trees.
Well, I know he's saying binary trees or B trees.
I didn't think they were just stored as binary trees. I thought they were always B trees. Okay.
I don't know. Well, you said B trees earlier, so I was just
Yes,
saying.
B trees
yeah.
are different than binary trees, though.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying
Okay,
you said
yeah.
B trees earlier.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
all I
they're
was saying.
definitely B tree
Okay.
hard.
That's all I was saying. All right. The binary tree can be stored in RAM as well as on disk, and it makes it easy to look up the location of an entire row. Primary key columns are indexed by default, ensuring you can look up a row by its ID very quickly, which makes sense. However, if you have other columns that you want to be able to do quick lookups on, you'll need to index them. How to create an index? You write create index with the name of it on some table and a column name, or potentially multiple column names, right?
Yep.
That's a list of
Yep.
values, I think.
Yep.
It's fairly common to name an index after the column it's created on with a suffix of IDX. That makes sense.
Yep. That makes sense.
As it turns out, the front end frequently finds itself in a state where it knows the user's email, but not their ID. Let's add an index to the email field called email IDX.
All right. That seems pretty straightforward.
Until man, it's tough. That's tough.
I know. I'm still struggling with everything that's gone on. You know what I mean? I feel like
There's always a chance.
I'm gonna do something
There's always a
really
chance.
simple now at this point.
The comma really hurt my game. I was feeling strong coming back into the second half of the course, and then not good. Not good. All right. Confettied. Nice.
Confettied. Let's go.
That's
Okay.
good. That's good. That's good. All right.
As we discussed, an index is a data structure that can perform quick lookups. By indexing a column, we create a new in-memory structure, usually a B tree, where the values in the index columns are sorted into a tree to keep lookups fast. Are indexes really in memory? I thought they were the way the data was stored. Okay, whatever. I guess that makes
I don't know.
sense.
Maybe
it
for
has to be in memory.
SQLite in particular.
No,
I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. I honestly, I've never written anything to do with the database. Always kind of wanted to do like a little database exploration one day. I've never actually even programmed a B tree. I could draw them and show exactly how they work on a board, but I don't know. Never actually programmed one. In terms of big O complexity, the B tree index ensures that lookups are log n. Shouldn't we index everything? Can we make the database ultra fast? While indexes make specific kind of lookups much faster, they also add performance overhead. They can slow down a database in other ways. Think about it. If you index every column, you could have hundreds of B trees in memory. That needlessly bloats the memory usage of your database. It also means that each time you insert a record, that record needs to be added to many trees, slowing down your insert speed. The rule of thumb is simple. Add an index to a column you know you'll be doing frequent lookups on. Leave everything else unindexed. You can also add indexes later. Also, I'd throw in a little one other one.
Yeah.
I would ask the question, why are you having to look up like data on a bunch of columns? To me, that's always like there's something
Sometimes
going
that's
on.
a smell.
There's something weird going on just in general when you're doing that.
They can't always be in memory though. That doesn't make sense. Like some databases are too big to fit everything in memory.
Yeah,
so
that's why
yeah,
I was confused on those things. All right, so I assume B tree lookups are log n the only time that they mentioned in the entire thing.
A B tree index ensures that lookups are O of log n from the from the notes.
Yeah,
Yep, that's good.
It's just pen and piece of paper right there.
Add indexes to only primary keys, only foreign keys, columns that you frequently perform lookups on, or all columns. Oh, we'll go all columns.
That seems
No,
reasonable.
just kidding. 3.
I think 3 is the one.
3 is the right one. Yeah.
Indexes slow down write speeds. True. Yes, that one.
Yes. Yep. They got to have a trade-off somewhere.
There's almost
nice. Here we
never
go.
like a completely free win.
No free
of
lunch.
speed. Yeah.
No free lunch. Unless you wrote really bad code the first time, then sometimes there's free lunch. By just not doing what you were doing before. But like
I love those free lunches.
Yeah,
The ones that I
happens.
bought myself earlier.
Right. Maybe removing sleep 0.5 in the in the hot loop.
It just works every time.
Yeah, that might fix things. All right, multi-column indexes or indices. Who knows?
I love indices.
Multi-column indexes are useful for the exact reason you might think. Sometimes you got to look up things with multiple columns.
Love it.
It's exactly the same syntax, except now, just like when we had values and we had parentheses, you could have multiple things. We have the same thing for columns. So multi-column index is sorted by the first column first, then the second, and so forth. Oh, interesting. Is that always? It's interesting because, like, I wonder. Sometimes you pick it based on which one would be easier to sort by.
No, no,
Like, would you
you'd
ever do
pick
it?
it. You'd pick it based on how you do queries. So, like, let's pretend you have a query that looks up
Hmm.
first name
Right.
A, or it looks. Let's say you look up first name, and first name, last name, age. You'd want to
Yep.
keep it as first name, last name, because that way you could hit those two without having an age on it.
Right.
And so I
Yeah.
think that's
Keeping the same query.
yeah,
Yeah. That makes sense.
yeah. So, or if you just look up by first name, you still get all the benefits. But if you just look up by
Right.
age, I don't think like this triple index. If I'm not mistaken, we can ask chat right now. If you were to just look up by age, this does not help you. But if you were just to
Yeah,
look
yeah,
up by first
it
name,
says that actually at the end of
okay,
this. Yep. However, lookups on only the second or third column will have degraded performance.
yeah,
Yep,
yeah,
that makes sense. Rule of thumb: unless you have specific reasons to do something special, only add multi-column indexes if you're doing frequent lookups on a specific combination of columns, which
yeah,
makes sense. Otherwise, it's easier to just make indexes on the columns you're looking up
yes.
as they're happening. So we frequently need to look up all the transactions between two specific users. That makes
Question
sense.
is
Yep.
when you do a unique, that also I assume that does an index as well.
I think that's
Because when you do
that
like
may
that
be like
join table and you do a
implementation
unique,
specific. Yeah, yeah.
I assume that also does some sort of fast lookup because then it knows everything's unique on these two,
Yeah.
so it must also have some sort of yes, it
Yeah,
does.
I
Okay,
think probably every database does that, but I don't know if it's like a strictly required
okay,
by, you know what I'm saying? Like I
yeah.
don't think.
I just
Yeah, yeah.
it just makes sense because how do you look it up if it's
Or
unique, right? You have
right.
to be able
Yeah,
to have
yeah.
a fast way to look it up.
Right. Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure. So what are we going to do? We need to add an index on user ID and recipient ID
Whoa,
columns called
you
user.
didn't read the motivation.
I did. So it said between two specific users. There's a page on the. I didn't read. There's a page on the website that allows a user to look up all the payments they've made to a friend by that friend's name. That's true. Add an index on the user ID and recipient ID columns called user ID recipient ID IDX to speed up our app. Make sure the user ID is the first column in the index so that we can also use this index to speed up our queries that only care about the user ID.
Nice. I like it.
No typos. No typos.
I just got to remember what we're doing here.
Please, no typos.
I know. I'm so worried about these little typos. I do a lot of copying and pasting of these names,
Yeah, that's smart. That's smart.
especially recipient. Genuinely impossible to spell
Yeah,
correct.
that's a scary one. That's a scary one for sure.
All right, hold on. Sorry, I just want to. I'm in such a winning state. I cannot fumble the bag on such an easy
You
thing.
cannot. No, I mean I got confetti, so you definitely can't. You
All right.
definitely can't mess it up now.
Yeah. All right. Denormalizing for speed. We left you with a cliffhanger in the normalization chapter. As it turns out, data
Whoa.
integrity and deduplication come at a cost, and that cost is usually speed. Joining tables together uses subqueries, performing aggregations, and running post hoc calculations take time. At very large scale, these advanced techniques can usually or actually become a huge performance toll on the application, sometimes grinding the database server to a halt. Storing duplicate information can drastically speed up an application that needs to look it up in different ways. For example, if you store a user's country information right on their user record, no expensive join is required to load their profile page. True, but luckily there's not that many
Mhm.
records, so that should never exist. But I know what you're trying to say. That said, denormalize at your own risk. Denormalizing a database incurs a large risk of inaccurate and buggy data. In my opinion,
True.
it should be done as a kind of last resort in the name of speed. Denormalizing a database can be used to speed up queries, slow down queries, speed up queries.
Speed them up. That's actually the point.
Yep.
It's smart to start with a normalized database and denormalize it as needed for speed. It's easier if I just
Boom.
read it out loud for myself. Otherwise I'm gonna get it backwards.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. What'd you say? It's smart to start with normalized and then
Yeah,
denormalize.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I've never needed to denormalize data on any project I've personally ever done.
Yes, even on like my real customer, like real jobs, not just fun side projects, we pretty much never need to do it. It was usually could be fixed by just adding an index if you really needed something. That's the more likely one.
I would
Mhm.
say that denormalizing data is not, it doesn't have to be a yacht problem, but it is definitely near yacht problem. Could we call
It
it?
is.
Is
It
Could we call
is.
it near
Yeah.
yacht?
It's yacht
Yacht
adjacent.
potential. A yacht
Yeah.
potential problem.
It's at least it's a marina problem. Like
It's a
you go down to the marina. Maybe you're shopping for yachts, but you don't
yeah.
have one yet.
You're still
Mhm.
just on a speedboat enjoying
Right.
the open air.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. Mhm.
A normalized database is easier to keep bug free. Yeah, that
It's
seems right.
I like it's the same. Oh
A
no, you have to choke, bro. You have to choke on one of these.
dude,
They're all multiple choice the rest of the way. Lane, Lane, make another chapter
I do
quickly.
like the idea that it's the same does not even fit in the sentence. It's the same.
It's the same
It's a
database.
grammatical error. All right, you're up.
It's the
Read me the
same.
squeal injection stuff.
Squeal injection is a very common way hackers attempt to cause damage or breach a database. One of my favorite XKCDs of all time demonstrates this problem. Hi, this is just some school. We're having some computer trouble. Oh dear, did he break something? In a way, did you really name your son Robert, parentheses, drop table students? Oh yes, little Bobby Tables we call him. Well, we've lost this year's student records. I hope you're happy. And I hope you've learned to sanitize your database inputs. The joke here, which is always good if you have to go next, the joke here is that if someone was using this query where they just have a question mark in the values and the name of student was Robert, drop table students, then the resulting SQL query would have looked like this, which has drop table students, and then you end with a comma and finish the line. And so you actually see that's two queries. The first one puts Robert into the database, and the second one deletes the students table.
It's
Hmm.
it's a great joke. I've
Yes,
also done
that
it to
it
myself.
actually is.
I've done it.
Also, Little
Yeah.
Bobby Tables is a classic, guys. This is when you say Little Bobby Tables, you're referencing that comic, and it's a good one. You need to be aware of squeal injection attacks, but to be honest, mostly the solution, this is very true, just use a modern SQL library that sanitizes this for you. You have to make dumb decisions to get to the
Yes.
point where you can get injected these
SQL
days.
injections at this point are
Yeah.
they're just your fault.
Yeah, if
This-
you're looking to have injections, like try it on a more modern surface, like prompt injection or something
Yeah.
similar. Like let your application get taken over by just random text that you let take over your system.
what I believe it's Gary Bernard that said that
Mhm.
he really disliked how people would argue that you're just doing it wrong when it
Yeah,
comes to like Node.js and deep nesting. He says that almost
yeah,
always is a bad argument, but in this
mhm.
specific case, if you get a
Yes.
SQL injection, you're actually doing it wrong.
You had to like try hard to get there. Like it's like you're just making strings itself. Like even all of the database libraries, they make it easier to pass it in as like here's the string and here's the arguments. We'll sanitize it for you. But anyways, yes, like in Goes, it does that automatically. If you just use it and don't interpolate by yourself, it's a
Yes,
good call.
Go just
So
does it
don't do that.
automatically.
So SQL injection is best avoided by using a modern Squeal package that handles sanitation of user-provided values.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Let's see. Squeal injection is best avoided by using modern squeal packages that handle sanitization. Yes, true. And by modern, we're saying something within the last 15 years.
Yeah,
That's
modern,
older than
quote
a
unquote.
couple people.
Prime, can you click
potentially
the
in the
wrong
audience.
button a few times on this page just to see if it works for multiple choice?
Oh, that's a great idea. A little quick user testing. I could close my eyes and pick this, and I might still be able to beat you.
It hurts, but it's true. It hurts, but it's true.
What happened in the comment? Robert's grades were changed to be all A's. Robert's data was deleted. Every teacher's data in the school database was deleted. Every student's data in the school. Bam. Fourth one.
There we go. Complete.
TJ, you lost by 2.
I know. I'll get some subs right now.
You don't actually have to. I honestly,
No,
I'm
we
just gonna
have
take
to.
$10 from your pay.
I'm gonna do it right now.
I think
I'm gonna
I
gift a
don't know how
sub.
to-
Do I? Where is my Prime sub? Can I use that right now to gift a sub?
Thank you. That was awesome. Thanks for doing the course. Yeah, this was a good course. Yeah, I'm gonna dock 75% of his pay. I pay TJ.
That's 75% of my pay.
Okay, you did 5
There we go.
subs. Oh, I was expecting
It's
you to
easier.
do 2. Because then
It's
I don't.
honestly
Now I
easier to
have to
just
go
click
give
it.
you subs.
No. It's good.
Okay, it's just easier to do 5 because it's
It's
too
just
hard
easier to
s-
do 5 than do it twice. I think I get charged more. Something about Bezos bucks.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, that's fine. Hey, that was fun though. This was good. Did you enjoy yourself?
That was fun. Yeah, no, I actually, Lane, you did all right on that course.
That
I
was a
mean,
good
honestly, probably could have been like a little more forgiving on maybe reminding me where the having things go, or tell me if I have one too many extra commas, because then I wouldn't have lost. But like otherwise, the course was fine, I guess.
Just remember, TJ, you lost to me. The
you,
guy
you
who
know
can't
what?
follow instructions and read.
You know what? I think it's time to go back to my true calling here. Okay, I think this is more of where
TJ's been in the vibe coding for the last little bit.
I haven't. I've been put. I've had an agent running for 10 hours last night. Okay, you guys think I have time for this? Learning and understanding things and then bettering my career? No, we don't have time for that. We need to spend money on the LLMs. Okay,
Hey, thanks for joining me, TJ. That did make it a lot more fun. I really
that was
actually
fun.
enjoyed doing the competition. Like that,
It was. I
honestly,
like
the
that. Yeah.
end was genuinely frightening.
I know. The one I legitimately lost, that's fine. I would have lost anyways. The comma one hurts. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah,
Then I
yeah.
would have only been down by
I
one,
did the
but
same
that's okay.
thing with the where statement. It just feels so
Yep.
stupid to be like, oh,
Yep. Boot.dev multiplayer when? Oh my goodness. We
Boot.dev
need to slay the Spire
multiplayer.
style.
Dude, Lane, you could do Boot.dev battle royales where it's just like you do one lesson that require like it's just randomly
Oh.
selecting lessons and you get put in a group and you just have to randomly drop in and it's just like here's the question. Can you write this part and go or this thing?
Oh.
All the losers,
I
they're
like
out.
that.
All the winners continue on to the next circle and it just
I
keeps getting
like that.
smaller and smaller. Oof.
That's good. That's good.
Oh, the sweet pain. Yeah, like it's a fun idea. That'd be fun.
Prime, well done, buddy. Well done. People will say it's fake, but you beat me fair and square. I'll admit it. I'll admit it.
Yep. These old bones. They did something. They're
These
still
old
good for
bones.
something. They're still good for
They're
something.
still good.